साउंड पकड़ेगा, साउंड ऑन है। हेलो हेलो। अच्छा, वो लिंक मुझे भेज। जी सर, अभी दे देना।
कल का रिकॉर्डिंग हो गया, कल का रिकॉर्डिंग
जी सर।
So namaste everyone. Namaste everyone, and let us start this session by observing a minute of silence. So, welcome everyone to the second day of the national seminar on the Herald of the Life Divine, organized by Rishihood University in association with the Indian Council of Philosophical Research. And for this session, we will have as a chairperson Professor Dr. Sachidananda Mishra. He is a retired head of the department from the Hyderabad University and the former
University of Hyderabad.
University of Hyderabad and former Vice Chancellor of the Central University of Odisha. So, for the first paper, we have Sri Ramesh Bijlani ji. Dr. Ramesh Bijlani ji is a retired professor of psychology and has served at the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi, for about 30 years, where he was involved in teaching and conducting research on nutrition in relation to cardiovascular disease and diabetes. He was educated at the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, AIIMS, New Delhi, where he did his MBBS and MD, and at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, from where he did his master's course in nutrition. Dr. Bijlani describes himself as a pharmacist who dispenses small doses of love and wisdom from the inexhaustible pharmacy of Sri Aurobindo and the Mother. And he will jointly present his paper titled "The Key to Solving the Problem of Life is Unification" with Dr. Aditi Kaulji. Dr. Aditi Kaulji is the head of expressive arts-based therapist, psychologist, Fortis Health Care.
I think error arising from too much dependence on the internet.
That's a thing. There's another Aditi who works on the same thing. So maybe I can just introduce myself.
Yeah, please introduce yourself.
I wish I could have done that, but I've not done that. So hello everyone. My name is Aditi. I have studied psychology, and later on I studied standards. So then,
For convenience, not for primacy. Convenience to the
I
audience.
didn't realize it.
And it's also being recorded and live streamed. Thank you.
So then, should I begin with my introduction?
Yes,
Please introduce yourself.
Mistake me for another Ramesh Bijlani being seen. I think put like the universal builders or something.
Mistaking you is quite difficult task. So can't mistake you.
and there is more than one Sachidananda in this conference. Yeah. How much time? Each person?
1 hour.
One. Both.
No, 1 hour for
1 hour each.
1 hour for both of us together.
Okay.
You can come in the center. The chairperson should be in the center.
Is it still, if I'm standing and I'm still visible, is that okay?
Just check. You are invisible. Okay, you are visible.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to chair this very important session. This session is important for more than one reason, because this seminar is dedicated to a study and deliberation on the life divine, which is considered to be a magnus opus along with Sri Aurobindo site. While Sri Aurobindo is known to reflect the major disciplinary formations in his work, one of the important disciplines that has not received due attention in the Aurobindonian context is psychology. And like all disciplines, psychology also has had colonial kind of an origin and bias. In the recent times, due to post-colonialism, welcome attention has been paid on the exploring Indian roots, and in Sri Aurobindo's case, not in the revivalistic manner, but in a progressive manner. We must remember what Sri Aurobindo said. We don't belong to the noons of the past, but to the dawns of the future. So how is a discipline which has had some kind of an origin and genealogy in the West, how could it be synthesized and integrated in the context of India? And Sri Aurobindo was primarily a product of the West in the beginning, till he found his foothold in Baroda days, and later on also, as you know, there has been an evolution in his own thinking itself. Which is why I think it is very salutary that in this important seminar at the national level, ably organized by Professor Sachidananda Mishra and his team, we have this session. And we have a joint paper by Dr. Bijlani, an eminent doctor, common physician from the All India Institute of Medical Sciences. And to my left is Dr. Aditi Kaul, whom I know for some time. And I think we can look forward to some fresh approach full of insights in any sequence. And they have 1 hour. And I do hope that there will be a fruitful question answers and comments and observations at the end. I will keep my role minimum to that of a timekeeper and as a facilitator for a fruitful dialogue in any sequence. Aditi and Dr. Bijlani.
Thank you, Professor Sachidananda Mohanty. It's a great pleasure to be here in this university, and I just learned from Professor Sachidananda Mishra that it's over the last 3 years that it has come up, and already it's become such a great place. Also grateful to this university for taking such deep interest in Sri Aurobindo's 150th birth anniversary, and particularly for thinking of us to come and talk about some aspects of the life divine. The chapter that we have selected amongst the sub-themes provided is the problem of life. This is the title of one of the chapters in the life divine. And this might have generated in your minds the question, does life have just one problem? Is there just one problem in life? We tend to think that life is full of problems, but then why has Sri Aurobindo titled the chapter The Problem of Life? Because the problems may be many apparently, but then at the root is just one problem. And if that is solved, all other problems will automatically be taken care of. And that problem is ignorance. The ignorance with which we are born. And the only way to solve that problem of ignorance is to unify all parts of the being with that which is not ignorant. So that essentially is what the title and the paper is about. And with that, I'm happy to pass on with great relief and pleasure the rest of the presentation to Aditi, and I know she'll do a much better job than I could have done.
Yes, finally. Actually, that's good. Okay, so hello everyone, namaste. Okay, so I have a background in studying psychology, and once I finished my formal education in psychology, it's then when I came across Sri Aurobindo. So when my formal education ended, my real education began. So that's how I look at my life. And then I went to Pondicherry and I studied Indian psychology for 1 year, inspired by Mother and Sri Aurobindo. And after that, I stayed in Pondicherry for a few years and deepened my understanding of what they have written, how can I apply in my life. Post that, I briefly worked at Aurobindo University, taking psychology from Sri Aurobindo perspective. And first I was working there full time, now I'm just a visiting faculty. And for last few months, I've been working with Dr. Bijlani and staying at the Delhi Ashram. We are working on an online project called Yes, where we are doing a yoga program, including all the aspects of yoga and spirituality and education in that sense. So that's a little bit of my background. And precisely on that is what today's paper is based, that we all are aware of like how he said about the problem, ignorance, and we all are trying to overcome that ignorance in our own way. So the fundamental aspect starts with it in that sense of that we are really ignorant of what is happening. But we also realize that the root cause of that ignorance is also, if you look at it from an evolutionary perspective. So primarily our paper is looking at life from two perspectives. One is, say, the philosophical perspective and the psychological perspective, and essentially how they are connected. So it's because we are mental beings, we kind of need that certain sense of concept, that what are we getting into, what is it we want to understand. And once we have that framework of what are we understanding, then we have that question of how can I apply. So that is precisely the base of why philosophy is important, to understand the concept and how we can actually apply that concept. Psychology comes into picture, because psychology is essentially dealing with the how of life, and philosophy is more about the what of life. And when we really bring the what and how together, we really progress. And Sri Aurobindo's philosophy is all about progressing. So that is where we come together. And we speak about so much of ignorance because, as Sri Aurobindo said, that man is a transitional being, we are not yet final. So though we are overcoming ignorance as we are evolving, but still there's a great element of ignorance because we are not complete. But the good part is, like today we're talking, that we are aware that yes, I'm ignorant, but I can do something about it. So that's the shift which has happened. And that is what is giving us a lot of hope that at least we are having a dialogue like this. So there's a possibility. So we are looking at life from an evolutionary perspective. At the meantime, also becoming aware of where we are in this evolutionary cycle. So we are where we have the mind, that we can study mind from like a part of mind, studying the part of the mind, and also making a mind very, very capable to go beyond. So we are really looking at mind, say, as a intermediary, which can open to the higher and execute in the lower. So that is predominantly the role of the mind. And the more and more we become aware of that mind, of how it functions and how it relates to, say, the other parts of the being, the more the execution happens. So it's that what we are predominantly looking at, that how the execution happens, because we are all talking about how to do it, and eventually we'll come to the knowledge and practice gap. So that is predominantly the base of it. And that's what I said, that we are looking at from the philosophical lens first. And this is exactly what I spoke about, that we have the mind who knows its limitation, but it also has that aspiration to go beyond that limitation. So that is the duality which we often face. And when we are pulled more towards the higher, the aspiration leads us to the solution. When we are more pulled down with the lower, we are stuck in the, say, the evolutionary crisis or whatever we would like to label it. So predominantly, that is why we look at man as the middle term, or if I say man in terms of mind as the middle term. So that is the basis of the duality all of us face, that we have that sense, but the execution is missing. So that is the linkage. And because mind wants to establish its sense of identity, whatever it takes, in sense, we know it's partial, but because we want to assert, we take it as whole. So the first problem becomes that when the partial truth is taken as a whole of the truth, that is the first fundamental issue, the first fundamental concern which we all have. And because we are only looking at, or we have the tool as the mind itself, so then through mind we try and work out that how can we overcome that ignorance and how that mind can be established to actually go to the higher mind and different levels of exploration. So that's what Sri Aurobindo has said, that the problem of human life is due to three fundamental difficulties. And that's what I spoke about. The first one, that man's knowledge of himself is partial because it's a part of mind, looking at the part of the mind. We are not complete. We are in the evolutionary cycle. All of those things which I spoke about, it is essentially that the first problem lies in that man's knowledge of himself is partial. Now, based on, because my knowledge of myself is partial, by default, my knowledge of others is itself partial, even partial of partial, that I can say. If I don't know myself enough, what I'm looking at you, I will not know who you are because I've not met myself. It's like the more I'll become aware of who I am, the more I'll be able to see who you are. So it's like if I'm only aware of a tiny part of my personality because that's the lens I have of the world, I'll also look at you like that. So if I am, say, very form-oriented, that what is your designation, or which family do you belong to, or which country, or like how we have in our introductions, who are you? So though even in the philosophy or spirituality conferences or meets and all of those things, we talk about going beyond, but our introduction is always who we are on the outside. So that's the paradox we all face. Like you just saw today, like you introduce people through their action, hoping that you get to the who they are in their experience. So that is, we know who we are, but still that kind of always remains. And that is essentially I'm going to talk about when we are talking about the knowledge and the practice gap. So because the first problem is man's knowledge is partial, And that is the result of a lot of conflicts. So that is what I've just mentioned here, that man's knowledge about himself is partial because they're only aware of a very limited understanding of, say, their engagement with the world. So if you look at from, say, the psychological perspective, essentially all of us are trapped into that stimulus response spectrum. That what does the world present to me? I react to it. So that becomes my lens to view the world. That becomes my lens to experience the world. So all that sense which I have that, yes, there's something deeper in me, but because it doesn't have a form yet, I often get lost in the form. So that's the error. That's the result of the ignorance. And that often results in a lot of conflicts because I know that, no, there's something, we often have that experience, no, it doesn't feel right, or I'm not sensing that, I'm sensing that something might be more to it. So it's still at a very subtle level, it doesn't have that form, it just at the experience level. So the moment I come out, the form is devoid of that essence. So then I'm stuck, that should I choose the form which the world is offering me, or should I give myself enough time and space to develop a form which is coming from my essence? So as we all know about Sri Aurobindo's philosophy, he's not against creation. He's saying that creation needs to have that essence that's coming from a deeper part. So rather than from going from form to essence, we get hold of or experience our essence and create a form from there. So form is anyway the central point. Form is anyway an inevitable part because that's how we progress. But what does that form contain? So is it a borrowed form, or it's a form which is coming as a result of my own unveiling of my essence? So that is predominantly the journey. So that is one way of looking at it. And that is why we keep talking about how yoga is about the progress, it's about the process, or Sri Aurobindo said all life is yoga, or yoga is nothing but practical psychology. All these lines which we have picked up and kind of become Mahavakyas, because in a sense, we know that that's the key. But how do we do it? That is what we often get together and discuss and all of those things. So that's the first experience about. So yes, that's what I spoke so much about the person, individual, that's all our ignorance and all of those things lead us to. So that has how I actually told that results in man's ignorance of others is greater. Just because you don't know yourself, how will you know the other people? Thank you. And that is why when we are ignorant of the other, plus we are aware of the egoistic understanding of ourselves, that is what we call a deadly combination. That I'm not aware of who I am, but I'm very sure of who you are. I've made quite a good judgment of who you are. I've kind of figured out who you are so that I can act. And then I'm like, okay, that's the world. And I know it, and I also know who you are. But for me, yes, I'm figuring out. But my figuring out is not the prime effect. Me figuring you out, or rather your personality, is very important because we think that to execute or to live in the world, we need to understand the world. But understanding the world is only secondary to understanding yourself, because the more you understand yourself, the more you see your space in the world. You'll be able to also apply that and see that, okay, this is my relation to the world. But that is, of course, all in, say, work in progress, or all we are attempting to do that. So that is why. And also another element, like, I'm not sure, I think maybe I'll finish all the PPT points here, but it's just that's what's coming to me right now. That is exactly what happens, no? Because I'm not able to know myself. I'm not able to know the other person. And when we talk about, say, the psychological perspective, the parts of the being when we talk about. So we all know that the three parts we usually talk about have their own principles. So I know that the physical really works on self-preservation mode. It really wants to protect itself. It really wants to just be safe. That's what primitive living was. So we still have those traces, but our mind has evolved. Like we have evolved to life, mind, and all of those things. But if my mind is still stuck in the physical aspect of self-preservation, the moment I step out in the world, I step out with a lens of preservation. That if I'm entering a room, I'm entering with my protection, or I want to protect myself. So I'll behave in a certain way. I'll say something like that. I'll be like, what are the person thinking? What are they thinking about me? Who am I? How am I present myself? So if I am wearing, say, a space of self-preservation and entering, though I'm talking about the mind or through the mind, but my consciousness is still very primitive in the preservation mode. So I will not be able to explore and experience life. And that is why if I want to protect myself, I will not be open to who you are. I'll be open to who I think you are, because that gives me a sense of comfort. So if I figured out that, okay, this is your profile, this is who you are, and I can say these things to you, it will help me. So if I'm stuck in the preservation mode, then I'm very ignorant of the other person. But I can only overcome that preservation, which I have something to replace it. And that is why we talk about, say, the psychological center or the psychic center or whatever terminologies we give, it's essentially if I'm rooted in that experience within, I know that my home lies within. So I stay there, I come out, interact, and I go back. So I'm not staying in the world, I'm executing and doing my work in the world. So that subtle difference, if I realize that this is what is happening, then it becomes a portal to actually overcome that ignorance, or at least walk towards that one step of overcoming that ignorance. And that is precisely the reason that we don't know other people, that there's so much of conflict and we are kind of talking about harmony. But when we talk about harmony, we talk about disharmony first, because mind only understands in contradictions. It has to have that either or. So if we really want to talk about and, we have to just take a little more step and try to see that how things come together. And that's what all of us hold it as an aspiration. And the third, or say the most fundamental aspect which comes from evolution, is that there's a gap between consciousness and force. And that is precisely the reason that we receive so much, but we're not able to execute, because in execution, there's a lot more play of forces than just an idea level. So when we talk about that, but man's force is even more limited than his knowledge, because it has a lot of other environmental factors as well. So there are certain seen environmental factors, certain unseen environmental factors. So even if, for example, I'm sitting in this conference, it's not just what knowledge I'm carrying, but how, say, when I entered here, there are a lot of people around. So if I'm a little more sensitive to how people are and how I interact with people, that will immediately affect in that sense of how I will behave. Or if I met, say, all of my seniors in this field, and I was like, oh my God, I'm going to speak to them in front of, like, they have studied this book for, how many years. So that immediately can affect. So something which enters your surface, if you don't have a solid grounding, it can also affect what you execute. And that is why working on the personality is very, very important. Like working on the surface is very, very important with the base in the inner being. So that is why we are not like negating outside or facilitating the inside. We're trying to see that how inside and outside come together. So essentially, we are trying to bridge the inner and the outer through living in the outer, but existing and experiencing the inner. So that kind of transaction. And another reason, like the philosophical reason is, yes, we have a gap between consciousness and force. But then how do we see it in, say, our everyday life? We see it in the everyday life through the personality perspective. Like we are always conflicted in what to do, what to eat, what to wear, where to go, what time should we go. So they are very tiny, all these conflicts, which are on a day-to-day basis. So if we come together in a conference like this, yes, we are dealing with some philosophical concepts, applications. But say if I was coming here in the morning, it's like to do this, to do that, what. So all these mechanical and everyday conversations and everyday suggestions, that is where we face the maximum conflict. And that is the conflict of the surface. So if we identify with those conflicts, then we are stuck, we are not progressing. But if we see those conflicts as a part of our personality, but the person behind the personality is stationed inside, then you can see that as a play. So we often talk about, say, in spirituality or in psychology about experience. But we often feel that the experience is often confined to, say, the sensorial experience. So the word is itself experience, but we're looking at a much wider and deeper experience, which is not just limited to the interactions with the world. So I can still say that, oh, it's experiential learning, it's experiential learning. But from what part of my being that experience is coming, that is something which is very, very important to resolve the conflict. And the usual conflicts which we have, if we look at from, again, the lens of integral, is the vital, mental, physical conflict. So if I have a conflict between my desire and strength, that my vital really wants to, say, prove something and really, say, wants to climb a mountain or something like that. But physically, I'm not like that. I can't do that. So that's the immediate physical conflict. And often the most common conflict we have between the mind and the vital, that vital really has to fulfill its desires. But mind is like reasoning, no. But when the vital overpowers and mind turns into reasoning to justification, just say, yes, you're right. So how these turnings, how these things work in our everyday life, that is very, very important. And another important aspect which we see is the physical mental conflict, that, okay, I have a certain habit. In my mind, I can immediately change it. No, like how we make elaborative plans of how to lead our life. And if we talk about to anybody, like if I can speak about my own self also, that what timetable I actually make, say when I was a student before the exam, or say 1 year timetable, and how it is actually executed, we all know, we all have it in our experience. So the mind immediately receives, it's the execution in which we have the hurdle. Because if I'm like, really my mind is very open, so the reception will happen easily. But for that reception to actually get into the play, it has to deal with a lot of things inside me. So on the outside, we just look like, oh, just one human being with some physical attributes. But inside there's a whole vast universe, and more I become aware of that universe. It's like I always give that visual that if you see a huge palace with so many rooms, from the outside, it's like somebody's passing by, there's this one palace, nice, very nice. But imagine if I'm the owner of that palace or I reside in that palace, I'm like, no, now my choice is I can just clean one room and stay in that room, and that becomes my identity. Or I take upon me, no, I want to clean all these step by step, not one by like just at one go. And every time I just widen my place. So inside, if I just imagine myself like that, I clean one part, say a tiny part of my vital, if I have some desire to change or overcome or purify or transform, whatever word you want to use. So then like, okay, this is my practice today. So if that will lead me to another room, that will lead me to another room. And that is why yoga becomes a lifelong process, because the experience is so vast inside that every time you put a torchlight of self-observation, you realize, oh, this is also there in me. And if you're looking at it from an egoistic perspective, you'll be like, oh, this is in you because you're identified. But if you're looking from, say, a psychic perspective, you're like, oh, this is also me. Because if you look at it from the inside on the outside, it's a field of play. But if you're looking from outside, it's a game of identity. And then the striving begins that, no, I'm better or whatever. So it's essentially the perspective of what you're looking from. So if you're looking at, say, personality, if you're focused on the functionality of it, you are turned on the outside. If you're focused on more of the composition, you are inside. And if you're more and more aware of the composition, functionality is much more in your control than if you're just aware of the functionality. So if I know, say, how this screen works, I can manipulate it in a way which helps me grow or help me project better. But I don't know, I just know that this is a remote. I can just do plus, minus, forward, backward. That's all I know. So then I'm totally dependent on you. So functionality limits you, and that's what the world is about. It just tells you how to operate, but the why and is often hidden because it requires a lot of effort. So at least you can discover the why of your own being and then take it as a play. And that is why we talk about it, that it's very joyful, bliss and all of those things. But how do you actually experience it in life? It's only when you have that sense of separation. And then sense of separation can begin at the mental level, but it cannot just stay at the mental level. Because of the evolutionary perspective, you can start with, say, understanding, or say when I'm talking, there's something going inside you, you're trying to compare it, what you know, what you don't know, you have questions. So you start with the mental level, but you don't end with the mental level. Because if the mind is hijacked by the need for identity, then it's like, oh, I am talking about this. So that as and when you rise in your experience, the I goes within. But the moment you stop in the experience, the I is like really hooked in that identity. And that is where you stay. So that's another indicator of the ignorance, that there's a sense of movement, yet there's a sense of stability. And that is what we say, that how does the contradictions resolve? Because it's only, we are talking linear in that sense. But our experience of life is always simultaneous. I can't say that, oh, right now I'm outside, then I'm inside. Doesn't work like that. So even I'm speaking with you right now, my outside is speaking to you. But do I have that sense of inside, that where is it coming from? What is it happening? Yes. So we always begin on that path of, say, introspection, or in that sense of awareness mentally, but slowly it becomes a everyday aspect of your life. So essentially the sense which I'm trying to give here is a sense of movement, a sense of transition, a sense of progress. And that is how we progress from knowledge to greater knowledge, or say from information to knowledge, or whatever terms you want to use. So that's one way. So when I was talking about so much of, say, personality and the conflicts, the we offer, say, from our end is a little bit of compromise. So when I'm talking about, say, the mental vital conflict, I'm speaking about, okay, today I can just let my vital overpower. It is okay. Sometimes it's fine. But I'll say, no, today I listen to my mind. So there's a kind of temporary solutions which we build to live life. So like, say, to just exist on a very mechanical base. But when we grow deeper, we realize that is not a foolproof plan. We have to go inside. There is no other way. So it's when you realize and how you realize. So there are certain events which can make you realize. You can be just born with it, and slowly you get to know it. But these are, it's really like how in a common man language, if there's, say, a setup like this, or say a university setup, if there is no teacher in the class or no professor in the class, students are like, okay, this is your job, this is my job, we'll just coexist. But there are often conflicts bound to exist because they're not yet rooted. They still have their tiny inhibitions or desires and all of those things. But when the teacher comes in, it's not that, then it depends on the teacher. So in our life or in our context, if the teacher is the ego, the teacher will really pick up on the best student and project it as like my class monitor or my class identity. But if say the teacher is the psychic being, we'll try and see what are the qualities of all the students, what is the best, or how can we bring up the best. So we have to decide who's our teacher on the everyday basis. And when we begin our journey, of course, it's not that, oh, I'm always connected to the psychic. But the thing is that at least my ego is aware that there's somebody better than me. I can be replaced anytime. And that idea can only help it try and listen to you more and more. And then again, that is why this journey becomes very, very unique, that everybody's idea or experience of the smooth transition from ego to psychic, or I don't even like using these heavy words because suddenly I feel so responsible when I'm talking about psychic being, but just that inner sense. So more and more my ego is replaced by that inner sense. And that is why we need life. That is why we need the play of world, because how else will I be able to replace my ego with the inner sense if I don't have this play? So if I'm not presenting here, how will I know that what am I doing or how am I behaving? So I need the world for transformation. I can understand the world from a distance, but to change, I have to be a part of the world. There's no other way. So change only comes in action. So that is one way of looking at things, that how things work. And after being said all of those things of man, ignorance, and knowledge of others, another, as a result of all of these things, our own limitation, the thing is that we are also not united, say, with the world. So because I'm very much in my own being, I'm trying to like always preserve myself, try to make sense of the world, I'm also not connected to the universe. And universe in general, also people in general, like how Sri Aurobindo also talks about unity. We often, in that sense, confuse unity with uniformity. And it will only be confused when I'm looking from the surface. Because surface understands things as union, as everything should look same, because I'm still in the sensorial understanding. So if everything is looking same, I'm like, yeah, I've done my job. But if I have the deeper sense of my own being, I know that, because if I have that sense, I realize that I have different parts of the being. All are doing their different jobs, but all are connected to me. So no matter how my mind or my vital is, they don't have to behave similarly, but they should be aware of each other. So there's a sense of harmony between them. Not necessarily they have to do the same thing. So action might look very different, but the essence which I'm giving in that action will be similar. And that is why I can do many things, but the essence which that many things will carry will be the same. And I often started to realize more and more I read Sri Aurobindo's work, that though when we look on the outside, he has written so much, like there's nothing which is not written. But the more and more you go to the essence of what he's talking about, at every level he's talking about unity, at every work he's talking about how to express that essence. So like I look at it as like that on the outside, whichever human form I have, if I'm an artist or if I'm a student, I'm an education, whatever I am, I will take that book, say, for the beginning, but essentially I reach the same conclusion. Because that's the spirit the entire work contains. So if I just get that spirit and take it in my life, so whatever action I do, I express that spirit. So like personally for me, it's not about intellectually understanding Sri Aurobindo. For me, it's like, can I live it? And by living it, I will automatically understand it because my mind will also come. So that is another, way of looking at it. And I have spoken about a bit of the psychological lens also in the philosophical, so I have not really gone step by step. But the last more philosophical understanding of like why there's a gap is because the force of nature which is executing the will of the divine is itself less potent than the power of the divine. It's exactly what I've been talking about, the gap between the knowledge and practice, that we understand the origin is much more powerful, much more potent than what is being executed right now. And the more and more we will become as individuals, more receptive, more open, more that ability to transform, that aspiration, the more and more we'll be able to channelize that. So it's easy to say that, oh, I'm an instrument of the divine. But what is the quality of that instrument? What is the openness of that instrument? How is it progressing? What is the field? All of those things are very, very important to be open to receive and also put in a little bit of effort to actually execute. So visually, it's a sense of movement which we get. And that's why Sri Aurobindo in that sense has also said that the more and more you become the instrument, you collaborate with nature. Otherwise, you just perish and just give way to. You don't want to work, please be aside, let the new species come. And that is how he has said that the supermental or supermind will decide what needs to be done. I've just given you a vision. there's a possibility you want to work, please work. And you have all those instruments and potential. Just bring your intent and start working. I've done everything now. It's your job and it's your duty to work in that sense. So that's essentially, I've been talking about the solution very simultaneously, that how do you resolve that conflict of the mental vital is to step back and develop that vigilant attitude. And Sri Aurobindo's psychology is all about stepping back and self-observation, awareness, knowledge, mastery. So I'm not going so much into the details of it, but essentially it's about stepping back and getting that sense of witness attitude. And when we move towards that solution, what essentially happens in the process is that there are unifications which happen at different levels. So when I was talking about the compromise element, I was talking about that there's a unification which happens at the parts of the level. That at least all the surface parts starts to become aware of each other. So they are not at loggerheads. Like, okay, you also exist in this person, or you also exist in this person. So it's like kind of a fun collaboration that all of us live in this one person. So let's start talking. And so that is kind of, which can look from the outside that this person is, looks straight or looks sorted, like how we use in the language. But that's a very temporary solution if we don't have ourselves anchored within. So then some situation can come and it can just go away, because it's like that stack of cards. So it might look very well balanced, but it can go on. But if I've made something of brick, then it's much more easy to sustain. And that is what's a unification on the outside can be a temporary solution, which most of, say, modern psychology talks about, that whole idea of positive psychology and the notion of self, which we have, that ego strengthening, be who you are. But I mean, it's a very personal thing. I can just go on. But when you talk about you, or when you talk about self in the Western psychology, what self are they talking about? What aspect of, they're only talking about the personality aspect or just the projection aspect. So if you strengthen the projection, you execute, there's no doubt about it. But how sustainable it is or how integral it is, that's a different debate and different questions of exploration. So the unification of parts of the being and the one, of course, it's a justifiable ability, but the more you can go deeper and unify the surface with the psychic, that's much more a temporary, much more a permanent solution. And that is where life is guided. And once you establish that connection, the natural output or the natural byproduct is that the unification of the individual around him. So if I'm very secure, if I'm very rooted in myself, I will not have problems with other people because I can see them for who they are. And doesn't mean that if I don't have a problem means that I will agree to what they say. There's another misconception that if I'm okay with people, I can be okay with whatever they do to me. It's like rejection will not be difficult for me. All of us have a lot of issues of rejecting or saying no or anything like that, because we're always scared and we're always looking for a sense of identity assertion. That no matter I know you for 20 years, but if I want to say no to you, I was like, what will you think? But my question is, if you're still thinking of what the other person thinks of you, then what's the point of interacting? Then there's always that issue. Yes, you have that good intention of not hurting the person. But if you're so sure, you know that if there's a solution or an activity or anything which is coming from a deeper part, it will just get communicated. So you don't have to come in your way. Most of the things which we work is that we only come in our own way because we are not sure of who we are. And it's not that we'll ever be sure that, okay, this is me. But at least I'm sure of that in the process of becoming who I am. So even the surety, and that surety comes only from experience. It doesn't come from intellectual understanding. So the more I become aware of at least the process of becoming into something more deeper and stable, I will have all those issues what are on the outside. So issues will not go away because they're a play of surface, they're a play of forces. My ability and my capability to deal with those issues will increase. And that capability increasing is that the process of yoga, the process of working on yourself. So we are essentially working on bridging that gap between knowledge and practice so that we can more and more execute in the world. And essentially this is, I was talking about that, how we can bring in the mind, the will, the emotions, life force all together. So once all these things come together, then only we'll be able to recover the individuality. And once I'm sure of that individuality, for me to connect with the universe will also be easy, because what I sense in myself, I can also sense in others. So it will give me a sense of oneness, but it will also give me a sense of individuality. So, and that is what I was talking about, that how these things simultaneously work, because we talk so much about collective, but essentially what I'm bringing to the collective is the individual. So the more I work on the individual, the more collective improve. The more collective improve, I become a better individual. So it's really that relationship which gets improved more and more with self-work. And that is how we will achieve that unity which we are talking about. So predominantly the point here is that individual work is the prime focus. The individual awareness is the prime concern, because that is how the collective contribution will be as an individual to that point. And this is the psychological essentially I wanted to talk about, that when all these things what I spoke about, to become more and more aware, to become more and more progressive in nature, to just try and have that aspiration to overcome, then you immediately start seeing that even one incident gives you that experience. You know that, yes, I have it. Now I have to just look for forms where I can express, or whatever forms come my way, it can give me a chance. So everything in the life doesn't look like problem, it looks like a possibility. So how do I change that problem to possibilities? By anchoring myself within. So I uproot myself from the conditional understanding of life, from the conditional experience of life, and root myself into, say, the conscious experience of life. So that whole uprooting from conditioning and stationing yourself in the consciousness is the step from moving from that knowledge to practice. And that knowledge to practice will happen. So if once it happens, that because mind is very, like we keep talking about mind, that it hinders us, all of those things, but it's a very good aspect as a learner also, no? That if I tell my mind experientially that this is a possibility, so next time that becomes my reference point. So to progress, what is very, very important is also to understand what is my reference point on a daily basis. So how I was telling you some time back about choosing that, okay, ego is my entry point, or say inner being is my entry point. So on a regular basis, what is my reference point? If every day when I wake up, what is that first thing which comes to me? Or if I'm interacting with somebody, what is that? What is my lens? So basically, what is my lens determines what is my experience. And as in when I really work on that, improving that lens or widening that lens or deepening that lens, my experience of life changes. And then that experience becomes a reference point for my mind or say my other parts of the being. And then that reference point helps me to progress further. And that is how I build step by step my journey towards perfection. So that is, and once I see that in my own self, and then I do it in a very disinterested manner, and I'm not identified with, oh, I'm walking the path, then is the actual journey. And then I can also become more and more aware of my surrounding. So then I'm not operating from the self-preservation principle, I'm operating from more of a self-exploration principle. So I just need to see that what are my indicators? How well do I really know the process of exploration? How well am I rooted? And that will give me a lot of courage and strength to actually walk the path. And by walking, I will learn. By learning, I will walk better. So that is how the simultaneous experience I was talking about. And that is how the gap will be bridged between the knowledge and the practice. And this is I've already spoken about in that sense of that I keep using that word identity assertion. That is what you don't identify with the tiny aspect of your personality. Your identity is most ancient within yourself. And that is the solution, that you shift from ignorance to knowledge and you realize more and more the deeper existence and truth. So what we have essentially spoken about so far is that there's a huge gap between, say, what we know and what we practice. And what we have to bring together is a sense of unification. So the unification can first only happen with what tools I have to execute in the world, with what is the source of that execution. So when I root my surface in my inner being, that's the first unification I'm looking at. And when that unification happens, then the individual unification with the world will be a natural byproduct, because I'll become much more rooted and much more stable in the world. And that requires a lot of effort. So when this is sorted with the help of this, that is what the transformation happens. So effort happens in this domain. By opening, the grace comes from above, and that what leads to transformation. So in a very simple terms for our mind to understand, it's effort plus grace, which leads to transformation. And that is the process of unification. That is the ideal unity which we are looking at. And that helps us on a day-to-day basis on executing life and living life. I think that's all what I have in mind. Maybe I can just end with this quote and pass on to Dr. Bijlani. The landmarks of the little person fell, the island ego joined its continent. Particularly the last line is something which I have dedicated kind of my life to, the process of it. The island ego joined its continent. Like it just gives you the sense of process, the sense of journey in which all of us are, and how the element of experience comes in and what we do and how we do. So that is all from my end. I'll just pass to Dr. Bijlani what you want to add. Thank you, everyone.
I really talked about the conflict between habit and change. she's not really in the habit of presenting with slides. This required a change, and that's why there was a bit of a conflict. But then she didn't really need it. She could have probably done better if she had not imposed this PowerPoint presentation on her. The basic problem of life is ignorance, as I said, and this ignorance is manifold. We are ignorant about ourselves. We may say, well, at least we know something, but then knowing something can be bad because it is not only part of the truth, it is also distorted truth. And then we are not an island unto ourselves, as what was named. And therefore we interact with the others, and that is with a still greater ignorance of what we know about them. But all this does not prevent us from asserting our identity, asserting that we are right, asserting that my needs are more important, my opinions are better, and so on and so forth. And that is what leads to problems. Because if we were to be an island into ourselves, then probably we could live with that ignorance. Because then who would we have conflicts with? Conflicts within would also probably disappear if we did not have others to deal with. In fact, all conflicts are basically because of multiplicity, multiplicity of different parts of the being and multiplicity in the world. And therefore, the key is, in fact, unification. Because if there is only one, then who is the other with whom you can have conflict? And once we realize that it is that one that exists and the one that all is, then we can organize our life around it by unifying the surface part of the being with that. Then it does not really take too long to see that it is the same one who also is the essence of everyone else around us. And that is what completes the circle, and then all these conflicts and problems tend to disappear. And she has just broken it up into these steps. That the first step is to unify the surface parts of the being, the physical, vital, and the mental, because they are at war with each other, and then to unify these with the divine essence in us, in ourselves, which is stable because it's always at peace. It has no anger, it has no desires, and therefore anchor the mind to that, anchor the surface parts of the being to that, and the most important part to be anchored is the vital, because in fact they are ruled by the emotions. Once that is done, the mental will find the justification for this unification, and the body as a docile instrument will translate that unified idea into action. And then, of course, the next step is quite obvious, that we unify this unified individual with the others, looking upon them not with the ignorant eyes that we do, but realize that yes, we can't know everything about the other person, but the deeper essence of the other person is exactly the same as mine. And once we realize that similarity or rather identity with others, that is what solves all the conflicts within and the conflicts with others, the root of both being the same, that is the ignorance of ourselves and a still greater ignorance of others. Just try to summarize in a few minutes.
Hence, we expected morning session devoted to Sri Aurobindo's treatment of psychology as a discipline in understanding what was projected as the problem of life, one of the important chapters in the Life Divine. But I think what we have experienced is a full-fledged treatment of the art of living. And I think, may I say that this is actually kind of an institute level talk, if you were to allow me to say. This is not just a session in the seminar, but I do hope that Dr. Mishra, Professor Mishra and the friends will try to show this to the students and the faculty. For me as a chair, and I'm not being unduly modest, I think it's been a learning experience for me. I think the talk that Professor Dr. Kohli gave, Dr. Aditi Kohli gave, and duly substantiated by Dr. Bijlani, I think this really gives us a kind of glimpses into the path that all of us should follow as students, teachers, administrators, and citizens. What Dr. Kaur did, and I could not help noticing this, that she was constantly self-reflexive. And the frame of analysis was a seminar hall itself. And I think that is the best thing that could happen, because she's all the time giving examples about ourselves. For example, when I had come here, what options did I have? When I'm talking to people, what is it that I have in mind? I think that I know them, I would like to know them. Maybe I have some ulterior motive for knowing them. And so there's the whole question of expediency, exigency, and not being true to oneself. So if we are saying that allegiance and truthfulness to the self, with S capital, is what is important, not the kind of a role that we are going to play in the world from our own points of view of expediency and exigency, then I think, as Sri Aurobindo said, yoga envisages awareness of the self, because it's the first thing that should happen, awareness of the self. And in a very blinded, uncertain manner, I think the lessons that Dr. Kaur has suggested was on the basis of our reading of the Aurobindonian psychology as reflected in the Light Divine is also, in an uncertain manner, it's been reflected in the civil society. For example, when Willy Brandt goes down on his knees and expresses forgiveness for the historical wrong committed in Germany on account of the Holocaust, for example, or when, for example, when Japan expresses for the sins committed during the World War II to the comfort women in Korea, for example, those are instances when the multicultural thinkers like Charles Taylor is also talking about the importance of dialogue in civil society as a way of really creating a new civic, also is indicative of the direction in which I think we have to go. So I think in Light Divine, we have a whole treasure house of wisdom and insights about the inner life. And what we have today is a wonderful way of really addressing some of those issues from the point of view of somebody who is well steeped in Aurobindonian psychology. That is what I would like to say. Now, having said that, there is much that can be said. And to take the cue from Dr. Adi, I must restrain myself because it's not my day. It is not my. It is a turn of both of them and all of you. So in that spirit, may I invite some question and answers from all of you. Yes. One second. She is raised. Dr. Professor Giri.
Thank you so much, Aditi and Bijlani. Out of many things that you have gifted us, we turn now an immediate thing of essence. But there is also reality and danger of essential and essentialism. Therefore, how do we realize essence is a dynamic and a continued work on freeing ourselves from essential. My second query is about form and the way form works. But also we need to relate the dynamics of form to work of spirit. And we have to understand Sri Aurobindo. We can also engage ourselves in some transversal conversation, like Hegel, for example. So there is very interesting possible dialogue between Hegel and Sri Aurobindo. But around the whole question of form and spirit, which has also been explored in later-day philosophies, like in the work of Einstein and others, that brings to the third point about this work with self. As you have pointed out, Sri Aurobindo's philosophy, psychology works with a very deep dialogue with the philosophy. To this tapestry, we also need to invite the anthropology, in the sense that the work with the self, as you have pointed out, it works in the play of the work. So then, in what way we relate to Sri Aurobindo with this simultaneous engagement with philosophy, psychology, and anthropology, in the process transforming the terms. And my final submission here is that this whole self-exploration and not just self-preservation need to be accompanied by what can be called as meditative verbs of co-realization. There is a meditative dimension, an active dimension, and therefore the field itself is neither the self and the other. And it is also in that way the meditative verbs of co-realization, where self, other, nature, and divine are becoming continuously co-present in this act of self-exploration.
Thank you, Professor Giri. May I suggest as a chair that we take all the questions together and then both of them can address in order to do the best time management. Thank you, Professor Antapati. Professor Mishra, you had some questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Aditi and Dr. Bijlani. It is a Christian suggestion that the modern psychology has been heavily influenced by the likes of Freud, Carl Jung, or Jacques Lacan. Have there been any efforts to show that Sri Aurobindo has a better psychology than these three? And if not, should we begin with right earnest? That way.
A suggestion from his side. Yes, yes, your name please.
Dr. K. Venkatachala.
Dr. K. Venkatachala. This is being recorded and streamed back. Dr. Venkatachala.
Am I allowed to answer on his behalf?
Yeah, but first, I think let the respondents answer, then you can join. Dr. Venkatachala?
Yes.
Yes, please note down because you will be answering.
First of all, let me say it's a very clear question. Started the issue, and which was solved the issue. And specifically, the formula, ignorance plus ego is a deadly combination. I like that formula. These are the formula in classes. But a few clarifications in there. We started by saying the problem of life is partial. One more explanation about what you mean by the partial. Because positively speaking, there is no partial existence here. As Sarah raised the question, it's a dynamic existence. It's not a partial existence. That's what I understand from those evolutionary gradation of the existence. It's not partial, not a negative. If it is negative, that's a negative meaning. It's up to you how you do. So there's nothing called partial. Let me give an analogy also. A seed germinates as a sapling, then as a plant, then as a tree, even then it goes as a payload. So
The problem is not partial, the problem is partial knowledge.
Yes.
Okay, whatever he has in mind.
From the stage of sapling, we can call seed.
Okay, don't give examples to the main point.
Yes, sir. So the partiality, I need more clarification what we are speaking about. And secondly, solving the gap between what we are expecting in the next clarification. Because solving the gap within is the first issue, and solving the gap with the other is the second. Solving the gap within, of course, yes, we can attempt whatever the stages which we have given in the to get bridge the gap between the ignorance, what's can go beyond the psychic and understanding. But how would I going to challenge the gap with the other? Because whenever I come close to the other, they're always being the partial, as in what you say. So how I'm going to challenge the vanishing that partiality of the personality of the existence? How could I make it? And the last one is, you said it's a problem of life, and the solution is what I find is you started from the terrestrial existence, but the conclusion led to the transcendental. Of course, that is the way, because yesterday in the discussion, it is a suspended syntax. It starts from the subject, the life, but the predicate will be something different. That's how those terrestrial to the cosmic solutions. But is it the way which you have also? This is the three.
Gautam.
About you can answer.
No. He will answer differently. Please, it's important for us to hear.
How Sri Aurobindo was influenced by Freud and other Western psychologists.
The basic difference is the Western psychology confuses the subliminal and the subconscious. That is the basic thing. Because the subconscious is below and the subliminal is behind. And we were talking of the subliminal. Now, what you I think I should have expanded a bit more into the vital, because that is a zone which Sri Aurobindo has mapped. Like Freud's libido, in 1905, Freud came out with 3 S's of the theory of sexuality. Freud couldn't map the location of the vital nowhere, even in later period. And he was always stressing on the negativity of the, which Jung contradicted in Transformation of the Libido in 1912. Then Sri Aurobindo came and he specified, as Socrates has explained in The Adventure of Consciousness, that it is a plane located between the heart and the sex. So he is far advanced than these Western psychologists. And his integral psychology is now followed without even recognition that it is from Sri Aurobindo, except for Campbell.
But that was not my question.
No, I think probably, I'm sure that we can leave it to the wisdom of the clarity. I'm sure that you have understood. Just one second. She will also respond to the question in her own way. Is it?
That's very nice. One question.
Your name?
Dr. Sachidananda Mishra.
Yes, Dr. K.
Shivji Singh. So, the question that in terms of the solution, we talk of daily difference point from which we see trying to understand, trying to relate. So, I'd like to ask Jonathan, from experiences, what should be our reference point for practical advancement on a daily basis, so that we live in the path in a way which is leading to
That will be an extra amount charged. Thank you.
How would you conceptualize the sense of self? Because it was really fascinating. I mean, you spoke about individuality, at the same time you speak about unification. And in the West, they say ego is a sense of self. But I think the way you describe it seems like the conceptualization can be different. So yeah, and because identity is also sort of ego, how would you understand?
Wonderful. Yeah.
I think ego is not self.
Your name too.
Randhir.
Randhir.
Ego is not self. Ego is a function of self. Like consciousness is not mind. Consciousness is a part of mind. So I'm just trying to understand his concern of unconscious, collective unconsciousness, as Carl Jung talks about, and Durkheimian collective consciousness. Because we cannot understand individual or individual mind just to understand their individuality. There are some social nexus which is a part of humanity that needs to be incorporated. And I think Aurobindo's integral psychology is not literally psychology, because there are some part of life which cannot be understood, which cannot be explained. And we must have a kind of a scope of, that dimension of knowledge is also important. Because what happens, the kind of ideology that modern psychology, believe in, they think like everything can be explainable, a kind of behaviorist orientation. And the structuralist dimension of psychology, which everything can be understood if we understand things ourselves properly. I think there need to be some scope of that, some knowledge which cannot be understandable and explainable. And that thing I think we should also give a space.
Excellent. I think we have had a wonderful assemblage of questions. Now, may I request for Aditi, and later on will be added by Dr. Aditi in any sequence. I'll just mention the questions and the questioners, and so that just ensures clarity for the audience. Yeah.
Maybe I can start because he was the last of the meeting.
So our speaker is also present.
Yes, so maybe you can
Yeah,
just
sure. We will take it time. Yeah,
I'll just-
thank you for pointing this out. People who are online also, we will allow them to ask questions. Yes, Abhi, for the
Very
time.
briefly. So maybe I can just answer in gist, not maybe individually in that sense. So when you speak about something which cannot be explained, of course, that's the whole point, that the Indian perspective or the integral perspective is essentially based on experience. And that is what even I said, that everything cannot be explained through the mind, but experienced through the being. That's a possibility. And if I'm rooted in my experience, there's a possibility that my mind can express it. So that's the possibility I'm exploring. And that requires a lot of passage of time, experience, and all of those things. So what I'm not limited to, say, mentalizing my experience, but more and more, say, experiencing, so that it can even express in action. It may not necessarily be expressed in words in that sense. So that's one thing. So yes, there is a part which is not being, say, explained, but I think experience has a full lot of potential in that sense. And that is what is an aspiration which helps us have a dialogue like this. So there's a wide scope in that. And linking that to what Sir had asked about
3 questions, Dr. Giri.
yes, about the gap and all of those things. I think the form essence debate in that sense is, how I look at it is, what is your starting point? So if my starting point is the form, there's a lot of multiplicity there, and I will have like how we have become very multidisciplinary in that sense. So multidisciplinary is a product of form orientation. So if my starting point is form, I'll see, oh my God, there's so much in the world. And I can look at from this lens, I can look at from that lens. But if my starting point is the essence, I see everything from that one point. So that multiplicity is my entry point, but not my staying point. And that is where all schools come together for me. And that is what I was referring to, what Sri Aurobindo has done in this sense. So all these, whatever references you gave, my answer will be that if I'm more aware of what is my starting point, if my starting point is the form, then I will be like exploring that multiplicity. But if my starting point is the essence, I will experience that multiplicity from that unity. So then in academics, whatever disciplines, that will be just a part of, then synthesis will come naturally to me. And that is how I'll be seeing, okay, this is anthropology, this is philosophy, this is psychology, whatever. So that is, so the key point for you is experience, for you is starting point, at least from my perspective. Then we can come to Dr. Bijlani.
You mentioned about the importance of inclusion of several disciplines like philosophy and psych.
That's what I told him, that if I'm really looking at that essence, so I'll know what is the philosophy in psychology. I'll also know what is the psychology in philosophy. The same goes for anthropology and all of those. So that's my answer. Maybe Dr. Bijlani can add to it. And another thing which you were talking about, so like as Sir said in the beginning, that mind has a capability to understand partial truth. So we are saying truth is complete, but mind is not complete. And that is why mind understands truth partially. So for mind to understand truth fully, it has to be connected to something which is higher, from where the actual truth is coming from. So the partial word is giving a sense of our understanding, that we are not complete, so our understanding is not complete. So that is the partial element we're talking about. So we are not saying that the creation is partial. Of course, creation is full. We are trying to say that our understanding is partial, and that is why we are attempting or aspiring to understand the full. So that is the explanation of partial.
Dr. Mishra's suggestion about the
psychology
need to engage with contemporary Western psychology.
So that is what, if you look at the academic status of psychology in India right now, there are a lot of things coming up which are giving prominence to Indian psychology, like the whole UGC becoming like compulsory in the, say, one curriculum, one unit of Indian psychology, or for NET they have made it compulsory. So there are efforts, but again, it's a personal opinion. Those efforts are more about the philosophy of the Indian perspective than the psychology of it, because it's a very dry way of teaching. But the efforts are made. So effort is there, but I think like any other thing, like this effort, it takes a lot of time and space, and you need people to teach who are living it. So I cannot not live it and talk about Indian psychology. That's not the way to do it.
Professor Ghoshal's suggestion about the newness of Sri Aurobindo vis-a-vis Freud.
That's what he explained, no? That essentially we are not talking about the personality, we're talking about the person behind. And the sense which I gave you, that it's so vast, and that is what Sri Aurobindo has done, because he's essentially talking about like how he said subliminal. So if you look at the Western psychology, it always talks about the past, because the reference point is past because it's known. But Sri Aurobindo is, the reference point is subliminal in the sense it's also the past, it's also the present, it's also the future. So it's like sub to super. That kind of range is what Sri Aurobindo has given us. So the aspiration is for the future. Awareness of the past helps us to maintain our present and focus on the future. So that's the whole range which we discover in, say, the integral perspective.
Professor Kwasing's question directed to Dr. Bijlani.
So I think that is what.
Dr. Bijlani.
Maybe I can just pass on to Dr. Bijlani now and he can answer everybody if I'm not really
To
answering.
begin with, Dr.
And
Yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I just had to answer her also. I
Yeah,
forgot.
please.
So you were talking about ego as a sense of self. So like how he also said, no, ego is the function and all of those things. So ego is just that centralizing part which brings together all the parts of the personality. So it's more for the execution in the world. It's not your identity in that self. Identity is much behind the face. So if you just very quickly, if you look at from say the evolutionary perspective, because we are rising from below up, so we need something to hold things together. So the holding framework is the ego, which kind of centralizes all the energy forces for execution. But then that is only for execution. But for existence, you have to shift from that to an inner sense of self. So then you can use the ego, not identify with the ego. And once that replacement is sufficient enough, you can drop that sense of identity. So it's an intermediate process, say a temporary connection with the world for you to make sense of the world and drop it to experience world from the much deeper manner. So that is the role of ego. It's a more a process-oriented approach than the stationary execution. Yes. So
Dr. Bijlani, please answer because we need to open it up online also. Please.
The next speaker also.
Yes, but we're doing very fine as far as time management. Please kindly answer, Dr. Singh.
Dr. Singh asked about the reference point. Since we're talking about ignorance in relation to knowledge, the reference point can be only that which has the total knowledge. Because any of the ignorant parts can't be the reference, because by consulting that, we'll only end up compounding the ignorance, modifying the ignorance, but will not really overcome. And the one that knows everything is, so far as the individual is concerned, it's the psychic being. So what is to go deep within and consult that becomes our reference point. I'll not go into the other questions, and he has already done that. In fact, most of them were not really questions, but more in the nature of comments. But what I'll do is make a general comment, which occurred to me while this was going on, that what Sri Aurobindo has written goes beyond psychology as well as philosophy. He was a seer, essentially a seer, a rishi, who saw the truth. And then he saw that in light of that, we could understand the human mind, and that becomes our psychology. And also, for those of us who may be skeptical by nature, who trust the intellect more than anything else, the type of inner vision that a rishi has, he has rationalized what he saw. And that is what becomes philosophy. So, in fact, it essentially comes to a total understanding of the human being. That is what he has done in the Life Divine. And this is such a contrast with what Alexis Carrel did and titled his book, Man the Unknown. We can say Life Divine is man the known. Entire human being in relation to the everything that is in the cosmos and what transcends it. That is what he has done.
Thank you, Dr.
We can't bind
Bijlani.
it within the boundaries of philosophy,
Thank you,
psychology.
Dr. Bijlani. Thank you, Dr. Aditi Paul. I think the time has come to open it up for questions online. Anyone?
Not online, you have to go to the next speaker, otherwise they have.
Okay. Online also. So, concluding remarks as a chair. I mean, I don't need to really repeat what has happened in order to sum up, because all of you have had kind of
Your
session.
conclusion can be at the end also, with all the three papers.
Okay. But at this stage, provisionally, may I say, I cannot really help myself.
Yes.
Because I benefited. I think in many seminars, we don't benefit so much. We benefit intellectually, we benefit in a scholarly manner, we benefit academically. But I think I can speak for all of us that we benefited existentially. I think we picked up many ideas and insights. And I do hope that in the rest of the seminar for the next 2 days, we'll be better seminarians here, given the knowledge that Dr. Aditi Paul and Dr. Bijlani have given us. Thank you very much. Bindu, Professor, Philosophy Delhi. You can see. Vivacity.
So for the next session, we have Dr. Bindu Puriji, and she is the appointed chairperson of the Center for Philosophy, School of Social Sciences at Jawaharlal Nehru University. Her areas of interest include contemporary Indian philosophy, philosophy of M.K. Gandhi, Sri Aurobindo, and Veer Savarkar, along with social, political, and moral philosophy. And even from her college days, she has been conferred with many awards for her outstanding performance. So now I would like to invite Dr. Bindu Puriji to present her paper. Indian philosophy, philosophy of M.K. Gandhi, Sri Aurobindo, and Veer Savarkar, along with social, political, and moral philosophy. And even from her college days, she has been conferred with many awards for her outstanding performance. So now I would like to invite Dr. Bindu Puriji to present. Philosophy of M.K. Gandhi, Sri Aurobindo, and Veer Savarkar, along with social, political, and moral. And even from okay.
Am I audible?
Yeah, ma'am, please go ahead.
Yeah, so good morning. My apologies that I couldn't join in person. Actually, I was on some expert committee of the UGC and just came back late last night from Mumbai. I would like to thank Rishihood University and the Indian Council of Philosophical Research for inviting me, and very especially Professor Sachidananda Mishra ji for inviting me here this morning to present a paper. And I have chosen to speak on the ideal of human unity and the religion of humanity, Sri Aurobindo and Rabindranath Tagore. At the start, let me say, I am no longer chairperson. I am Professor of Contemporary Indian Philosophy at the School of Social Science in GNU. And basically, my work has been on Gandhi, Tagore, Sri Aurobindo, Baba Saheb Ambedkar, and various other figures in contemporary Indian philosophy. And most recently, I have just published with Springer a book on the Gandhi-Ambedkar debate. I have a volume on Sri Aurobindo in press right now. So in this essay, basically today, I'm going to try to discuss and bring out the similarities and differences between Sri Aurobindo and Rabindranath Tagore's positions on the ideal of, human unity. And also, I'd like to make the point that unlike the liberals, both of them, Sri Aurobindo and Rabindranath Tagore. Sorry, I think my video is.
Dr. Bindu Puriji, sorry to interrupt you.
I think it had gone off when I was trying to unmute.
Yeah.
So both of them had made religious rather than purely political arguments for human unity. So in this context, basically, I want to bring out the point that Tagore's idea on a religion for humanity and Sri Aurobindo's religion for humanity were far more exacting than and marked a shift away from purely liberal arguments talking about the political unification of humanity in the form of a world state. So, one might be, of course, justified in saying that there is a overarching influence of Western thinkers in contemporary discussion on the role of man in the universe, on the future of the world order, and the possibility of peace. And of course, a very dominant voice here is that of Immanuel Kant, whose philosophy of history and essay on perpetual peace has dominated discussions on the possibility of any kind of unification or possibility of peace for humanity. And the work of non-Western thinkers hardly ever finds a space. Though both Sri Aurobindo and Tagore had talked about the relationship between the individual and the collective, possibility of human unity, transformation of the relations between human beings. So it is always a part of my effort to unpack responses which are powerfully alternative to dominant, Western, predominantly liberal traditions. And so here too, I would like to look at alternative responses to the conflict which is posed by the commitment to the unique identity of a community and the somewhat contrary ideal of human unity. And such a philosophical exercise, according to me, it gains urgency if one only reflects on the kind of influence dominant Euro-Anglo-American thought has exercised on most of philosophical thought. So this essay is arguing that Sri Aurobindo's idea for the religion of humanity and Tagore's idea on the religion of man marked a shift away from the way one has thought about unity in liberal discourse. So, of course, at start, I must admit, with on the note that I'm not a great scholar of Sri Aurobindo. Of course, I've read Sri Aurobindo, but as you know, I can't even pretend to understand the vast, great depths of his insight, which is expressed through the great corpus of his writing. And having worked on Tagore, I was always struck by the fact that the poet and Sri Aurobindo came very close in their views about the nation state and in their kind of ideas about the religion of man, about human unity, man in the universe. So before I move on to this argument, I would like to say it's very interesting and it's probably a testament to their friendship that Rabindranath Tagore was one of the very few people that Sri Aurobindo had met during the time that he was mostly confined to his rooms at Pondicherry. Of course, as the famous philosopher Richard Sorabji has noted, it's not really necessary that people should meet or read each other for a position for a comparison of their positions to be philosophically useful. However, it is just not relevant to this task that Tagore and Sri Aurobindo should have met or read each other. I'm just making that point as a historical aside. So this paper which I'm presenting is in somewhat 3 sections. The first one is looking at Sri Aurobindo's insights into the ideal of human unity, which are drawn not only from the ideal of human unity, which was first published in monthly installments in Arya between September 1950 and July 1980, but also from his ideas into evolution and, more importantly, the possibility of transformation of the individual self and society as it is on earth. So it is important, I think, in this context to see, of course, that he not only dealt with collective evolution in the human cycle and the ideal of human unity and individual evolution in the life divine. So this essay is kind of in the first section, unpacking Sri Aurobindo's position. Second section is looking at Tagore's essentially, his view on the religion of man. And the concluding section is trying to bring out the points of agreement and difference between these two great minds of India. So looking at the first section, the first subsection is on reconciling unity and diversity. And I'd like to begin by saying that Sri Aurobindo is perhaps the most relevant philosopher in contemporary Indian philosophy for the times in which we live. Given that these times are characterized by so much diversity, and he was a great conciliator of apparently contrary ideas and themes, Witness, for instance, that in his thinking and writing, he reconciles an appreciation of nationalism and the nation's soul. Perhaps an equivalent in Tagore would be love of country, with the caution about the potentiality of conflict in the idea of the state. Sri Aurobindo has reconciled the idea of unity and diversity. He reconciles the emphasis of Indian culture on Indian culture with an equally emphatic insistence on human unity. So to begin to unpack Sri Aurobindo's vision and his idea of the spiritual religion of humanity, one needs to put it in the context of his philosophy of history and idea of evolution. Because it's only against this that you can kind of understand what does he think, how can human unity be brought about. And in his work, The Human Cycle, I think everyone is quite familiar with all this. He borrowed, he somewhat looked at the idea of these distinct psychological stages in the evolution of society. And he looks at this German thinker Lamprecht, and he speaks about the symbolic typal, symbolic, typal or conventional, individualistic and subjective stages in human history. Now, as he explains, the period of history in which he himself lived and through which the contemporary world is presently passing could be described as the subjective stage in human history. And as the designation suggests, the subjective stage has witnessed a kind of turn inwards towards the exploration of the individual subjective life. And this period is characterized by the realization that individual spiritual and inner freedom alone will create the perfect world order of the future. So I'm just quoting from Sri Aurobindo just very briefly. He says, look, the subjective stage of human development is that critical juncture in which, having gone forward from symbols, types, conventions, having turned its gaze superficially on the human being to discover his truth and right law of action and its relation to the superficial and external truth and law of the universe, our race begins to gaze deeper, to see and feel what is behind the outside and below the surface, and therefore to live from within. Now, of course, he also speaks about the dangers that are there. And he speaks of objective subjectivism, which he describes as a false subjectivism, and which can involve a great communal egoism, similar to an individualistic egoism. And such a collective egoism could prevent an understanding of what Sri Aurobindo describes as true subjectivism. And so despite this caution, he had a deep appreciation, caution about egoism. He had a deep appreciation of diversity. And he appreciated the uniqueness of each community expressed in what he calls the nation's soul, that is the culture, language, beliefs, and way of life. And he speaks about the nation's soul as the living collective unit of humanity. He makes a clear distinction between the nation's soul and the nation's state, says that while, this nation as a composite of the soul and this body or the geographical unit is immortal, the state idea is that of an aggressive organized community. So, and of course, he's critical of the state, says it's neither the best mind of the nation nor the sum of its communal energies. So Sri Aurobindo and Tagore both come together in this idea that the state compromises the freedom of individuals, right? And now, what about, then the possibility of human unity? Sri Aurobindo kind of argues that a purely administrative unit like a world state cannot really lead to human unity. And of course, he was very far-seeing. And he kind of saw at the beginning of the 20th century that though he's not enthused by an idea of uniformity of cultures across the world, he kind of saw that there could later on be such an effort to create an administrative sort of unity across the world. For Sri Aurobindo, it was the spiritual religion of humanity, rather than a world state which could lay the ground for people coming together. One needs, of course, to add a very important caveat over here. By the use of the term religion, he did not kind of mean to restrict this to any particular sectarian conventional religion that recommended a set of creeds, dogmas, rituals, rites, and which would be like the chosen religion. He had argued to the contrary that only a spiritual religion, which could further the realization of the unity of humankind from within an individual's inner life, could actually bring about this kind of unity between people and transform the world into a kind of a different place. Sri Aurobindo had often reiterated that this human unity could only be secured on an individual basis and by such an inner realization. And here now, just very briefly, I'm going to go into this, but this is a separate subsection for me, how Sri Aurobindo talks about unity and uniformity. And I think this is very, very important when you read him. Now, this seems to be an organizing insight. And this is the distinction he makes between idea of unity and uniformity. He had suggested that, any attempt to progress towards the ideal of human unity needs to be tempered by the realization that unity is a very different thing from uniformity. And this difference becomes somewhat critical to understanding his position on man and the universe, on nation, on human unity. And it brings him very close to contemporary times where diversity is like the hallmark or the most important characteristic of our world. So he says, look, unity cannot rest ever on a regimented uniformity of a kind that organized states seek to foster, right? On this view, while man's reason might favor uniformity, and we all know Kant and this whole universalizability maxim that he gave, one needs to turn to nature to see that the real aim of nature is a true unity, supporting, in Sri Aurobindo's words, a rich diversity. So in a passage on diversity, coming very close to the German philosopher Herder, Sri Aurobindo emphasizes this very same point, and I'm going to just quote a little bit. Freedom is as necessary to life as law and regime. Diversity is as necessary as unity to our true completeness. Absolute unity would mean the cessation of life, while on the other hand, the vigor of the pulse of life may be measured by the richness of the diversities that it creates. Sri Aurobindo also made the related point that the ideal of unity itself between human beings must be such that it rejoiced in diversity. And this would be more in keeping with nature's very diverse existence, very diverse plan. Of course, like I said, you may recall over here Kant, who had kind of spoken about how, the original vocation of the human being is to be free in the use of his or her reason and public use of his or her reason and so on. Now, in this context, it's significant to emphasize, if only to bring out how Sri Aurobindo's idea of human unity is so different from the world state which is proposed by liberals like Kant, that while Sri Aurobindo stresses upon individual freedom to reason, he's sensitive to the somewhat contrary insight. He realizes, and that an argument which is driven by the Enlightenment's appeal to human reason, the related notion of universalizability could lead to a demand for uniformity. And Sri Aurobindo therefore argues that the inner vocation of the human being compels him or her to express his or her soul in the language, culture, religion, way of life of the nation soul of which he or she is a part. Therefore, to kind of impose uniformity in the name of unity distorts what it means to be a human being. And he kind of, I'm going to quote him again, uniformity gives a strong and ready illusion of unity in place of real oneness, which is so much more difficult to arrive. So, of course, don't take all this to mean that he rejects the idea of human unity. What he rejects is that humanity is a single race of being with a common life or an identical life. He has an alternative conception of humanity as essentially diverse and speaks often of the association of free nationalities. So that's really what he says. And it's significant that he thinks that to be effective, this kind of unity needs to be based on a real spiritual and psychological unity. And of course, now there's there is a lot of realization on how relevant his theory, the kind of work he has done on emotions, how is it relevant to psychology, like we have been listening. So so he kind of speaks about the religion of humanity, which is at present the highest active ideal of humanity, and how that can spiritualize itself and become the general inner law of human life. So I move on to the next section on the spiritual religion of humanity, just a little bit. So as is already apparent from what I've been speaking, and it's always part of my work to try to relate, arguments of contemporary Indian philosophers with what is going on, in contemporary political, social, Anglo-European philosophy, and how arguments made by contemporary Indian philosophers can intercede in those, debates, and how they can change the terms in which we think of the categories by which we organize our academic and intellectual life in the times in which we live, which is why I always like to relate these arguments to other arguments in the academia. So Sri Aurobindo had argued, of course, like I said, about that human unity can be effected by the spiritual religion of humanity. And I already said that this should not be read as a sectarian argument to enforce any one particular religious tradition, or indeed, it cannot even be read as a Rawlsian kind of overlapping consensus between the values of different religious traditions. Now, to start, I'd like to say that he had made a distinction between the spiritual and the religious. And I am going to quote that: the highest spirituality indeed moves in a free and wide air, far above that of the lower stage of seeking, which is governed by religious form and dogma. It does not easily bear their limitations, and even when it admits, it transcends them. It lives in an experience which to the formal religious mind is unintelligible. But a man does not arrive immediately at the highest inner elevation. And if it were demanded from him at once, he would never arrive there. At first, he needs lower support and stages of ascent. He asks for some scaffolding, like a building is being made, of dogma, worship, image, sign, form, symbol, some indulgence and permission of mixed half-natural motive on which he can stand while he builds up in him the temple of the spirit. Clearly, on such an understanding, a spiritual move inwards would lead to a subjective turn and realization of oneness in humanity. While it is certainly true that Sri Aurobindo had drawn from the Vedic tradition, which he believed had succeeded in stamping religion with the essential idea of a real spirituality, It's important to note that he had critically engaged with that tradition to develop his own idea of a spiritual religion of humanity as a source for the ideal of human unity. One might note, for instance, that while Sri Aurobindo drew from the non-dualism of the Vedanta, he had rejected, perhaps, its most important doctrine, that of Maya, illusory apparition, which confirmed that the empirical reality or this Vyavaharik Satta is an illusion when considered in the light of or from the standpoint of Paramarthik Satta. Quite to the contrary, very interesting actually, Sri Aurobindo emphatically argued for the significance of empirical reality and suggests that the world is absolutely real and that the Brahman's creative activity should be read as a playful sport, Leela, of the divine. Sorry, I just need to cut this. So that according to me, or to my mind, it's absolutely stunning how Sri Aurobindo, speaks about the Leela of Brahman and how he thinks that this world can be transformed. So Sri Aurobindo had argued that there are two ways in which you can understand this idea of a religion of humanity. So it can be taken off as an intellectual and sentimental ideal, a living dogma with intellectual, psychological, and practical effects, or as a spiritual aspiration and rule of living. So he talks about, this rationalistic and idea of a religion of humanity, like a humanitarianism. But though that has made a lot of progress and it recognizes real unity between human beings, he recognized that humanitarianism had encouraged human beings, to realize that man must be sacred to man, regardless of any distinctions. But as an intellectual religion, it had been obliged to mask its true character of religion. So it was unable to focus on the inner life of man or overcome egoism of individual class and nation, which was the real enemy of actually a real religion. So in contrast to humanitarianism as an intellectual religion, Sri Aurobindo spoke about this spiritual religion of humanity as essential to make for the possibility of this inner change and as the hope for humankind. Now, such a religion would be against oppression, cruelty, exploitation, and it would become a living reality through an essentially, like I said, individual process of self-transformation. And he argues that it's only the spirit within the human being that can actually effect the real unity of a human being with another person. Until the attainment of such a spirit, the religion of humanity would not be able to effect love, mutual recognition of human brotherhood, or of a sense of oneness. Now, Sri Aurobindo had also explained how such a spiritual religion focusing on the inner life would be able to effect such an inner transformation. And here I'm again quoting him because he says it best. A religion of humanity means the growing realization that there is a secret spirit, a divine reality in which we are all one, that humanity is its highest present vehicle on earth, that the human race and the human being are means by which it will progressively reveal itself here. It implies a growing attempt to live out this knowledge and bring about a kingdom of this divine spirit upon earth. So in connection with this religion of humanity, he often referred to the vivacity of spiritual life, which we see in the Vedic Upanishadic literature. And, Sri Aurobindo's integral Vedanta is indeed the philosophy of the Upanishads. And he said as much when he emphasized that the statement of his view of Brahman as the true reality was made along Upanishadic lines. But you also have to know that he had gone, and he had himself declared that he has gone beyond the Vedanta. In the context of his views on the ideal of human unity. We kind of see that he engaged with the tradition, drew inspiration from the tradition, and yet, there are three distinct elements in his own spiritual religion of humanity, and I'd like to put those forth. The first element I see is that the manner in which Sri Aurobindo conceives of the relationship between the individual human being and all others, human and non-human, and conceives the relationship between individual beings taken in their entirety and the divine. Now, in his understanding, the relationship between the divine and the human is certainly conceived along Upanishadic lines, along Advaita Vedantic lines of oneness between all things that exist. But he kind of develops this idea of the oneness to be realized not only at a different level of absolute reality, but he speaks about the empirical reality, earth reality. Human beings, according to him, have to transform their empirical nature through individual efforts for moral progress and strive to bring divinity to earth by acting upon this knowledge of oneness. So, of course, you may agree that the idea of sadhana, spiritual practice, is age-old in the Indian tradition. But it appears quite changed in Sri Aurobindo's use of the term, because he not only speaks of sadhana as effective in the transformation in individual human nature, but also countenances the possibility of the entire human evolution of the entire human race and the descent of the supermind, albeit in select human beings at first. So the kind of, this whole idea of Leela, he speaks here about the truth of the spirit that we step in and lead humanity to the highest possible happiness and perfection. It's a beautiful, beautiful ideal that he holds up, which human beings can emulate. The second element over here is of a positive and practical affirmation of the divine potential within the empirical nature of the human being as he or she existed on earth and in this mortal life. It might seem apparent, of course, that this element draws from the fact that his own lived spiritual experience as a yogi, really made his ideal very different from that of liberal philosophers like Kant, who speak about things like the world republic. In the context of this affirmation of the divine potential, of course, one needs to look at Savitri along with the writing of what are called the affirmations in June 1914, in which he lists, 9 affirmations. And these two texts, Savitri and this affirmations read together, expresses Sri Aurobindo's faith in the practical possibility of individual and earth transformation by drawing upon his own lived experience. Now, to my mind, Sri Aurobindo's argument, which rests upon faith in the possibility of an inner psychological transformation of the individual, is a kind of lifelong project. And it was one that is reflected in the writing of Savitri, according and across the duration of his own life. The epic Savitri, of course, everybody knows. It's wonderful. It's Sri Aurobindo's adaptation of a story from the Mahabharata, where a young woman defies Yama, the god of death, to bring the soul of her husband, Satyavan, back to earth. And Sri Aurobindo started writing it in 1916, went on writing it to 1950. There were perhaps 3 different sources for the affirmation of faith in the possibility of transformation of individual and earth nature, as Sri Aurobindo has expressed it. One perhaps came from the Advaita Vedantic belief in the Atma, Brahman, as non-dual. And the second may have come from the idea of Prakriti in the Sankhya. And, Sankhya dualism speaks of the fact that nature evolves for the sake of the Purusha. A third element, which, came in Sri Aurobindo's affirmation, drew from his own personal and spiritual experiences of the yoga. In this context, you go to Book 8, the book of death in Savitri. And I'm just saying a little bit from there. The shadow of a remote, uncaring God doomed to his not the illusory universe. She knew that visible death was standing there. And then, you know, the poem relates how in meeting Yama, Savitri kind of defies that darkness. But Savitri answered the disdainful shade. World spirit, I was thy equal born. My will too is a law, my strength a God. And looking back at Savitri's defiance of darkness and arguments made by Yama, one might see the arguments of materialists and ascetics converge on the denial of the ultimate value of earthly life. As Yama says, and I'm quoting again, "Wilt thou claim immortality, O heart, crying against the eternal witnesses? Death only lasts and the inconscient void. I only am eternal and endure." However, you find, speaking through Savitri, Sri Aurobindo faces these arguments, and the poem ends with the affirmation of the transformation of earthly existence and the return of Savitri's husband, Satyavan, to earth. And I'm just, these are all my favorite passages. A vast quiescence swallowing up all the sound into a voicelessness of utter bliss. Even matter brought a close spiritual touch, all thrilled with the imminence of the divine. So the third element, I think I spent too much on the second one. The third element in Sri Aurobindo's spiritual religion of humanity is that of brotherhood between human beings. In a very interesting term, Sri Aurobindo uses the resources of the Indian tradition to draw support for the modern ideal of fraternity or brotherhood, arguing that having realized the meaning of oneness might lead humanity to solve the problem of unification at a deeper and, truer way, from the inner truth to outer forms. I mean, that's I would just like to move to just look a little bit at Tagore's conception of the religion of man. And I like to argue that, like Sri Aurobindo, he too suggests that the ideal of human unity rests on something very different, far more demanding than a world republic built along liberal enlightenment lines. But I'll also end the paper by noting how, where Sri Aurobindo speaks about oneness, Rabindranath Tagore speaks about interrelationship, harmony, and maitri. That's the difference. How much time do I have now?
You're coming fairly close to the end of this session, ma'am. Your turn. This is Professor Mohanty here. Professor Sachidananda Mohanty. Yes.
So
can you hear me?
Yeah. So how much time?
Actually, this session goes on till 12:15. Ideally, I think we should have 5 minutes of question answer. So
okay, so I'll not spend
10 minutes.
I'll just wrap up. I won't spend too much time on Tagore.
Okay.
So basically, it's not much commented upon, but Tagore and Sri Aurobindo came very close in their ideas about the nation and the nation state rather, and the fact that they both spoke on the religion. And Tagore traveled all over the world, and he expressed also the hope that the light of the East would bring, inspiration to other world communities walking the path of pilgrimage. And he used religious language and spoke about the religion of man. Of course, he said, "My religion is a poet's religion, an artist's religion, and it is based on my own experience. And I love the religion of man, the text. It's beautiful, but I can't talk about it now, but it's based on the Hibbert lectures he gave in 1930 at Oxford. And he said that I built my idea of the religion of man from my own religious experience and not just as a philosophical subject." Now, interestingly, when he was speaking about the spiritual religion, he also, like Sri Aurobindo, spoke about evolution. And, I'm quoting him, "The march of evolution, ever unfolding the potentialities of life, and that evolution on the physical range has a limited scope, And it's the appearance of man that turned the course of evolution from the sphere of multiplication in the physical to a freedom of a more subtle perfection. While Sri Aurobindo as a yogi, like I said, saw this evolution as culminating in oneness, Tagore saw the end as an inner interrelationship between individual beings, between human beings and nature, and between the earthly realm and the divine. He explains what he means by religion of man, and I'm just a little bit quoting him over here. The divine principle of unity has ever been that of an inner interrelationship. And the consciousness of this unity is spiritual. Our effort to be true to it is our religion. It ever awaits to be revealed in our history in a more and more perfect illumination. So I'm not going to speak a lot about Tagore, but The Religion of Man is a wonderful text where he explains how he suddenly realized how there is this inner interrelationship between everything and how the divine is in companionship with the individual being. And, one day while he was standing looking at a seaside vision, a vision of some boys playing with a boat on the riverside, he said, I suddenly comprehended how the divine is so close to me, and in me, we two are in a fellowship to make a success of whatever project is there in my individual life. So that's the kind of fellowship he felt with the divinity. So as already apparent, both Tagore and Sri Aurobindo come close in the critique of the nation state. And as already apparent, they both are looking at unity in religious arguments. And I just like to look at, the difference between them. And I'd like to say that Tagore drew his arguments for what might be best put as a rhythm of harmony or friendship between human beings, somewhat like harmony struck by divergent notes in a piece of music. He had described human beings as music makers and argued, of course, that, these kind of relationships would just make for like beautiful rhythm between human beings. And Sri Aurobindo, on his part, spoke about a living sense of oneness and practice of oneness in thought, feeling, and life. So it's very important to note that the possibility of transformation of earth nature by the recognition of this kind of oneness, practice of oneness, is a constant theme in Sri Aurobindo. And harmony and rhythm, the house of songs, is the constant theme in Rabindranath Tagore. And I'd like to end with a passage from Sri Aurobindo. Awaken to the meaning of my heart, that to feel love and oneness is to live. And this, the magic of our golden change, is all the truth I know or seek, O sage. From Savitri. And thank you so much for your patience. I hope I kept to the time. I skipped a lot of Rabindranath. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Bindu Puriji. I hope I'm audible to you.
Yes, certainly.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sticking to time in an admirable manner. And thank you for your presentation on the concept of unity, bringing in Sri Aurobindo and Rabindranath Tagore. Slightly departed from the major theme of the seminar, namely the life divine, but then, there is a commonality of vision in terms of the kernel of the spiritual truth in all the works of Sri Aurobindo. So therefore, I think the concept of the religion of unity that you have picked up from the ideal humanity is also quite central to the discussion in the life divine. So we have Professor Bindu Puriji 5 minutes, because at 1:15 we will have another online paper. So I think I will just invite brief questions, comments from the audience here to you. And if there is any brief comment and question, yes, we have Professor Anandakumar Giri from the Madras Institute of Development Studies, and Aurobindonian himself is going to offer some comments.
Thank you so much, Bindu. It's a joy to be with you and us together.
Little loudly.
Sir, here.
I can.
Loudly.
Okay.
Because I am
Thank
audible.
you so much. Out of many things you have gifted us, the whole process of subjective term and its significance in the processes that you have presented us. But with Sri Aurobindo, we can also realize the challenge of an objective term. And my query would be that my query is, how do we kind of relate to subjective term in Sri Aurobindo? In a way, it goes beyond the dualism of the subject and the object, including a necessary objective term, for example, realization query. My second query is in terms of unity and diversity in reference to pluralism. There is also the discourse and practice, as Fred Delmeyer had suggested, integral pluralism. And I think you briefly referred to harder. So we need to also cultivate paths of integral pluralization. And my third quick query is about brotherhood, that both Tagore and Sri Aurobindo referred to, but how fraternity in Sri Aurobindo and Tagore, as part of the discourse of fraternity, also meets the feminist term, and how does it meet the feminist term in a way from Sri Aurobindo, that the tantric dimension in Sri Aurobindo. Therefore, the fraternity today also needs to be cultivated and a kind of the feminine which goes beyond the dualism between the male and the female. Okay.
Sorry, I think I didn't hear. Am I audible?
Yes, it's Professor Ananta Kumar Giri.
Yeah, I know.
Giri.
I know Anand Kumarji, I heard him, but I couldn't get everything very clearly, frankly. But somewhat I could understand the question, though not too well. I think the last one was on how fraternity in Sri Aurobindo and Tagore can relate to, feminist skepticism. Am I clear?
Yeah.
Yes. So about that.
Not feminism, but the feminist term, which is different.
Yeah. Okay. The feminist turn. No, I guess it is also to do with, the kind of critique which feminism poses, right, to mainstream discourse on brotherhood or fraternity, particularly in the Western liberal tradition. Am I correct in surmising that is your query?
This is the starting point. Feminism offers a critique, but then the feminist term also invites dialogues in Tantra. And I want to suggest that how the idea of brotherhood also can be reconstituted with the feminine, drawing inspiration from Tantra. And Tantra is an important journey in Sri Aurobindo.
Right. Wonderful. That's a beautiful insight. But for me, I think
Ma'am, you are on mute.
Oh. No, I'm not on mute. Am I? No, I'm not on mute. No, I'm not on mute. You can't hear me? Hello?
We can hear you.
No, I'm not on mute. Maybe I'm muted at your end. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Online we can, ma'am. Binduji.
They can't hear me there. I don't know why they can't.
We can hear you.
Oh, okay. So to my mind, I think, of course, that is a wonderful suggestion. But also, I think even the possibility that Sri Aurobindo holds out for, I think just for feminism, also to my mind comes from Savitri, and just from the character of Savitri, having this wonderful discourse. Why is this woman chosen to be the figure to transform earth nature? I think that to my mind is hugely powerful. And now regarding this whole thing about this, subjective and objective turn, and, I like to think about these Sri Aurobindo's 3 poises or sessions of the world founding consciousness. The primary poise of the supermind is this like self-expression of Sachidananda, in which there is divine ideation and formation in the infinite. The inalienable unity of things in the world is there. At this poise, there's no difference between consciousness and matter, right? In the second poise of supermind, the divine consciousness begins the individualization, seeming to distribute itself in its form, same in essence and differentiated in form. In the third poise, the supermind projects itself into the movements of time and space and involves it. So there it enjoys this blissful dualism in unity. So to me, these 3 poises, are very, very interesting. And the third poise of supermind is what is involved in the psychic principle, which supports and drives evolution through various forms, rising from inconscient poles. So this is, really interesting how this becomes the foundation of Sri Aurobindo's integral yoga psychology. So to me, this is how the subjective and the objective are interrelating in Sri Aurobindo. So I think this is really what I would like to say on this. Any other comment?
Professor Bindu Puri, and I'm sure there will be many questions here and comments, but I think you did do justice to the 2 comments which were offered from here, from the floor. How that you were here with us. How wish that you are here with us, but we sent greetings, I cannot say fraternal greetings because there is a, sorority also, So greetings of all kinds from here as a chairperson of this session. I would like to thank you for giving your time, valuable time to us and responding to the comments from here. And I do hope that next time Professor Sachidananda Mishra organizes a seminar, you'll be able to be here, because I think your participation as a philosopher would also add dimension to the quality of deliberation. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
I do hope that you also attend the rest of the sessions, which will be underway very soon.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. With those words, I think I will invite Dr. Anuradha Choudhary from Iit Kharagpur.
Namaste.
Anuradha, before you begin.
Yes, please. How are you?
2 words, preparatory words regarding you, because I know you, my junior at the Sri Aurobindo International Center of Education. And I've watched your own kind of academic development and growth with a measure of pride and satisfaction. As I've had a small role to play as a mentor also. And I'm so happy that you've done so well in your capacity as, and you've also sort of been an Erasmus Fellow, because I know you're modest, you don't want to talk about yourself, an Erasmus Fellow on behalf of the European Union. And that has given you a kind of an insight and in-depth in the interdisciplinary sense. And more importantly, like Professor Sachidananda Mishra, you devoted yourself to Sanskrit studies, which is so important as a great way to understanding the wisdom and insights of the life divine. I'm so happy that you are now a faculty member at the Institute of Technology at Kharagpur, and you're addressing this audience here and all ears. And what is going to be the topic of your address today? What are you going to speak on?
I'm going to be speaking on integral divinity, our human destiny.
Okay, so we are going to offer you digital lunch at the end of your. That's your trademark, doctor. Both in 1:15. That's a punishment which is meted out by not physically coming, So it goes until 1:15.
No, the loss is
one
totally mine. I mean, this is where you understand
No.
the difference between the virtual and
brotherly greeting from here, Anuradha. Go ahead. Well, we should have some questions, and there are very active here. I assure you, there'll be comments and questions. So, Anuradha Choudhary from Iit Kharagpur.
Yes. So thank you very much, Professor Mohanty, for that very warm introduction and a very personal and warm introduction, I must say. I'm very also grateful to Dr. Mishra, Sampath Bhai fondly called, and to the very august gathering who is there. And it's a real pity that I'm missing meeting you in person, because these, let's say, these golden chain meetings are not so common, especially after the post-COVID, COVID times. So it would have been wonderful to have been in your midst, and I really apologize for not having made it there. I'm also grateful to ICPR for this opportunity of actually allowing me to delve deeper into the life divine, because having grown up in the ashram school, we do study the life divine. But I think in the course of life's journey, as we evolve, the meaning that we attribute to the text, what we get out of it, changes. And especially the kind of journey that I've gone through with Sanskrit, through the world of mantras, etc., having studied Vedic psychology, the connection with the text has changed significantly. And reading it more carefully for the preparation for this talk made me almost nostalgic, and feel guilty that I have not been engaging with this text much more closely in these past few decades. So that's that. And also to Rishihood University. So a very big thank you of my friend, Dr. Priya. Many people are there. So my apologies for, again, not being in your midst. But very typical to the Indic way of doing things, I'd like to start with a mantra. And this is a mantra which is actually an invocation to the mother and Sri Aurobindo themselves that they have said. So I'd like to start with that and then proceed. Om Ya Devi Sarva Bhuteshu Matrurupena Sanstita Ya Devi Sarva Bhuteshu Shakti Rupena Sanstita Ya Devi Sarva Bhuteshu Shanti Rupena Sanstita Namastasyai 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 Namo Namaha Om Namo Namaha Shri Mirambikayai Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Aurovindaya Om Namo Namaha Shri Mirambikayai Shri Aurobindo Sharanam Mama. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. So there's just one request I have. I request you to kindly grant me sharing rights, because I would like to do this very unconventionally. So if you don't mind. So what I'm going to do today basically is to try and present this topic that I mentioned, integral divinity, our human destiny. I'm going to do it from multiple perspectives. And I'm going to try and do it in a way that I'm able to comprehend this topic and, in a much simpler way. Also based a little bit on my work with the mantras, understanding the relationship between the gross and the subtle, etc. So I will also be trying to use a framework of the Sanskrit literary traditions, which is known as Anubandha Chatushtayam. So in Anubandha Chatushtayam, very typically we talk of 4 requisites for writing a text. So when we're looking at the life divine, there were 4, from a Sanskritic perspective, there were 4 requisites for writing this text. So the first one they talk of is adhikari. So with adhikari, the question is, who is the apt person? Who is the eligible, meritorious person to read this text? So what we mean by that is basically that in order to access a text, in order to study a text, there has to be some background qualification to make sense of what is being said. in which case we would not use different lenses to read something that is not intended there in the first place. So it becomes important to decide who is the adhikari. So I think, in my humble understanding, an adhikari for reading Sri Aurobindo is somebody who has also familiarized themselves with some of the basic tenets of the integral yoga, about the way of understanding life. What is the darshana? What is the underlying worldview? And I would also like to use the term darshana more than philosophy in my presentation, because of the slight connotational difference between the two terms. Philosophy, coming from the word love of knowledge, is possibly more of an intellectual exercise that is trying to understand reality, but still it remains an intellectual exercise largely. Whereas darshana requires a foundational anubhuti at the basis of it. There has to be an experience. It has to lead to a knowable experience. It is not, darshanas are not interested in mere intellectual discourse, just for the fascination of discussing intellectual possibilities. So there has to be this, this culminating real experience at the end of it. For whoever is undergoing that particular darshana, is undertaking the investigation or exploration of that particular darshana. So I think the first Anubandha is adhikari. So who is this meritorious person? How do we qualify ourselves to read the life divine? The second is, what is the darshana? What is the vishaya? What is the content of this? And being part of the integral yoga community, what we understand is that the goal that he's presenting to us is supramental transformation at the end of the day. So what does this really mean? What does it mean concretely? Something that is worth looking at. And then there is the third one, which is prayojana. So what is the need for this? The need for this text was possibly the fact that there have been destinations that have been offered by different darshanas, different philosophical, if I come back to that term in English, but different darshanas of the Indian tradition, of the Bharatiya parampara, have conceived of the goals of human life in particular manners. And Sri Aurobindo had another slightly different perspective from that to offer, not as something that is out of the existing discourses, but by going deeper back into the very visions or the very discoveries of the Vedic rishis. So the prayojana is to again present that in a modern context, in a manner that is comprehensible by the intellect, and as a necessary future goal in the course of evolution. The fourth Anubandha is Sambandha, which is about understanding all the relationship between these three terms, which are Adhikari, Vishaya, Prayojana, and Sambandha. So having put this forward, some of the basic questions that came up in the ancient for the ancient Vedic Rishi was this: when they looked at life, they recognized that this particular journey, first and foremost, it's a very personal journey. There is an individual going through this journey of life, but this journey also, the most important question was, who is this individual? What are the characteristics of this individual? Secondly, the recognition that there is a beginning and an end. There is an apparent beginning and an apparent end, because we come into form in this with these particular characteristics, which will go on till a particular point and then dissolve. This form will dissolve. And of course, then the question comes up, wherefore did it all begin? What was it all about, really? Is there a meaning to it, or is it for nothing? And another important question that I think was investigated by them was, what is the relationship of this form, this individual, with everything around it? And logically, questions that would have come up are, is there an ideal way of relating? Is there a blueprint underlying this entire existence, journey, and relationships? Is there a blueprint to that? So they also realize at some point of time that the answers to a lot of these questions are not really outside of themselves, because the way one perceives the world is very clearly defined by the the lenses that one is using. Bijlani and Adityan also mentioned about some of that. I caught the tail end of that presentation, I'm sorry. But so what they talk of is that fact that our understanding of the world is necessarily determined by the way we are perceiving it. So the lenses that we are using color our understanding of the reality. So reality as such might exist, but the way we look at it is generally very, very subjective in nature. So they realize, therefore, if we want to answer these very important questions, one needs to work on these lenses in order to possibly arrive at a stage where our understanding of reality is free of any form of coloring. To arrive at a transparent lens where we look at the world as such. So what does that really mean? And in that exploration through, like as we see in the Taittiriya Upanishad, no, I don't have a PowerPoint presentation, but I will be using a whiteboard to make a few points. That's why I hope you have the whiteboard facility. Yeah, I have a whiteboard facility. Yeah. So, wait just 1 second, I'll check it out here. Yes. So if I may come back. So what they realized is, and this is in the Taittiriya Upanishad, this is one of their findings, where they said that, this being that you're looking at has different levels. So I'll try and share my screen. Can you see my, can you just see just the whiteboard? Can you see just the whiteboard, or do you see many other?
No, just the whiteboard, yeah.
Just the whiteboard, great. So what they said is basically, I will try and draw this thing out. Like I said, I'll try and do this a bit unconventionally. So, so basically they said, we are all familiar with the Panchakusha theory, where they said that, we have the physical world. So that's the Annamaya Kosha. And then if you dig deeper, Annamaya Kosha, or the physical body, the material sheath. Wait, I will put this a bit on the side to keep my story. So let's say you have the physical sheath. Excuse my stick drawings, but I think in the interest of time. So there is the physical sheath, which has its physical laws, and Annamaya, because the food we take in and the food at various levels, the nature of food, therefore they talk of the gunas, etc. You have food that is harmonizing, disturbing a little, and completely confusing the system. So you've got the Annamaya Kosha, the physical form, and then they said, no, that cannot be, because, this sort of ends at the end of life, but we still are who we are even after that. There is a understanding of connection between that. So they arrived at the second level, which they said is Pranamaya Kosha, that, we are actually this animated, there is this life energy that makes us who we are, because when we breathe, etc., and we are nourished by that. Because at the end of life, when the body is still there, but we are not there. So of course, it's the breath that makes us who we are. All right. Then they went further. They said, okay, even if you're breathing, but if you don't have something that is animating the breath also, that is making it do whatever it does. And so you arrive at another level of our own identity, which is the Manomaya Kosha, which is subtler. So we are going from gross to subtle. And this Manomaya Kosha is what tells us what to do, why we do things the way we do. Then they said, okay, fine, with Bhrigu, this is Bhrigu and Varuni. So Bhrigu is like thinking, okay, now what next? What further? So then he arrives at an understanding that, no, actually I am something even more. There are times when I don't think to know. I intuit. There are intuitions that I get. And I know about things because there is intuition involved. So he talks of the Vijnanamaya. And from a Sri Aurobindonian perspective, this Vijnanamaya Kosha is what we can equate as the supramental, because it's that level of reality that connects the subtle with the absolute, with the materialization. Okay, there is this map world that keeps the link between the higher and the lower. But then the father said, no, think a little deeper. So Bhrigu thinks about it. I mean, he goes and contemplates. It's not just thinking, it's a deep contemplation. And then he arrives at a level of reality where he says, where he realizes that I am essentially the spirit, the Brahman in sorts. And he says, I am this I am this all-encompassing energy stuff, this conscious all-encompassing energy stuff, Sachidananda Brahma. So I am this, and we've got Sachidananda, Professor Sachidananda with us, and I don't think that's just coincidental. We are just very fortunate that he's chairing the session, incarnating this possibility of the very properties of Brahman, which is essentially blissful. So I'd like to take you through a certain exercise also. But what we understand here is that reality as we perceive it. So the individual has got multiple layers of simultaneously coexisting realities. There's the gross, and then there's the subtler, and then there is the subtlest. And there is also a simultaneous expansion of the being. So I will also fall back on one of the quotations of Tesla's, where he says that, let me see if I can, I'll try and just share that. I'll share this quotation of his. Like I said, I'm trying to do this a little differently because I think it'll be quite interesting. Share screen. Yeah. So Tesla, he says, sorry, I'll take this one of, sorry, this is a quotation of Tesla's where he says, if you want to find the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. All right. So I'll try and present what I'm saying a little bit using this idea. And so if we look at this reality of ours, just based on the Panchakusha model and all, let's look at it in terms of energy, frequency, and vibrations. So we've seen that at a certain level, let's say at a gross level, we've got very dense energy patterns. I know that represents higher frequency, but here I'll just represent it at density. At the pranamaya, it's a little less dense. At the manomaya, I'm connecting it all, it's a little less dense. And then we have the vijnanamaya, and we have the anandamaya, which are more independent. And this is normally the individual package of energy constructs, all right? And unfortunately, it is not always so harmonious. It tends to be a little like that, okay, if you're lucky. But so that's another model. And if we are not lucky at all, this energy pattern can really be like this, which in my understanding can be, represented as the different gunas. So these are untouched by the human noisy structures. So this could be the tamo guna, which is really in confusion in all stages. This is the rajas, where it's dynamic, and this is the sattvic, which is much more aligned, etc. Now, why am I talking of this? Because I'll take you through a small exercise, and I'd love to have your participation also in that. So I'd like you to see your hand, and tell me, what do you see in your hand? What do you see of your hand? So, like I said, this is a multimodal presentation. So if you're watching your hand, what do you really notice there? If I can have one or two answers.
Crisscross lines.
Lines, yes. Anything else? One more?
Artistic configurations.
Artistic configurations. Yeah, you can also see texture, you can see color, all of that, right? Now, supposing you had to look at your hand through an infrared lens, and I think you're all familiar with the infrared idea of, through heat patterns, etc. But I'll just, because I've taken the trouble to put it up in a certain sense, so that is what you would typically look at if you're looking at your hand through an infrared lens. You see color patterns, and here they have given a black background. Otherwise, you would see a lot of color around it because of different heat things that are there. Okay, what if you had an X-ray lens? What would we see our hand as? I mean, we are all again familiar with what we see with an X-ray system, right? So we'll see bones. Now, what I'm trying to present through these different modalities is the fact that reality is really colored by the lenses we are wearing. So if you're looking at it through the normal gross senses, we look at it with the colors, etc. You look at it through an X-ray vision, you see things like this. You look at it through the infrared, you look at it very differently. And now finally, if you had to zoom deeper into your hands, just zoom into your hands, what would we look at? If you had a very powerful microscope, what would we see?
Germs.
Sorry?
Jumps.
Yeah, you go deeper into your hand with a very powerful microscope.
Cells.
Deeper.
DNA threads.
Deeper.
Dance.
Electrons.
Yeah, electrons. Deeper.
Spaces.
We'll arrive at a kind of a quantum reality. Okay. So what I'd like you to do now, I'd like you all to just close your eyes and apply this quantum lens on yourself. We're looking at the world through a quantum lens. I'd like you to apply that on yourself. And what do you see? Who are you when you're looking at yourself through a quantum world? This question, who am I? What would you arrive at? Nebula, yeah. What would be your relationship with the world around you if you were using this quantum lens? What would be? Sorry?
Unity.
Unity, exactly. What would these lenses that we were discussing about, with gender and nationality, and what would they really mean at that level?
Insignificant.
It would have no sense. So what the Indian tradition really presented us when they were talking of the drishti, the darshana, was different approaches to arrive at the same reality through different lenses. And depending on the lens we were wearing, we would be able to interact with the world in a completely different manner. So a yogi, a Brahmagyani, was typically one who was looking at the world, a Brahmagyani was typically one who was looking at the world through a quantum lens. But then we have different options there. Now, if you're a Brahmagyani, does it imply that the body is there no more? You can use a double lens. So very typically what was happening is in the different schools of darshana, the classical schools of darshana, the Nayayikas and the Vaisheshikas, they said, let's look at world through a very rational lens. If things are there, we have to be able to define them. Because if you want to know something, I have to be able to define it. Otherwise, you cannot know. And that also comes close to what Foucault also says. He says, when you name something, you give it a reality, you give it an identity. So you had to know it you had to name it in order to, see it really. So they talked of the final stage as not a state of bliss, because for them it was a very rational thing. They looked at life, they said there is suffering. Let's have this final goal of life as beyond suffering. There is no suffering. It's not perpetual bliss, but their vision stopped at a life that was possible at a stage where there is no suffering. We come to the yoga and the Sankhya views. The yoga and Sankhya views very, they talk about the fact that there is a dual reality of Purusha and Prakriti, where there is a witness consciousness. So we can see that we can either be this witness consciousness of Brahman, or we can be completely embedded in the world. You look at the world bottom up and you see that it is form, it is exuberance of expression, or you look at it from this completely remote, witness self, where there is no engagement. There is just this unitary consciousness that is there, potentially. So they arrived at a reality which said that, as long as you're caught up in the different aspects of life, there is pain and suffering, because there is division, there is an ignorance about the reality of nature. So we need to arrive, the final goal. So you see, the different goals we offer will imply slightly different pathways. And we are trying to arrive at what was the integral yoga pathway really in this entire thing. So the goal of Sankhya and yoga is to arrive at that unitary consciousness rather than a multiplied consciousness. So there is a Purusha, but interesting that Purusha was in the multiplicity, because there is not just one Purusha. There is an individualized Purusha concept in the Sankhya and Yoga philosophies. And then we come to the Mimamsakas, who were more the ritualistic aspect of the Vedic texts, and they were more about trying to attain a Swarga, something that is beyond, which is has a blissful state of being, but something that is beyond. And then we have Vedanta. I'm running through them because I want to come to the main thesis. So the Vedanta here is talking about, you've got different Vedantic schools. So we have Advaita, which says, no, there is just that Brahman consciousness. So we see that if someone was only wearing an exclusive quantumic lens, reality would be nothing but a blissful state of Brahman. And anything other than that would not be worth the effort. Anything else is illusory. And it is true, if you are positioning yourself at that level and that was the only lens you used, everything else would appear illusory in their absoluteness, right? But then you have the Dvaitic lens that says, no, there is the individual is very important, and we have the relationship. We can only have a relationship. So their focus was on relationship with the absolute. The Vishishtadvaitic that says you can have a combination of both. But in either case, we then also have, so in either case, we have this idea. So from the classical philosophies, we arrive at the need to be free of suffering and an escape into a state of bliss. And also the rejection of the physical and the of the circle, the cycle of rebirth, because anything connected with birth was painful and problematic, and therefore, why get into that if there is a way out of it? Was their contention. Coming to the Bauddha, Jaina, and Charvaka, the Charvaka, of course, was about complete materialism, where they said that we need to enjoy life at any cost, very much like the world today, and have a credit card, make the most of it. Doesn't matter what is actually there or not, just avoid pain at any cost. And that is their philosophy of life. You have the Bauddha and the Jaina. So the Jainas talk of a positive state of bliss, and the Bauddhas talk they didn't go into the individual soul, but they talk of a state of nirvana, of ending up in a state of you have two positions there of the Hinayana and the Mahayana and all that. But either way, they're talking of the need to escape the cycle of birth. So that is when we talk of the Bharatiya darshanas, very largely these would be the goals that are presented between us. So when we were talking of the prayojana of the life divine, what is the prayojana? Why did this text have to be written? We start entering into Sri Aurobindo's worldview. And he takes us back to the Vedic, the Upanishadic ideals. And he quotes the Ishopanishad there, and where he says, I'll just read the translations. He says, because it says that, it is by vidya, the knowledge of oneness, that we know God. Without it, avidya, the relative and the multiple consciousness, is a night of darkness and a disorder of ignorance. Yet, if we can exclude the field of that ignorance, if we get rid of avidya, as it were a thing non-existent and unreal, then knowledge itself becomes a sort of obscurity and a source of imperfection. We become as men blinded by a light so that we can no longer see the field which that light illumines. I will try and present it in a different way, where in the Ishopanishad, where they said, Isha Vasyam Idam Sarvam Yat Kincha Jagatyan Jagat. What is the goal of existence? That the Lord has to inhabit every aspect of creation. It's not enough for the Lord to be in itself, in its glory and in its freedom. But if it has created the world, which is not contrary to its spirit, so Sri Aurobindo brings up this very important argument where he says that this absolute Brahman is not limited by its absolute freedom either. If it is absolute in its freedom, it has the choice of absolute freedom in manifestation as well. So when it has chosen to express itself in the many, it has done so consciously and with the intention of retaining its manifoldedness. Okay, so the many is equally real, and this many is normally branded as avidya. So vidya is the knowledge of the one, and avidya is the reality in the many format. What Sri Aurobindo says is that if you only think of Brahman in its vidya format of being free one, we've missed the completeness of its presentation in this world, the fact that it has taken on the form of the world, is because it has chosen to limit its capacity. But as we saw through the exercises, that within the gross, within matter, is enshrined the absolute potent of the Brahman. The quantum world exists in the gross, in its absoluteness. All right, but it's a matter of lenses again. Right. And then Sri Aurobindo says, he says that if we take on the view of the Advaitic view, where you're saying liberation of the spirit is the only, is the goal, is the absolute goal. He says, if, you know, the individual is conceived as illusory, it's all Maya. So my existence is a fiction of my subjective ignorance, right? And so if that is indeed the case, then if I am illusory and the world is illusory and Brahman in any case is free, then why bother about anything else? Like, who's getting free from what, why? Again, these would be very valid questions. All right. And therefore he says it is only when we understand that the human game is a very real game, and the human game is very special because of a threefold expression of consciousness. And this is where we start entering really into Sri Aurobindo's need for a transformation rather than just a liberation. He talks of liberation as a first step. Yes, we have to understand that behind this limited gross matter of our existence, there is the quantum possibility of Brahman existence. Because if we didn't take that as a hypothesis, we would be limited by the differences of our appearances. We would be limited by the lenses of gender, and we would be limited by nationality. We would necessarily have those as absolute categories. He says it's only when we can step back and start recognizing the quantumness of our existence that we even allow the possibility of different unities to be expressed in life. All right. And so he talks of a threefold expression of consciousness. He talks of the individual, the universal, and the transcendent. The individual and the human are bound in time and space. The transcendent is beyond, and it is very natural to connect with the transcendent and not want to have anything to do with the individual and the universal. For the problematics of the, if I may go back to my drawings, for the problematics of our noisy structures. You know, there are very few of us who can say that we really belong to the category A. If A is a model of vibratory patterns, very few of us really can belong to this. And the reason for needing to belong to this through a sattvic life is because when we align ourselves through yoga, through various kinds of yoga, it's only then that we can allow the reflection of the higher to manifest. We can resonate with the higher consciousness spontaneously. If we are in C, which is generally, unfortunately, where between B and C we vacillate, there is a lot of distortion of resonances that takes place. All right. So the need through yoga of arriving at A, there was a desirability. All of Indian worldview is very prescriptive. There is a direction in which we are moving. It's not by chance. And what is this direction? So first and foremost, the individual, if you have to look at it in terms of light, this is darkness and this is light in terms of vibratory patterns. The first thing is for the individual to get enlightened. Why? Because it's not just a story of one individual. We are in a universal as well. So there are multiple models of noise structures. All right. So if one individual brings light, there are greater chances that there will be greater light around that individual. And that is what Sri Aurobindo says, that when one individual is enlightened, it forces the collective universal to recognize the possibility of light. But then we also have another kind of a threeness, which is the levels of consciousness in terms of there is the subconscious, there is the conscious, and there is the superconscious, which is behind here. So if this was a 3D picture, we would see that here there is a conscious, a subconscious, and then here there is a conscious, and then there is a superconscious, which is linked to this one. So there is a vertical and there is a horizontal. So he's talking of this need for the individual to connect with the transcendental first. So first make this connection by aligning. Once that alignment has happened, then we can work. So there is a horizontal, natural reflection of that vertical discovery, which means that more individuals who belong to these two are drawn towards achieving more alignments within themselves. And when that happens, then there is a greater chance of enlightenment at a collective level taking place. But this can only happen when there is a threefold level of transformation that takes place. So Sri Aurobindo says that in order to arrive at this higher, I hope I'm making sense. If at any point there is, it's not very clear, please feel free to stop me with my, these drawings and say that it's not so clear.
Perfect.
All right. Okay. So the first thing he says is that, and we are talking of now the 3 levels of transformation. So there are many of these 3s that Sri Aurobindo talks about. The first 3 that I found in his chapter, Man and His Destiny, the first 3 is the 3 of the individual, collective, and the transcendental. And we saw that there is this individual modeling, there is the multiplication of the individual modeling, and there is a transcendental option. The second 3ness is, the threesome, is the 3 levels of our consciousness, where there's the subconscious. And he says there is a unity at the subconscious, but which is more of an amorphous kind of a unity that is there, because we share a lot. We are also from a quantum world. We have much more in common than our isolated individual form. It's only when we start connecting with this isolated individual form that the expression of uniqueness becomes more prominent. And that's where the ego starts forming in a more conscious manner. But then if we get limited to this ego structure, which can either be noisy or middle noisy or peaceful, which is the tamasic, rajasic, and sattvic, if we can overcome that, that can only happen if we connect with the transcendental. So that's the second level of 3ness. And it's in this context that we start talking a little bit of also the 3 levels of transformation that Sri Aurobindo is talking about. So the first one he says is the psychic transformation. And what happens in the psychic transformation is that when we are stuck in this noisy structure, it is often because we are so identified with the ego level of our being. We think we are what the world is making us, and what all of that is. The individualization has happened at a very materialistic level of existence, in the sense we are totally embedded and enmeshed with everything around us. So the first step is to start recognizing that, no, I can be a witness of all of this. And when I start becoming a witness of this existence, I have the element of choice. What do I choose to have? What do I choose to become? So this choice of becoming is one of the greatest freedoms that is given to mankind. And Sri Aurobindo has this fantastic quotation, where he says, I'll try and pull that up. He says, what's so special about the human being? He says that, let me try and find that quotation. He says that the human being, one second. I'm not finding it in my thing. But basically where he's saying that, there are, in the spectrum of consciousness that we see here, on one end you have the animal. And he says that the animal is content with the very ordinary. Let me just see, because I really would like to read that out. It's maybe, So he says that the animal, the fate of the animal is to be content with the modicum of necessity. And this is very interesting for us as a human possibility. So when we incarnate more of our animal nature, our life will be characterized by a modicum of necessity. We would be living with the bare, whatever is existentially necessary, that would be the interest of our life. But he says the other extreme of life is the godlike thing, where he says that gods are satisfied with their splendors. And that's another extreme. They're not interested in anything more. And then very paradoxically, he positions the human being. So he says that man does not have the possibility of resting permanently until some highest good is achieved. He says that man is the greatest of living beings because he is the most discontented, because he feels most the pressure of limitations. He alone perhaps is capable of being seized by the divine frenzy for a remote ideal. So this very special possibility that even the Vedas talk about. The Vedas talk about the human being as a very special, unique creation in the evolution, in the march of the evolution of nature itself. Because that's the other big question that Sri Aurobindo asks. He says if liberation of the individual was the only goal, then what is the grand idea of creation? And he arrives, of course, at the involution and evolutionary theories, where he says that nature itself is on a march from lesser manifestation to greater manifestation. And in that march, what is the role of the human being? So in the Vedas, they have this description in the doctrine of the mystics. Sri Aurobindo talks of it. He says that the first image is of a battlefield. The human being is a battlefield of forces of light and forces of darkness. And depending on which side we fight our battle, we will contribute towards bringing greater light or greater darkness. And this process is not a one-time illumination thing. No, he says it's a moment-to-moment offering that we're doing. The idea of the yajna that Sampath Bhai talked about, that this yajna is key because it is a moment-to-moment and that's why it's in every moment we are either offering to light or we are offering to darkness. We are either offering to expansion or we are offering to contraction. There is no other movement possible, practically. And so the call of Mother and Sri Aurobindo constantly, that they are saying that, it is that we need to be conscious if we call ourselves practitioners of integral yoga, then it is not sufficient to be contented in half perfections. One has to constantly exercise. That's why life was seen as an ashrama, which means a constant effort. Unlike what we think an ashrama is a peaceful place, no. An ashrama is a constant exertion of self-progression. Okay, and the third image is that of a journey where we are moving from a journey from lower possibilities to greater possibilities. So coming back to the threefold transformation. The first transformation was a psychic transformation, where Sri Aurobindo is talking of the fact that we have to first and foremost divinize our life. That's the first step, and that's where what the yogas talk about. He says a divine life must be first and foremost an inner life. For since the outward must be the expression of what is within, there can be no divinity in the outer existence if there is not the divinization of the inner life. So the first transformation is psychic transformation. But then he says that is not sufficient. The next stage is a spiritual transformation. And what is spiritual transformation? To be aware wholly and integrally of oneself and of all the truth of being, or the truth of one's being, is a necessary condition of true possession of existence. He adds that a state of detailed self-awareness is the basis of spiritual knowledge, which implies an intrinsic self-existent consciousness, where every action must be a movement of consciousness formulating itself, in contrast to ordinary actions resulting from consciousness being oblivious of itself. And in the Vedas, they have this very beautiful imagery where they say that there are these two hemispheres, the upper hemisphere and the lower hemisphere. Coming back to my drawing here, we belong to the lower hemisphere, which is based on ignorance, aspiring from light. what Sri Aurobindo talks about through supramental transformation is he says that the basis, because we are in the lower hemisphere, we function on the basis of the mind. The mind is necessarily functioning through its own limited conditionings. I call it a limited data stock of conditionings. And therefore, our understanding of the world is linear. If this, then that, we are constantly in our rational processes. But there is the level of the intuitive existence which sees reality. It's a drishti. So this very categoric possibility of knowledge through the mind, through rationality, and through the seeing of drishti, which is what the seers had. But that can happen through the supramental level of our potential. Because why do we see? When we connect to the higher strata, this level of intuition is in tune with the cosmic manifestation. The birds know where to go because they are in tune with the larger knowledge base that is there. So it's either the limited human data sets that we function through, or we plug in to the larger omnipresent knowledge base of the universe. And this is what, when we function from that, we are working from the upper to the lower. That is when the spiritual transformation takes place, where we are basing ourselves in the higher and functioning in the lower with the knowledge of the higher potential of things. Okay. And then Sri Aurobindo says the third level of transformation is the integral transformation, where he says that to become complete in being, in consciousness of being, in force of being, in delight of being, and to live in this integrated completeness of the divine living. This he refers to the Ishopanishadic vision of, he says, Yastu sarvani bhutani atmanyevanu pashyati sarva bhuteshu chatmanam tato na vijugupsate. So he says, one who sees oneself in everything and all existence in oneself, for such a person, there is no disgust because there is no other. And this is the Brahma, the quantum vision that we very briefly touched upon as a potential. So if that is indeed the reality of existence, to what level? So that is when there is a complete resonance of the highest in the lowest. What very typically happens with the general presentations of moksha is that we can connect to that, but we still remain bound by the limitations of the body. That's why there is death. That's why there is anger. That's why there is, mainly these two, because the mind gets illumined. But we still remain caught up in the limited laws of the Annamaya Kosha, the Pranamaya Kosha, because there has been no transformation of these levels. So what Sri Aurobindo is inviting us is to say that first, know who we are, connect to that at a universal plane so that it becomes easier for the individual to be infused by the working of the higher on the lower. And to what extent can we do it? We can completely transform even the Annamaya Kosha. Not we can, we need, ultimately that has to be, for an integral transformation, the physical, the Annamaya is also capable. Why? Because behind it, you see, like we did for the hand, the quantum reality is a reality of the hand. The quantum reality doesn't die, is fully free. But the hand in its expression will break, will do all the things because of its ignorance of its deeper potential. So integral transformation is the potential that is offered to us in the life divine as the prayojana of writing this text. The need for writing this text was to offer to humanity the reality, the potential reality of an integral transformation of ourselves. And this is where I will just invite you again to get back to that exercise of maybe, just closing your eyes once more and just for a moment, allowing this freedom of, the freedom of the spirit to infuse our material stuff as well. So I really invite you to close your eyes and just allow yourself to, for a moment, live this manifested Brahman, what would it be like for every cell of the body to be fully charged with its divinity, completely full of power, full of light, full of bliss? What would we be like to live from that dimension of existence? And would there be death? Would there be disease? Would there be suffering if we multiply that not just on the individual, but on the collective? What would be the laws of working if we were all indeed concretely working from that basis? This is the invitation that I felt was, is what Sri Aurobindo is talking of. I mean, and this is a very humble, this is just my way of understanding it. I'm trying to bring together various kinds of backgrounds that I've been working on. So this integral divinity is our human destiny. And it doesn't mean that we will not appreciate diversity. Of course, there will be multiple representations of that blissful existence at all levels. And it doesn't imply that we will have to be here permanently because we have divinity. We will start functioning on what Sri Aurobindo says, essentially, and I'll end with that, where he says that this existence, he says, it is then and only then that the real potential of God, light, freedom, and immortality will be truly and lastingly manifested for the greatest good of the individual and the universe. Because then, these are my words, but he says, incarnating the transcendental consciousness. And he says, because then we will understand the right relationship of things. So the quest for the Bharatiya Jivana Drishti, as we see in the Yoga Sutras, was not about a happy life. We were not really about a happy life as an ultimate goal. We were about right living. It was about the Ritam Bhara Prajna. And what is this Ritam? Ritam happens when we understand the relationship of Satyam. So what is Satyam? Satyam is the potential of ideals. The ideals of manifestation, that blueprint of the supramental. So when we understand, when we see that blueprint, and we are able to, as Satya, we execute that blueprint in Rita, the right things, there will necessarily be Brihat or an absolute expansion on it at every level. Okay, so the final goal, of course, is, in my words, I'm just saying the ultimate goal, therefore, of Sri Aurobindo is reflective of the Vedic vision of the seven-headed truth in the seven waters. The seven-headed truth here represents understanding the truth of all the worlds of existence, the multiple worlds. And in the seven waters represent the seven consciousnesses, manifestation of consciousness. So he says the comprehensive, multi-layered, multi-leveled transformation of consciousness, which does not merely invite us to lead a divine life, but to make all of our life divine. So this is the vision that is presented to us. And it is then that we arrive at the essence of the mantra, Brihadaranyaka mantra, which says, Asato ma sadgamaya, tamaso ma jyotirgamaya, mrityor ma amritangamaya, om shanti, shanti, shanti. And what is it saying? So one of my teachers, Matribai, had very interestingly pointed out a different connotation of this mantra. The usual mantra says, lead me from untruth to truth, from darkness to light, from death to immortality, which is the usual goals presented to us by the darshanas, because the lower hemisphere is considered as limitations, bindings and bondages. The higher hemisphere is considered as liberation. But there is another way of understanding it. The words asataha, asatoma, sadgamaya can either mean take me from untruth to truth, or it can mean lead me to the truth of the untruth. There is a Shashti Vibhakti thing there. So then you understand, it says, lead me to the truth of the untruth. Lead me to the light of darkness. Lead me to the immortality of death. Which means that all these negatives are appearances. These are illusory to the extent of absoluteness that we give it. We have to know how to accept them as realities, but to penetrate deeper, to touch the supramental reality underlying them all. and manifest that in our life and make life divine. Dhanyawad.
Thank you, Anuradha. I hope I'm audible.
Yes.
Thank you for wonderfully explicating the life divine in the context of the Indian thought systems, with the admirable use of the graphic designs, which are perhaps characteristic of the location that you have at the Iit Kharagpur. And why should technology not be deployed for understanding philosophical truths and wisdom? So friends, we have had two wonderful sessions this morning by two outstanding women presenters. One, Aditi Paul, through the use of integral psychology, how to have greater self-awareness through our understanding of Aurobindonian psychology, which is integral in character. And secondly, in Anuradha's case, we have had an understanding of integral philosophy of the Aurobindonian kind, which is also deeply embedded in the Indian tradition. I think both instances, may I say, as a chair of both the sessions, both the instances were actually inspired talks that I found. And when we speak about inspired talks, we mean the rightful infusion of passion and the generation of the insights of the kind which we have not visited before. So I would like to compliment both of you for your deep understanding of both integral psychology and integral philosophy. And Anuradha, in your case, I found that the immersion into the body of Sanskrit literature of the kind which is not available to us. And I'm not just being unduly modest, I'm really stating the facts. There's references to the 7 rivers and 7 hills and the horses, and all that Sri Aurobindo has hinted in his own commentary on the Upanishads and the Vedas, the secret of the Vedas I'm referring to. I think they are really very significant signposts and very important gateways to a whole body of knowledge. I think we imagined that we were sitting in your class and listening to you, and you're not really patronizing, you're really sharing things. And I think both the instances, the approach was dialogue. I think we had a kind of a jugalbandi this morning. Aditi and you, wonderful sisters, you gave, both of you, and something at the second day, I think the day 2 is a day of consolidation. The day 1 perhaps was a day of introduction, as it is always in the seminars and conferences. And most importantly, in both I found, I must confess, I found the importance of the existential approach. What is it that we take away? And when you mention, Anuradha, imagining ourselves charged, the body, the cells, each, that is a prophecy. If you read the supramental manifestation on earth, comprising some of the latest writings of Sri Aurobindo before he passes away, you find glimpses of that. You find similar glimpses in the Life Divine also, the last chapter called the Divine Life. By immersing ourselves, then we go beyond a theoretical understanding into the practical reality. Regrettably, we will not have access to that body of knowledge in our own life, but having glimpses of that and to articulating in the word form, for me, is very, very important. The images, the metaphors that you gave, the multiple allusions that you made, really made our day. Thank you so much. And I think I speak on behalf of all of us.
Sorry, can I just add one more thing? I think what is the prayojana, if I have to just conclude with Sri Aurobindo's Life Divine, what I understand is that it's really this, he says all of this is our birthright. Huh? We are born because we are here to achieve this truth, this absolute light, enlightenment at all levels, the Panchakusha, everything has to be enlightened, and immortality as our birthright, but not as a megalomaniac will to live forever, but as a need to live for as long as we want, as is required, not even as we want, because there is no I at that point. So it really is this open possibility for living because you need to live, you do what is required to be done in order to advance the evolution of nature in her, like Sri Aurobindo says, the march of evolution, in order to collaborate in the real way so that nature can reach the pinnacle of her evolution, which is a complete manifestation of herself in all of existence. So I think that was the prayojana.
The rationale and the raison d'etre, the prayojana,
Yes,
has been very well explicated. And as I said, for me, it's a combined kind of exercise that we had, psychology and philosophy together. Psychology, not for the sake of just understanding conceptually, and philosophy, not just a question of abstract thinking, as it is considered to be in the academic circles. But finally, and ultimately, what does it mean for us? And you refer to the whole notion of the happy life. Actually, it's called the good life, living a good life. And J.K. Galbraith had talked about in the 60s about the affluent society. And he really punctured the claims and pretensions of the affluent society that was manifest in America. And it is still manifest in the late capitalism. So good life. The need to go beyond the notion of the good life. The good life has resulted in a culture of violence also. So how to go beyond the notion of the happy and the good life, how to lead a life of enrichment, how each part of our being is to be enriched. And another idea that I like very much is this emphasis that Sri Aurobindo has given on the destiny of the individual. And what you said is something really striking. You said when one individual is enlightened, then he or she brings light to the entire community itself. So that really is connected to this notion of the collective yoga and the notion of collective salvation, which is different from the individual salvation of the traditional yoga. So integral yoga, which is collective, and you gave the important references to the individual light and enlightenment. Enlightenment contains linguistically, it contains the body of light, enlightenment. So individual enlightenment leading to collective salvation, which is the goal of integral yoga. So all those trajectories were very well brought out.
and sorry,
I'll just sum up because there is so much that you need to say and do say. We can postpone for 5 minutes our lunch. We can. I wish you are here. But what I'm saying is that please use this approach. And I'm not being, patronizing or anything. I'm just sharing in a dialogic manner. I think our own people haven't understood. They think that it's a formidably difficult text, Life Divine. Therefore, it is not approached. But I think the manner in which you explain, particularly to the youth and young audience, do explain so that it becomes comprehensible to the people. Just not remains a kind of a text which is iconic, but a text which makes sense to us. And now please complete, do complete what you want.
No, I was also saying the role that we also understand, therefore, the role that in practical sadhana, Mother and Sri Aurobindo gave to surrender. Because when we are normally functioning, and if you don't mind, I'll also do this with a drawing because I quite love my drawings. I think they explain things easily. So it's, for example, I'll just take a point anywhere else. I'll just hold on to this one because it's easy for me to keep one drawing. So supposing there is a note that, because we talked of Satyam and Ritam and Brihat. So we talk of, let's say, the Satya, which is in terms of vibration, maybe it's the right note. We really have this right note because all of universe is working in this fantastic web of, it's like an orchestra in perfect harmony. The only discordant note, unfortunately, as of now, is the human being. And the reason why we have the discordant note is because we can find that harmonious note, our note. And that's where the uniqueness of every individual. When the mother says that every individual needs to overcome their limitations, it's because the specific notes that I am here to play, you cannot play, or Aditi cannot play, or anyone else play. So my notes that I have to bring in harmony. And if I overcome that, then for the universe, I bring in that right note. So the importance of every individual working on their combination of potential notes in order to get. So right now, for example, let's say I have a scroll, which is the ideal scroll in terms of music scroll. And I have to act. So Satya is the potential. Rita is that execution of that, the right. Because the moment we say right, it implies a standard against which it is right or wrong. So what happens very typically is, supposing I'm at this point of my life and I need to make a decision, I don't know what is the right decision because I'm functioning on my limited data set of knowledge. So I'll make a decision that is there. Now, supposing at this point of my life, I need to make a decision. I'm making a decision that is here. At this point, I need to make a decision. I'm making a decision that is here. So what I'm ending up drawing is something like that, which is a discordance into the kind of note that I am here to play. And this extra noise that I'm generating is that extra karmic baggage in a sense. But therefore, the call is that when I have to act at this point, if I can say that I don't know, but let thy will be done, we open up the potential of listening, which is behind this noise. There is behind that, there is the ideal is there. So we allow the noise to quieten down and we say, therefore, let me listen. Let there be a resonance of the higher in the lower. When that happens, then we will start playing the notes. We will start executing rightly. And therefore, and this ability to say, I don't know, let thy will be done at every moment. I mean, we really underestimate the call of every single moment that is there, because we cannot be investing 10 into darkness and 1 into light and think, oh, it's going to undo everything. Of course, light has the power of undoing any form of darkness, no matter how much it is. That's the beauty of this analogy of light. It's not that you have to have constant light dots to do that, but of course that has other implications. It's longer, but just therefore the role of surrender in this entire yoga. Why is surrender so key in integral transformation? Because it's an acceptance and an humbling of one's normal position of knowledge to say that, can I be guided so that I can play the right notes, basically.
Okay, Anuradha, that was a very, very interesting and important footnotes to your talk that you gave.
Thank you.
And, I will not say further, apart from what I've already stated. I think our own exercise will be really wonderfully complete if I can just have one sentence from Aditi's side also, because our friend talked about the rise of the feminine. And I think it's so important that we were all privileged to be guided by the mother in the Sri Aurobindo ashram, as you know. And I think today we had 2 wonderful, presentations by 2 outstanding women.
Yeah, and I think Binduji's presentation on human unity was very important as well.
Yes.
Because of the ideal of, yes.
But I'm talking about younger women. And I think the future belongs, Sri Aurobindo says, to the young. And Binduji's presentation was very important and interesting. But both of you belong to a different generation. It's in that capacity I'm saying, not to devalue what Professor Bindu Puriji had said, but I think we need to really make space for people like you, and both you and, to my mind, Aditi, you made very significant, addresses today, which were to my mind, very inspiring. So Aditi, the last word before we break for lunch.
We will also do the mantra.
Yes. I have not forgotten that. I've not, because I think our own task, the task that you have given, Anuradha, to all of us, has to culminate in 1 minute's kind of a geomantric thing, and then 1 minute silence. Definitely, no doubt about it. Aditi.
I just wanted to say that whatever even I was experiencing in my own head, you kind of gave it a very visual presentation. So it was like in the morning we started with words and we were talking about the idea and yours was the expression. And in between we spoke about the unity thing. So it kind of completed the cycle today as the 3 of us spoke. So that is what stayed with me. Thank you. And it was always, it's good to see you and hear you. So thank you.
Thank you, Anuradha. Now a mantra from your side.
So I invite everybody to join in with the chanting of the Asatoma, but the Asatoma done in the spirit of the second one, where we really trying to bring the deeper thing back. And if you can really also visualize it, because I think every time we visualize it, we're adding something to the universe. Om Asatoma Sadgamaya Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya Mrityorma Amritangamaya Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And thank you, the audience. And the further announcement will be made by our own co-organizer, Neelav Sharma.
Thank you everyone for joining us for this morning session. And now we will proceed for lunch and meet again in this hall at 2:30 p.m. Thank you.
I suppose that some of people present over here will be leaving after the lunch. So can we have a photograph?
Good lunch. Take care.
Let's have
Well
photograph.
Now.
The recording is still going on live if you want to stop that.
So welcome back everyone, and we are back to the afternoon session of today's seminar, and let us start by observing a minute of silence. So for this session, we will be having Dr. Gautam Ghosal ji to chair it as a chairperson, and we will have 3 speakers. The first one will be Dr. Anant Giri. The second will be Dr. Priya Vadyaji, and the third will be Dr. Joy Senji, who will be joining us online. And moving on to our first paper in this afternoon session, we have Dr. Anant Giriji, and he is a professor at Madras Institute of Development Studies. He did his PhD in anthropology from the Johns Hopkins University, and he has been a visiting professor and researcher at many universities in India as well as abroad, including Aalborg University, Denmark, Maison des Sciences de la Home, Paris, the University of Kentucky, USA, University of Freiburg and Humboldt University, Germany, and Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. Professor Giri has written and edited around 2 dozen books in Korea and English, and the title of his paper is The Herald of the Life Divine and Divinization of Society and the World, Rethinking and Transforming Language, Knowledge, Self, Society, and State. So welcome Anant Giriji, and please proceed.
Namaste.
Yeah.
Namaste. Sorry, I'm Anuradha here still. I wanted to request you to put on the recording, please. The recording is paused.
Ma'am, it's being live streamed on YouTube, so the recording.
Okay. And if you can remove me from Spotlight also, please.
Yeah.
So let us begin with Professor Anant Giri's talk, and I request him to start his deliberation.
Thank you, Professor Ghosal, and all friends who are present, Professor Mohanty, Professor Mishra, Nila, and all friends who are present in our continued journey with Sri Aurobindo and Life Divine. Now, as already has been cultivated in our journey, that we need to be with Life Divine, also in simultaneous journey with Sri Aurobindo's other works, for example, human cycles and synthesis of yoga, Savitri. It is in that spirit, the theme that is with us, and I invite us to be with this theme, rethinking. Excuse me, can you kindly help with the movement of the screen, please? So rethinking and transforming language, moving the slides. Rethinking and transforming language, knowledge, and state
and alternative planetary futures, the herald of life divine and divinization of self, society, and the world. So we can begin with this invitation from Sri Aurobindo's Savitri, where he is inviting us. You shall reveal to them the hidden eternities, the breath of infinitude not yet revealed. Some rapture of the bliss that made the world, some rocks of the force of God's omnipotence, some beam of the omniscient mystery. But when the hour of the divine draws near, the mighty mother shall take birth in time, and God be born into the human clay in forms made ready by your human lives. So in a way, the whole herald of life divine is also nurtured in these lines. And life divine is a journey of revelation and manifestation of hidden eternities in the dance of the temporal. And that manifestation is also, I would like to say, is a dance with the vastitude. And Sri Aurobindo in Savitri also talks about vastitude. As we move along that, and the whole journey of life divine, as we also have, I know we are aware of Sri Aurobindo's attention to evil. It is in that spirit, this poem, A for Aleph on Allah, B for beginning, C for creation, A is also for annihilation, B benign and bigotry, C cunning and cruelty. How do we work with Aleph and annihilation together in the alphabet of creation towards a new tapasya of transformations? So it is in this context to understand Sri Aurobindo in a sense of a meditative togetherness. I used to present these lines from Chittaranjan Das, who was also a deep and a dedicated co-traveler with Sri Aurobindo, who writes, Sri Aurobindo was irrefutably a yogi, a seer, a poet, a warrior, and a leader, and many more things. To be able to benefit from the rigors and the challenge he has left for all posterity, we should try to be as comprehensive as possible in our efforts to really know him. And just cutting short the paragraph, this line from Chittavai, from Vande Mataram to Savitri, Sri Aurobindo's work stretched over 29 large volumes. Of course, in the recent time, it has been added, each containing over 500 pages. From the first to the last volume, we can trace the evidence of a long and deliberate trek, a climbing that never fails to sense the progressive opening up of the horizons and the structure itself accordingly. Chittavai writes, the dynamism is a spiral, and as it tends to unfold further up, it never loses sight of the steps already passed and traversed. You seem to get a sense of the real kernel of Sri Aurobindo's vision as you are able to discover the significant link. The approach is, as it were by choice, syncretic, often popularly called synthetic. They who hitches their wagon to a star to begin with, and follows that star, discovers before long that the star is not a fixed one, that it moves on and on, goading the aspirant also to move on and discover the new matrices as well as the new heights. And that is therefore in our journey with life divine, we are really with a star which is already moving. And he goes on to write, you are then no longer only a reader, you are a participant, and what is more, a willing participant. As already has been suggested, therefore the whole hermeneutics of reading, it is not just a hermeneutics of reading, it is really a sadhana of participation, transformation, and transmutation. And another very interesting line of thinking, to understand Sri Aurobindo, his life divine, also human cycles, because life divines, how do we understand life divine? For example, engaging with also the whole dimension of colonialism, and let us see that the whole post-colonial and the decolonial movement today, can we really relate to the whole aspiration of life divine? It is in this sense, Ashish Nandi writes, Kipling was culturally an Indian child who grew up to become an ideologue of the moral and political superiority of the West. Aurobindo was culturally a European child who grew up to become a votary of spiritual leadership of India. Kipling had to disown his Indianness to become his concept of the true European. Aurobindo had to own up his Indianness to become his version of the authentic Indian. However, while both could be seen as products of the psychopathology of colonialism, Aurobindo symbolized a more universal approach to the splits which colonialism introduced. He, after all, didn't disown the West within him to become his version of an Indian. To the end of his life, Western culture remained a vehicle of his creative self-expression, and he never thought the West to be outside of the reach of God's grace. Even when he spoke of race and evolution, two of the most dangerous themes in Western cosmology, not once did he use the concepts to divide humankind. And so that kind of, and we have to relate to life divine in this context of, for example, the journey of the life divine in that context of colonialism, and how do we really cultivate the path of the life divine in that setting of race, evolution, colonialism. And ideal of human unity has also been talked about. And Richard Hirsch, our friend, in his essay in a book I'm editing, On Gardens of God, is writing. But the ideal of human unity, despite its title, does not argue unconditionally for the political unification of the human race as an aim desirable in itself. On the contrary, one of its themes is the peril of a world state in which unity might be imposed by force. So with this, we come to the whole challenge of relating life divine. For example, when we use the word divine or life divine, there is the dimension of language, as already has been suggested, that how divine life or life divine is very different from the language of religion. At the same time, life divine is also not fully captured within, quote unquote, the language of the spiritual. Therefore, I wish to invite us to really bring the dimension of language, that how cultivation of life divine is a journey with language, and that how our sadhana with language also becomes a contribution to our sadhana with life divine. And it is in that sense we can appreciate in our understanding of language, we are used to such views as language as a form of life given by philosopher Wittgenstein, which also points to pragmatic aspect of language and communication. Sri Aurobindo here invites us to realize the living dimension of language as a form of life, as well as pragmatics of communication. As Sri Aurobindo writes, ordinary speech uses language mostly for a limited practical utility of communication. It uses it for life and for the expression of ideas and feelings necessary or useful to life. In doing so, we treat words as conventional signs for ideas with nothing but a perfunctory attention to their natural force. As we may use any kind of machine or simple implement, we treat them as if, though used for life, they were themselves without life. So, but Sri Aurobindo continues, when we wish to put a more vital power into them, we have to lend it to them out of ourselves by marked annotations of the voice, by the emotional or vital energy we throw into the sound so as to infuse into conventional word sign something which is not intent in itself. But if we go back earlier in the history of language, and still more if we look into its origin, we shall, I think, find that it was not always so with human speech. Words had not only a real and vivid life of their own, but the speaker was more conscious of it than we can possibly be with our mechanized and sophisticated intellects. This arises from the primitive nature of language, which probably in its first movement was not intended, or shall we say, didn't intend so much to stand for distinct ideas of the intelligence as for feelings, sensations, broad, indefinite mental impressions with minute sets of quality in them, which we do not care to pursue. The intellectual sense in its precision must have been a secondary element which grew more dominant as language evolved with the evolving intelligence. So when Sri Aurobindo is referring to the primitive nature of language, and we can also invite us to understand the primal nature of language. In fact, the primitive is the primal. And of course, though Sri Aurobindo uses the word primitive, but in anthropology, we are also used to the language like the primitive, primitive tribe. But in reality, the primitive is the primal. And this primal dimension of language also points to what Sri Aurobindo building, I think, on Tantra called Pasyanti Bhak, the language that can see. So therefore, cultivation of the life divine requires that kind of journey with language. And moving on in the above paragraph, why it is not moving? You can please help me. In the above paragraph, Sri Aurobindo, it's not moving. So in the above paragraph, Sri Aurobindo invites us to go beyond the visible surface level of language and realize the vital and living aspect of it. Sri Aurobindo also invites us to realize the spiritual dimension of our pragmatics of engagement with language and communication. Sri Aurobindo's thought can be read together with philosophers and anthropologists, such as Stanley Cavell, who taught at Harvard, and he was a very influential philosopher, and Veena Das is a very deep anthropologist with a philosophical engagement, who challenges us to realize the spiritual struggles entailed in language as a form of life. As Veena Das, building on Cavell, tells us, when anthropologists have evoked the idea of form of life, it has often been to suggest the importance of thick description, local knowledge, or what it is to learn a role. For Cavell, such conventional views of the idea of form of life eclipse the spiritual struggle of his, that is Wittgenstein's investigations. What Cavell finds wanting in this conventional view of forms of life is that it not only obscures the mutual absorption of the natural and the social, but also emphasizes form at the expense of life. And this is the critical challenge. That is when we are with life divine, when we have language or our sadhana, are we also aware of that our form can be at the expense of life? And what is the further challenge here? The vertical sense of the form of life suggests the limit of what or who is recognized as human within a social form and provides the conditions of the use of criteria as applied to others. Thus, the criteria of pain do not apply to that which does not exhibit signs of being a form of life. We do not ask whether a tape recorder that can be tuned on to play a sick is feeling the pain. The distinction between the horizontal and vertical axis of forms of life takes us at least to the point at which we can appreciate not only the security provided by belonging to a community with shared agreement, but also the dangers that human beings pose to each other. These dangers relate not only to disputation over forms, but what constitutes life. And I think Sri Aurobindo's challenge of life divine is really always for us to be awakened what constitutes life. The blurring between what is human and what is not human shades into blurring of what is life and what is not life. Therefore, the fundamental challenge vis-a-vis life divine today is that when we are with life divine, is it only limited to the human? Is life divine only anthropocentric? And today there is an epochal critique of the limits of the anthropocentric. And we also have to realize life divine as also an open manifestation in varieties of forms of life. And here we can draw upon very important work by scholars and practitioners who are working on multi-species coexistence. For example, Donna Haraway, and she's talking about when species meet. Now, life divine is there in each one of us. Science is saying, spirituality is saying. And another challenge here is what constitutes real life? If we bring it to the political question, like the political form of life, life divine, one can say that being a citizen of the nation state, constitute one modality of recognition. What about people who are refugees? Is their life less divine? What about parts of nation state where nation state has declared some areas as quote unquote distress? Now the people who live in these areas are the less divine. Today we see that how life with people, whether it is in Kashmir or Palestine or Tibet, and in any places, where it is categorized as something else, then our ability to realize that the people, our brothers and sisters, are also equally life divine. So that is the kind of challenge of the form and the spirit that we are confronted with, that each form also possesses the challenge of spiritual struggle that is entered in our conception and organization of form. With Sri Aurobindo, the next slide, we can strive to realize all forms of life as divine. But life divine is not static, it is dynamic. Life divine is a movement, along with realizing language as a form of life, which calls for moral, political, and spiritual transformation of existing logics of domination towards non-domination. We need to realize language as a movement of life, a movement of consciousness. We need to realize here we can draw upon the work of Martin Heidegger, who also looks at language as a way-making movement. For Sri Aurobindo, it's a movement of consciousness involving both inner and outer, self, nature, society, and the world. Sri Aurobindo also invites us to integrate the vertical and the horizontal aspect of language, self, and society, thus overcoming many ills and suffering that Binadas has pointed out in the above passage. For example, there is the whole reality of what is called as social suffering today, in many kinds. And that social suffering, according to Axel Honneth, who is in this tradition of critical theory, he has a book called Disrespect. Today we look at our condition of life as a condition of disrespect. It is in that condition of disrespect, how do we envision and embody movements of life divine? And in this, I also draw a little bit about this whole pragmatic dimension and spiritual dimension, and how language is a mantra dimension. I do not elaborate it further, except to say that this whole life divine has a pragmatic dimension, but also this pragmatism has a spiritual dimension. And here we can really engage in a border crossing way between pragmatism and spirituality. For example, William James and Sri Aurobindo. My friend Richard Hodge has written a very important essay on in the book Pragmatism, Spirituality, and Society, which I have edited, and many other scholars have written on that. Moving on the next slide, please. That now we come to the challenge of, and here just to mention that how Heidegger talks about the way to language, the way-making movement. And moving on, we can come to the challenge of rethinking knowledge. In fact, in human cycles, that is the great challenge. And Sri Aurobindo gives importance to knowledge. The next one, please. No. Yes, Sri Aurobindo gives importance to knowledge as part of an integral awakening and movement for the transformation of self, society, and the world. In his letter to his wife Mrinalini, Sri Aurobindo tells us how he wants to use the power of knowledge to free India, thus knowledge becoming an instrument of realization of freedom. With Sri Aurobindo, this freedom is both outer and inner, self and social. In Sri Aurobindo, knowledge becomes a companion of liberation, inner as well as social, liberating us both from inner and social chains. It is not just a play or instrument of power or linked to the discourse of power, as suggested in contemporary savants such as Foucault and Habermas. For example, Habermas tells us about knowledge and human interest, cognitive interest, emancipatory interest, and interest in reason. Such a vision and practice of knowledge as knowledge and human interest can be defined by Sri Aurobindo's pathway of yoga of integral knowledge. In Sri Aurobindo, the yoga of integral knowledge enables one to have a deeper self-awareness, self-consciousness, and self-realization, discover, know, and realize the transcendental dimension of self, society, and nature, and the inherent connectedness between self, other, and the world. The simultaneous dialogue with Habermas and Sri Aurobindo also touches the very core of ontology and epistemology in thinking about and practices of knowledge. In Habermasian knowledge and human interest, knowledge mainly consists of knowledge of self and society, but despite Habermasian distinction between ego identity and self identity, Habermas does not touch the transcendental dimension of self. Habermas does touch upon knowledge of nature through the category of sciences, but this knowledge here is mainly one of technical control. In terms of epistemology with Sri Aurobindo, our methods of knowing are not only instruments of sense perception, but also intuition and other subtle inner instruments. Having said this, I want to just add one line here that the transcendental dimension, as we are invited in our journey with Sri Aurobindo, which is also emerging a very important engagement recently in critical theories like Habermas. In fact, Habermas, while earlier he was not very open, quote unquote, to the transcendental dimension, now they are talking about what can be called as the embedded transcendence, or the transcendence within. So that transcendent within also is a very important part of the transcendence, the layers of transcendence that we are talking about. Then for Sri Aurobindo, the need for a deeper knowledge requires us to be self-conscious and not only self-critical. In this process, the rationalistic ideal subjects itself to the ideal of intuitive knowledge. Self-reflection is an important concern in Habermas and Sri Aurobindo. Across this self-knowledge, but self-knowledge here has a much deeper and broader meaning, which includes the knowledge of self as different from ego, and knowledge of God, God not as a fixed structure, but a creative becoming, embodying and symbolizing the highest human possibilities. Sri Aurobindo, our knowledge is not integral if we do not make the self in the individual one with the cosmic spirit. Habermasian distinction between ego identity and self-identity gets a deeper calling in Sri Aurobindo's pathways of liberative knowledge. Enlightenment, Sri Aurobindo writes, brings us to the knowledge that the ego is only an instrument. And here, this whole distinction between ego identity and self-identity also can be related to what Sri Aurobindo in Human Cycle talks about the conventional, the typal, and therefore the limits of the typal and the conventional. The point is that the modern world is equally suffering from the problem of the typal and the conventional, isn't it? And though earlier we might have thought that the modern world is the age of the subjective, but the modern world constituting a dimension of the subjective is still entrapped within the burden of the typal. And therefore, Foucault says that how do we become free in the modern world? The only way to become free is by following the models of standardization of self provided by the state. And how that model of standardization of self provided by state is different from the typal models of self provided in other modalities of social conventions. Therefore, this whole post-conventional, which is a deep journey in Sri Aurobindo, in fact, life divine is a life of the post-convention, because if we look at the divine manifestation, is not trapped within the conventional. Then, out of many things, this next one, please, that the whole epistemic project also, that how knowledge is only not epistemic in Sri Aurobindo, and therefore this connects to the kind of practices of knowing today, which is simultaneously epistemic and ontological, and which also involves transformation of the epistemic and the ontological. For example, the great philosopher from India, Professor R. Sundararajan, and I think Sachibhai might have met him in Simla. And in his profound work, Beyond the Crisis of European Sciences, he has just this pregnant line: to know is not only to know of, but to know with. And therefore, that idea, practice of knowing with, which is also yoga, that practice of knowing with is kind of knowing with which involves epistemic transformation. And in fact, our epistemologists today also have intuition as a method, the antahakarana, the instrument. And how that antahakarana, my antahakarana, also relates to your antahakarana. So we would have to talk about a mutual antahakarana today. What is that practice? In fact, the collective yoga that Sri Aurobindo is pointing to can be related to a different methodology of understanding, as really leading to a collective antahakarana or a collaborative antahakarana. So moving on, the next slide. So in his Human Cycle, Sri Aurobindo laments that the modern European idea of society is founded upon the primacy of the vital dynamism and has neglected the spiritual element in man, which is his true being. Sri Aurobindo is for a spiritual vitality and spiritual reality. Spirituality will not try to slay the vitality in man by denying life, but will rather reveal to life the divine in itself as the principle of its own manifestation or transformation. Furthermore, our idealism is the most rightly human thing in us, but as mental idealism, it is a thing ineffective. To be effective, it has to convert itself into a spiritual reality. So like Habermas, Sri Aurobindo stresses on learning from our failures. And he says, failures must be originally numerous and difficult, but the time comes when the experience of the past failures can be profitably used. And here we must also invite to the challenge of learning with failures. In fact, Sri Aurobindo's journey with Indian tradition is not one of kind of painting the rosy picture of the divine. In fact, Sri Aurobindo has said that the so-called golden age is nothing but something else. And Habermas also says that when we talk about tradition, we must not forget that tradition also contains failures of traditions. In fact, life divine emerges by acknowledgement of this failure of traditions. And then we come to another important challenge, that how do we cultivate life divine in the context of forms of life? For example, in Human Cycles and Ideals Human Unity, Sri Aurobindo points to realize the limits of both the person idea and the state idea. In his Ideals of Human Unity, maybe the page. In his Human Cycles, Sri Aurobindo laments that the modern European idea of society, I think I have said the next one, is in his Ideals of Human Unity, Sri Aurobindo invites and challenges us to realize the limits of the mechanical nature of state in the modern world. Today, with the manifold crisis of state and its ever increasing violence, we need to work and meditate further with Sri Aurobindo and cultivate new ways of thinking and realizing state. The next one. It is in this context, Sri Aurobindo, when he's talking about the limits of state, he's really pointing to an evolutionary process. And as in this line, in the relationship between the individual and the group, this constant tendency of nature appears to strive between two equally deep-rooted human tendencies, individualism and collectivism. On one side is the engrossing authority, perfection and development of the state. On the other, the distinctive freedom, perfection and development of the individual. The state idea, the small or the fast living machine, and the human idea, the more and more distinct and luminous person, the increasing God, stand in perpetual opposition. The size of the state makes no difference to the essence of the struggle and need to make known to its characteristic circumstances. It was the family, the tribe or the city, the polis, it became the clan, the caste, the class, the kula, the gens. It is now the nation. Tomorrow or day after, it may be all mankind. But even then, the question will remain poised between man and humanity, between self-liberating person and the engrossing collective. So this is the evolutionary challenge. How do we create and think about a form of life where state is not just the engrossing and as it is today, the killing collectivity, and where the self-luminous person is also not bound to itself, but really open to the layers of collaboration and creativity that he or she needs to be part of. Sri Aurobindo here challenges us to both rethink and transform the person idea and the state idea. As Ranchan and Gupta write, Sri Aurobindo subscribes perfecting the individual in a perfected society, and the state is merely an agency to remove the obstacles. In his human cycle, Sri Aurobindo tells us of the limits of the typal and conventional models of self and society, as I have already suggested. This critique of state is very significant, and it also finds resonance in other practitioners. For example, with Gandhi, also the critique of state, with Tagore, and many others. Sachibai has written about property. There was a very powerful movement of anarchy. Today, anarchy has got a kind of pejorative meaning, but the real challenge is how do we constitute state at a self-organizing process, and how its arbitrary and violent power is minimized to that extent. And here, again, the whole critique of state is so important for life divine, because if we look at state, the idea of the state, from Hegel, right from Hegel, though in Hegel, there is a dimension where the spirit, the last formation of the spirit is the nascent state, is the kind of the highest state of expression of state. But in Hegel also there is a path where the spirit is not really existed by the state. So therefore, in the Hegelian path, there is a right Hegelianism, which has been imprisoned within the logic of state,
National Socialism,
and also the other kind, like the liberal nation state also. But the other one is the left Hegelianism, starting from Marx, who talked about the withering away of the state, and then Charles Sanders Peirce, the semiotician, and then also we have Soren Kierkegaard. In fact, Kierkegaard's critique of Hegel is very interesting in a way. It would be very lovely to read Kierkegaard and Sri Aurobindo together. And what Kierkegaard is writing in his Sickness unto Death, that the problem with state that he does not know how to aspire. But it is in that context that how do we really cultivate? Because where we are going to blossom our life? Yes, ourself, our sadhaka self is one, but our societal field also. In fact, it is also not only critique of state, but also critique of caste. Sri Aurobindo, his critique of caste has been very, very significant. In fact, a recent study shows that, in fact, the same Maharaja who had invited Sri Aurobindo to Baroda, and it is the same Maharaja who also facilitated Dr. Ambedkar's study at Columbia University. And in fact, now there is a very important study which shows that Sri Aurobindo's critique of caste in Bande Mataram had influenced Ambedkar. So this kind of genealogy, the point is, if we study Sri Aurobindo's critique of caste, and Sri Aurobindo is not an apologist of the caste system. In fact, he gives primacy to the Sudra. Sudra as the highest manifestation of the spirit. That way, it also resonates with Gandhi, and also the Panchasakhas in Odisha, these 5 poets, who also wrote a different Varnatika, different treatise on caste, where Achyutananda is saying the highest is to be Sudra. And what does it mean to be a Sudra? Sudra hele mana sarva hoi. Sarva means
also says.
Yes. Yes. So why is that Swami Vivekananda and Sri Aurobindo and Tagore and many others, Sri Ramakrishna in their own way? Because a caste society is not only an inadequate form, but it is really distorted and a kind of a dangerous form, or it is an
un-Hindu spirit of caste stratification. Sure.
And yes, so therefore, not only the critique of state, but also critique of caste. In the same way, the critique of gender, because as you suggested, Savitri, the whole, the cultivation of the feminine today is the great challenge of life divine in the context of patriarchy. Because if you look at civilization, what is our civilization? That our Karl Jaspers, the philosopher and historian, talks about. What he calls as the rise of the axial age civilization, starting with Judaism and then Vedic religion in India and Christianity and Confucianism. All these religions, while they point to the inner dimension, but that has been accompanied by the male priest. And this rise of the male priest or the ascendancy of the male priest has not happened innocently. It has been happened by a deliberate process of dethroning the divine feminine and also annihilating the divine. Therefore, life divine in the context of the current conditions of disrespect and annihilation also has to cultivate a different kind of gender relations, as in Savitri and so moving on, I would conclude in 10 minutes or so. So in this context that how, let me go to the next slide, please. As time being short, I will move on. That I would also point to the whole significance of democracy here. How Sri Aurobindo's emphasis not on political democracy, but that also has a spiritual dimension. And that is so important. As Sri Aurobindo writes, the ideal of the future, especially the ideals of freedom, equality, commonality, unity, are demanding to be brought out from the limited field in spiritual life or the idealism of the few, and to be given some beginning of the true soul of action and bodily sense in the life of the rest. Because in fact, Sri Aurobindo's contribution to Indian nationalism was also precisely that. When it was the whole idea of freedom was limited only to the elite. You read Manoj Babu's very deep biography of Sri Aurobindo, where his whole limited nature and the struggle. And that was also the struggle of Gandhi. How do we really open up the ideas of democracy and freedom to the common? Then moving on very quickly, I want to point to the whole challenge of life divine, ideals of human unity and alternative planetary futures. Today, more than 100 years of Sri Aurobindo's ideals of human unity, we have to realize it at the level of unity of life with and beyond the human, as I have suggested. We need to think of humanity with and beyond anthropocentrism and human dominance. Recent reflections on the limits of the human by as diverse thinkers as Donna Haraway, Bruno Latour, and Dipesh Chakravarti, or just to realize this. Latour and Chakravarti also challenge us to realize the limits of the discourse of the global and cultivate the planetary. The global continues the dominance of the human, while the planetary puts human beings as part of community of beings and existence in the planet. Planetary invites us to envision and embody co-living of all beings. It invites us to envision and strive towards life divine of all beings and not only human. The next one, please. So, Sri Aurobindo has written about future poetry, and we can envision alternative planetary future. In this, we need to move beyond our current discourse of the global, as I have suggested. And here, Dipesh Chakravarti, building on Karl Jaspers, whose work I refer to, tells us how the present moment of epochal consciousness. For Chakravarti, this epochal consciousness is ethical. And I go on to say that it is not only ethical, but this is also aesthetic and spiritual. Next slide, please. And for example, the epochal consciousness of our planetary age calls for us to be prudent, embodying prudential wisdom of mutual care of our Mother Earth and responsibility. Calls for a Loka Sangraha, Atma Sangraha, and Jiva Sangraha, gathering of people, soul, and beings, and species as an aspect of substance of our world and responsible engagement with it. For Chakravarti, it calls for transformation of Homo sapiens to be Homo prudens, as he writes. Can Homo sapiens learn to be Homo prudens? whether the political battle that divides us. Sri Aurobindo's integral yoga of language, knowledge, self, society, and nature can help us in this journey of prudential living. And again, relating to Chakrabarti, we can ask that Homo sapiens, Homo predens, also Homo divinus, that the prudential also become divine. The next one, please. Then here we can also quickly bring Savitri and the challenge of the time. For example, we have all heard about Greta Thunberg, a young Swedish girl, how she came and sat in front of Swedish parliament. And Greta's work as a young girl, mobilizing millions of people and creating a movement called Friday for Future is kind of the Savitri work of the time. Like Savitri really giving life to Satyavan, Greta is trying to give life, bring life to an earth which is in the danger of death. So moving on. And then this work of Greta, I wanted to say that this has been reflected upon by Sri Aurobindo, co-traveler Bindu, whom you know. She lives in Auroville and she has a paper called Friday for the Future. And the next one, please. Then Extinction Rebellion is also another contemporary movement who are really fighting against the coming extinction. And look at their song. People gonna rise like water, gonna turn this system around in the name of my granddad. And this song can be read together with Sri Aurobindo's invitation, with the wind and the weather beating around me, go up to the hills and the lowland I go. Who will come with me? Who will climb with me? And the next one, please. The next one. So now I also wish to invite us to another very important movement of thought and practice called big history, because life divine in the context of both human cycles but also cosmic cycle also can be read together with this important movement of idea called big history. Big history has been another important intellectual and consciousness movement of our times, which all just realize our interdependence with other species and times. Pioneers and participants associated with this movement, such as David Christian, Barry Radrick, a friend of mine who teaches in symbiosis in Pune, originally from the USA, and others, link the current discourse of the Anthropocene to the need for greater collaboration and evolution. They invite us to understand our past and present from the Big Bang to the present, which calls for a multi-temporal hermeneutics. In the sense, this multi-temporal hermeneutics means, in a way, Sri Aurobindo's work is also multi-temporal, because when Sri Aurobindo is reflecting on the modern world, and the beauty is that he's simultaneously opening ourselves to the layers of time. He's written about the Vedic and So today, when we are in face of the challenges, we need to have that multi-temporal. For example, the primitive or the ancient is not just, it is not just less modern, but how do we learn the primitive or the prime? And the next one, please. And then how for example, in the last conference, Emmeline Koster, a participant of this conference on big history, told in the conference that humanity has become estranged from the planet. Koster invites all of us to develop ecological empathy and conscience in our age of Anthropocene, which would help us overcome our current challenge. Next one. And one thing I forgot, I'll conclude with this. But speaking about the aesthetic dimension of life divine, how significant it is. Aesthetic dimension of cultivating the life divine in our present context. In fact, two scholars who have reflected on the Anthropocene also bring this dimension of aesthetics. So now we can conclude with this point, and it goes like this. Would life and length remember me? So when we are with life divine, the question is, would life remember us? And that is the question of Savitri, isn't it? In what way we live a life so that life would remember us? So I invite, if you do not mind, to join me and join us in singing these lines together. Would the land remember you? This, would the land remember you? Would the land sing to you? Would life remember you? Would life sing with you? You sing with the land. The land sings with you and much more. Touches the inner and cosmic chord. Walking and meditating with the land. Healing the degraded and polluted land. The land becomes alive. The land becomes divine. The silent spring becomes singing. A new dance of culture and agriculture. An evolutionary cultivation of soil, soul, and cosmos.
Thank you very much for this wonderful presentation. It covers a large area, in fact, taking almost all the major works of Sri Aurobindo, including his magnum opus Savitri, and linking it with finally with ecological humanism. So the paper is now open for discussion. If you have any question, Professor Mohanty.
No, I have no question. Then just to compliment Ananta for that comprehensive approach to the study of life and nature. And the crisis that you have pointed out in the multiple domains, and that is a kind of a dead end, impasse, pull the sack. It's a kind of a dead end that we have arrived at in multiple domains of our existence. And you were suggesting how to go beyond them, how to resolve those crises. And I think Sri Aurobindo is suggesting in the Life Divine, it is by the arrival of a higher faculty, because it is not at the national level that this crisis can be resolved. And you did well to point out several of the speakers like Heidegger and Karl. But you would also concede in the context of the kind of direction that Sri Aurobindo is giving, that their own theories do not really take us in very far. They're important. The major contributions, including the Swedish activists, for example, they're all important in our own domain and context. But those theories do not really take us very far, because the fundamental leap in consciousness that is being talked about by Sri Aurobindo, it's a leap in different dimension. It is a leap into the fourth dimension itself, which has not been conceived by any of those thinkers. So I think while it is desirable to be comprehensive and reflective, we must not lose sight of the fact of the radical nature of the contribution that Sri Aurobindo is making. That's my limited submission.
I have one question for you. You have referred to that those chapters where Sri Aurobindo speaks of the problem of harmony between the state and the individual. So Russell, in fact, was totally in favor of the individual. He was not thinking of harmonizing the state and the individual. And Marx was in another extreme, giving state an absolute power. So how does Sri Aurobindo show that individual freedom and the freedom of the state won't collide, and there will be a condition, it will be harmonized property? What are his prescriptions?
I just want to add something to what Gautam is saying, because one of the important aspects that you mentioned in your own comprehensive approach is the whole question of anarchism. And I have followed this whole question, the issue of anarchism in my book, Cosmopolitan Modernity in Early 20th Century India. And you did well to say that anarchism has acquired negative connotation in our own context of civil society and higher education. And when we don't like a certain behavior and we think that it's indiscipline, we say that you are being anarchical. It's become part of the political lexicon also. It's a word of abuse, and it's a word of disfavor. But I have followed, and I discovered that the word anarchy and anarchism, right from the time of Bakunin and Kropotkin and Emma Goldman, it had a certain kind of a philosophical orientation of its own. But I followed, and then I found that, it is really not led to any definite direction. It led to aberrations during the Bolshevist revolution, when, you would expect Lenin and others to really support, but they were badly persecuted and they were killed, also executed. And Emma Goldman also died in Toronto as a completely disillusioned person. So I think then what are the alternatives to this whole theory of the state? And I'm just saying, I think in Sri Aurobindo I found the answer. Not so much in the ideal of femininity, not so much in the life divine, but in a neglected book.
In the human side.
No, in a neglected book called War and Self-Determination.
War and Self-Determination.
It's never talked about, but it's one of the most, to my mind, as a scholar of Sri Aurobindo, one of the most important, and it is there in the book, which I have, a copy of that book I have given, War and Self-Determination. And in War and Self-Determination, he says, there's a conflict between law and liberty. There's a chapter called Self-Determination. And I think it's very important for all of us to read that chapter now, because where he's providing in 1914 itself a reconciliation to this whole question and the inadequacy of the state idea that he's talking about. Law and liberty, for example. Freedom and discipline, for example. Individual and the collectivity. Have you found the answer? With all the theories of the state, we haven't found the answer, including in India. We haven't found. Sri Aurobindo says it can be found provided you sort of turn your gaze inward. And individuals try and bring about a kind of a convergence of radically divergent kind of a drives that you mentioned. Radically divergent. Individual in one direction, collectivity is one direction. Individual taken to the extreme, liberal democracy, for example, with all the limitations. And collectivity taken to fascism, communism, and Bolshevism. So where are we? Please tell us.
At the same time, as has been suggested, that as Sachibai is saying that the whole development of individual in such a way that the individual is able to express, realize one's own swabhava, spiritual. The collective soul is facilitating that. And Sri Aurobindo is pointing to the evolutionary transformation of the state idea to the Guru side. And Sri Aurobindo having said that, let us look at contemporary times. In a few minutes, which I forgot, I invite our attention to very important movements what is happening. And that in the context of crisis of both individual and state, there are emergence of communities. And these communities are trying to be a community without communitarian fundamentals. And for example, in some way, we can look at the Auroville project as also a aspirational experiment in that direction. And then with what is happening with many communities in India today. And for example, there is one very important panchayat in Maharashtra called Mendhasa, and which is a very important community where the panchayat has been self-organized on many things. Similarly, in South America, there are very important movements where the power is not with the state or the individual, but with the community, but this community is not the earlier kind of community, which really sits on our shoulder. So that transition is described by a movement called the pluriverse. And so thinkers and activists are writing about it. In India, for example, Ashish Kochari, who is with Kalpavriksha and he works with many communities. I work with Ekta Parishad, a very interesting movement. So this whole idea of the pluriverse is that it is really creating that space where the individual and the collective are really moving in a pluriversal realization. So life divine and is really pluriversal. And Arturo Escobar who is an important scholar of this field, in his work, he is talking about a pluriversal politics. And that pluriversal politics with a critique of the capital, a critique of the state. And he is also talking about civilizational transition, because we also are confronted with this challenge. During Sri Aurobindo's time, the climate collapse, for example, was not that, So today, in face of climate collapse, that all this, we are all struggling with the question of civilizational transition. So another aspect of this is the dialogue among cultures and civilizations. And I think we have to be with Sri Aurobindo in the spirit of how do we, building or working and meditating with Sri Aurobindo is that as life divine suffers from also the contemporary existential politics of closure, how do we initiate movements of dialogues? And civilizational transition, therefore, is a very important question. For example, how do we live in a divine way? And that life divine today is also a life of prudential living with little resources. And Sri Aurobindo's life embodies that. In fact, Manoj Babu's biography shows us how he lives with little when he had abundance. And finally, to your question about the problem of harmony between individual and state, Russell and Marx, but with due respect, we also need to realize Marx as not just a statist, because Marx talked about really withering away of the state. And so therefore, Marx was also deeply sensitive to the need for individual, and therefore his philosophical, economic, and philosophical manuscripts. There are some scholars who have written on Marx and Sri Aurobindo, like Chaudhary and others. I think anarchism today is, therefore, the failure of historical anarchism is not the last thing about it. Today, we are all confronted with. In fact, what we feel today is state as very powerful. All of us are feeling. In fact, in the context of economic globalization, when the state has lost its economic power, the kind of, the masochistic way the state is manifesting power by its turning itself into a police state, ULIC. Therefore, you are, surrendering yourself before the capitalist, but the little people who are there, whatever you want, you just bring them and put it into prison. So therefore, anarchism in that sense, the dignity of self and the dignity of self and community is a challenge. So what is called spiritual anarchism or spiritual anarchy is the challenge before us, and how do we do it spiritually? In fact, a spiritual development of self. Sri Aurobindo talks about Suraj in the Vedic texts, Swaraj and Visuraj, holding our head high. And that requires a kind of spiritual sadhana, which is also not really subservient to the logic of state. At the same time, it is really surrendering ourselves. Surrendering is not just opening our hands to the above. Surrendering also means putting our hands around. And that kind of the spiritual community that Sri Aurobindo is talking about, these Gnostic communities also can be realized as the roots of a new anarchy.
Just want to, if I am permitted by the chair, I think what you have done in this session is to bring welcome attention to the social dimension of the life divine, and which is a very, very important aspect. But just two things that I want to suggest here. Now, if you think of the theories of the state and the emergence of the police state and state having a monopoly of violence, correct? State having a monopoly on violence. No other organ or unit of the state should be permitted to have a monopoly of violence. Only state has it. Paramilitary, army, judiciary, the state has a monopoly on violence. Now, I find in my own modest study, it cuts across all the major philosophies of the state. It consists of fascism, communism, Bolshevism, liberal democracy, and all. Sri Aurobindo is suggesting in the inadequacy of the state idea that it is inherent in the state idea. It is not that, fascism is bad, communism is good, or, liberal democracy is good. He's not saying that. He's saying it is inherent in the idea, state idea. Because in the state idea is inherent the notion of an oligarchy capturing power. That's what he's saying. It doesn't represent the enlightened opinion of the community. It represents the worst and the most mediocre aspects of it. So that is what he's saying. So there is nothing like the good state, as some people might say. Liberal state is better, democracy is better. He's saying no. So the answer is to be found by going beyond the idea of the state and to another form of negotiation between the individual and the community. So in our desire for to be eclectic, for example, we must really, identify the uniqueness of what Sri Aurobindo is saying. So that is what he is saying. So this is the first thing that has to be remembered. Regarding anarchism, I like the fact that you said that the days of anarchism have not come, end of anarchism has not come. But both in human cycle and anywhere else, as well as in war and self-determination, he's saying, it has to be on another principle. It has to be on the principle of brotherhood. Soul's brotherhood, he's saying. The pyramid, the first experiment, the historical sense in the context of Sri Aurobindo is very important. The first major experiment that takes place, revolutionary in character, he says, is the French Revolution. The base of the pyramid, he says, is freedom, liberty. That's not adequate. He never says it's false. It's not enough. It has limitation. The next epoch, 1917, collectivity is more important. The base is not liberty, but equality. And then finally, and you see 1980, you see the end of the Bolshevist experiment throughout the world. But equality remains an important goal. Bolshevism might be disproved. Equality. How to have liberty or equality? Sri Aurobindo is saying, as Gautam Ghosal said, true brotherhood of the soul, spiritual brotherhood.
And this precisely this brotherhood or fraternity, this is an aspect which I could bring very quickly. And with Gautam's generosity, if there is 1 or 2 minutes, if other friends would also like to join in, let 1 or 2. Anarchy, the whole path of realization of anarchy is related to our sadhana, fraternity and friendship. And fraternity and friendship also is a deep yearning in many other things. So Gandhi also, it is brotherhood, all men are brothers. It's Tagore. And with Ambedkar also. In fact, recent study shows that I told you about the critique of caste in Sri Aurobindo and Ambedkar. In fact, with Ambedkar and Sri Aurobindo, therefore fraternity is not dissociated from critique of caste and realization of quote unquote a caste-less society. And that also is confronted with the challenge of what I refer to as the feminist term, a kind of tantra, a new tantra of fraternity. And in a cross-cultural way, Pope Francis. Now, what is his 2 important encyclical? He has written an encyclical on nature called Laudato Si. And that Laudato Si invites us to that nature is divine. And it is a very important transformation in certain aspect of Christian theology. He builds on Pope Francis of Assisi, Saint Francis of Assisi. And secondly, it is the idea of fraternity that that Pope Francis has spoken about. That fraternity, and in what way we create communities of friendship. And the political theory, therefore the inadequacy of the state idea, that's where is challenging us to realize which is also resonating with Gandhi's journey with state. Gandhi also challenges us to understand the fundamental inadequacy of the state, and therefore attention to communities without being naive that communities also have the same challenge of violence. Gandhi is not naive about it. I think Sri Aurobindo is also not naive that, therefore he's saying that any form that you take, the tribe and the caste, they are also animated by this whole idea of the state. What Jim Scott, the political scientist, is saying, seeing like a state. In fact, the family also, if you look at Lord Woollin's daughter, there the family is also like a state. The father who has the monopoly of violence,
So let us conclude with these words that
and if
Gandhi's fraternity and Sri Aurobindo's fraternity.
If you kindly permit me just one sentence,
One
I would just like to say that for this cultivation of the fraternal today as part of the interrelated movement of friendship and pointing to the inadequacy of the state idea along with ours, also has to be understood the production of the political as essentially enmity. In modernity, the idea of the state has been accompanied by the political as the politics will be enemies. And it is in that context, both Sri Aurobindo and Gandhi's cultivation of fraternity and friendship is cultivation of a different political, where our political participants are not our enemies like in political theology of Carl Schmitt, but our political participants are our friends. They are challenging us to realize our own purpose.
Let us conclude.
Say a few words.
Just one. Yeah, please address it.
My observation is.
Could you kindly introduce yourself, sister?
Sorry. I'm Neela Mehta Bali from Maharishi Valmiki College of Education, Delhi University. My observation is that, as I was saying, the concept of state itself is the problem. There has to be some kind of leadership, and I was just thinking, what was wrong with the idea of philosopher king? What is wrong with the idea of Maryada Purush Brahman as a ruler? When we focus on the idea of equality, we somehow understand equality as sameness. We do not respect differences and different potentials. So if a person is like, I have visually challenged students. And when my visually challenged student makes an effort to send me a document which has been done through a voice text mode, and there are several errors, but yet I appreciate that she has made an effort to send me a text whatsoever without depending on somebody else. How can I compare this answer with someone who can read 10 texts and then type and see the errors? So if I look for equality and if I look for sameness in equality, then I should not be marking the two in the same way. But I mark the two in the same way because I'm referring to each one's performance with reference to what the previous, what they are doing with their given capacities or abilities which they are presently able to exercise. So I somewhere understand that the problem lies with the very understanding of equality that we have.
That will sum up.
And leadership, the way we understand leadership.
That is the answer which I have prepared from this lecture. So I'd like to conclude with Sri Aurobindo's idea of yoga, as he has explained in the synthesis of yoga, major text, one of the three major texts. So Sri Aurobindo speaks of three things: a widening of consciousness, a deepening of consciousness, and a heightening of consciousness. And this comes only by the annihilation of the ego. And so this only if we can do this widening of the consciousness, the deepening of the consciousness, and the heightening of the consciousness. If we can do these three things, then we can realize not just fraternity, not just brotherhood, but Sri Aurobindo calls it soul's brotherhood.
Brotherhood is a fashionable term. Sri Aurobindo says the ego must disappear. Also in war and self-determination. And then, because of this heightening, you as Aditi was saying in the morning, then you can understand the other. And you can leave some space for the other. So that way, Sri Aurobindo is giving us the ultimate solution, not the Gandhian solution. Gandhi is ethical, moral. Sri Aurobindo is spiritual.
With respect, I would continue the dialogue that there is an integral spirituality at Gandhi as well.
Point is made. Point is made. And I think one thing that everybody will agree, emergence of sisterhood was not just brotherhood, but also sisterhood.
If you sing a song. Online paper is there, 4:30 next.
We'll stop at 4:30.
So thank you, Dr. Anantagiriji. And for the second paper for this afternoon session, we have Dr. Priya Vaidyaji, and she is a professor at the Department of Psychology at the University. Philosophy at the University of Mumbai, and she has over 3 decades of experience as a global educator teaching in Indian philosophy and other schools of thoughts like Patanjali's Yoga Sutras, Hatha Yoga Pradipika, and complete works of Swami Vivekananda, Sri Aurobindo's Life Divine, Isha Upanishad, Enlightened Leadership, Transformation-Based Leadership, and many more related papers and topics. And the title of her paper is Human Aspiration and Value-Based Education with special reference to Sri Aurobindo's thoughts. So I welcome you, ma'am, to please present your paper.
My gratitude to the Lord for this fantastic divine arrangement where we all have met and the sharing is happening. My gratitude to Professor Mishra and his entire team for this wonderful event. Today I'm going to focus, as it's visible on the slide, paper, contents of the paper, Human Aspiration and Value-Based Education with special reference to Sri Aurobindo's thoughts. I have approximately 18 slides, now 17, this is the first slide, and I will stop at the, whatever that, around, what time should I stop? Around what time?
Around 4:30.
4:30, okay. So let me begin today's presentation with a story. Because it is connected to the theme, what I'm going to reflect upon. Once upon a time in a village, there was a learned scholar who was invited for sharing his thoughts. And when the learned scholar went and when he addressed young learners, when he looked at them, he asked a question. Do you know on which topic I'm going to speak today? And they all said, yes, we know on which topic you're going to speak today. So he smiled and said, if you know on which topic I'm going to speak today, why should I speak? And he just looked and smiled and he left. The young learners were confused. They were not able to understand what was behind that smile. And after 2 months, they requested and the speaker again came. And when he looked at the learners, the number of learners had increased. And he looked at them and said, do you know on which topic I'm going to speak today? And they had already planned the answer. And they said, no, we don't know on which topic you're going to speak today. So he looked at them and said, you don't know on which topic I'm going to speak today. So why should I speak? and he left. There was more confusion, and the young learners went to the organizers again, and they requested, please invite the speaker once again. And it was almost after 6 months when he again came, he again looked at them. Now the crowd had increased, and he also asked the same question, do you know on which topic I'm going to speak today? So they had planned a strategy. One half said yes, and another said no. And he again smiled and said, those who have said no can ask yes. Why should I speak? And he left. It was almost after 2 years that the speaker said, I'm coming for the last time now. And when he went, it was almost a stadium and it was jam-packed. And when he stood there, and they had assumed the question, and he definitely asked the same question, do you know on which topic I'm going to speak today? There was no yes, there was no no, there was no yes and no. There was absolute silence like it is today just now. And he smiled and said, yes, I'm going to speak on silence. And I was waiting for this silence, and it took almost 2 years. When we look at our system of education today, when we look at the dimension of nurturing silence in our young learners, we are unable to see this. And I, being a teacher, we also are not trained as teachers to be more focused, to be more calm. And thus, when I studied Sri Aurobindo's thoughts, when I just started teaching, I received that guidance. I received a direction, and today I'm dedicating this paper to Sri Aurobindo. I do not claim to know. It is just an attempt, just an exploration. And in this exploration, what I'm going to do is I'm going to focus on human aspiration and value-based education. And this is with special reference to Sri Aurobindo's thoughts. So this is an attempt, because when I studied Sri Aurobindo's thoughts, the essence of silence, the travel within, the focus of understanding what is this ultimate reality happened in my classroom in some way. And I feel that it should progress ahead and it should reach. And so this is just an attempt, and there is a lot of scope for improvement and suggestions from all the learned people here. So why this paper? I asked this question to myself. I look at the life divine as a text on transformation. It is not just a theoretical text for me, because every time I read, I see the praxis dimension of it. The foundation here is Sri Aurobindo's thought. It is the base of value-based education, a perspective. Unfortunately, in so many initiatives on value-based education, I hardly see Sri Aurobindo's thoughts being integrated, and I feel that is the base of value-based education. And with no bias, as a thinker, as a researcher, when I look at it, I think is being seriously ignored. And the third is the future. When I'm writing this paper, I think that teachers also should get acquainted with Sri Aurobindo's thoughts so that deeper dimension of this awareness can manifest. Because I also design training programs, and out of this passion that these thoughts should reach, and I see that teachers are not really guided. Because when we try to say, even for this NFP, the teachers have to take it forward. The $1 million question is, are teachers ready for it? Are they oriented? Are they acquainted with what self-awareness is all about? And so, this research paper is divided into 4 sections. The first section is on analysis of human life. Second, human aspiration, reflections on Sri Aurobindo's approach, the first chapter in the Life Divine. Third is human aspiration and value-based education, the synthesis. And fourth, the National Education Policy 2020, the training model for teachers on human aspiration and human values. and the conclusion. Coming from the background of Indian philosophy, the focus on reflections on what is this ultimate reality. So whenever we may be academically trained as philosophers or we may not, but we all contemplate on life. What is the purpose of life? And when we look at Indian philosophy, there is a wisdom-directed approach. There is a spiritual framework. And when we look at Sri Aurobindo's philosophy, there's a matter-spirit synthesis. Because when we look at Indian philosophy, most often Indian philosophy is misunderstood. It is only focused as a spirit-oriented focus, or it is totally away from reality, which is not the case. And so there is scope for spiritual orientation and spiritual evolution. And when we look at the philosophy of yoga, when we look at the philosophy of Vedanta, it does not talk about what life should be, but there is also a path which is already reflected. When we look at life from the ordinary person's perspective, most often it is without direction, at least it is not explicit, there is no aspiration, and it is in chaos. And so, when we look at the dimension of human aspiration, at two levels of aspiration, there are two levels as I look at it, or they merge at one point, that is at the material and the spiritual. And aspiration has connection to evolution, and this is what transformation is all about. Now, when we look at Sri Aurobindo's Life Divine, the human aspiration, the 10x, I have divided, you will see that the further slides are from A, B, C, D. There are 5 paragraphs in that first chapter, and my A is focusing on the first paragraph. When we look at Sri Aurobindo's approach, we look at the awakened thought which he tries to reflect, where there is a focus on manifestation, divination of God, search after pure thought, sense of immortality and ancient knowledge. That is what the legacy which is there. Second dimension is about the ideal and normal experience, where we are trying, as I look at it, I see there is a mechanism for elevation in that particular thought. And he says that it is abnormal to humanity, difficult for ordinary intellect to understand what this ideal is. Why should I be good? Why should I speak the truth? Why should I be more caring and concerned? So there is a need for focused effort, and Sri Aurobindo says that it is difficult for an ordinary person to understand the purpose of being good or the process of elevation itself. When we look at the direct opposition which Sri Aurobindo focuses, he also very interestingly focuses on the nature's profound method. So when we look at this profound method, there is also towards a direction towards God, light, freedom, and immortality. This is a beautiful dimension which is so engaging that there is some kind of a design which is in formation, and the more you understand it, the more you are able to appreciate life. So there is some kind of an uncertainty, but there is some kind of a direction which I think we try to understand through this perspective. When we look at the awakened mind, different from the practical mind, as Sri Aurobindo says, that means when we look at value-based education, we see that practical mind is something where we connect to people today, where there is unsolved discord. And he says very correctly that the practical mind is not really bothered to resolve that conflict. Let it be, because perhaps he's not interested or he does not have the grasp of it, and is involved in utilitarianism, his hedonistic approach is there, and unillumined compromise is what Sri Aurobindo says. And he also mentions about the awakened mind and not content with unsolved wisdom. In this particular aspect, from value-based education perspective, I feel that he is not trying to be skeptical about practical mind, but he's trying to suggest that there is a possibility to go beyond. There is a possibility to look within, and this particular dimension of practical mind and awakened mind is a part of that process. When I look at Jaina philosophy and the concept of dhyana, there is a concept of Raudra dhyana, Artha dhyana, and then it goes to the higher aspect. So, for example, when we talk about the Raudra dhyana, that is, I am angry, or if I am disturbed about something, a pin pricks me, I cannot concentrate when I am talking because it is pricked me. That also is a dimension of dhyana, but it is not the refined dhyana. So it is a process. Practical mind and awakened mind also are interconnected because we cannot expect, except a few, to have directly the awakened mind. So in that sense, Sri Aurobindo tries to focus. And when you look at the concept of nature, it tries to focus how nature solves complexities and the journey beyond animal consciousness and focus on direct and perfect knowledge. So there is a kind of a rhythm in the practical mind, the awakened mind, and the nature, the harmony. That is, this is a particular process which will take us forward. And that's why when we look at value-based education, this rhythm, this harmony is totally missing. We just say that we have to have value-based education, but it is at a very, very superficial level. When we look at Sri Aurobindo's focus on evolution, and when I look at the word elevation, that is no reason why life should evolve out of material elements. Now, when you read that line, it is a very simple, in Marathi, we use the word sahaj, like it just is, by the way, is writing that why this evolution is taking place. There is no reason for it. And it says that there is a focus on mental consciousness. So there is unconquerable impulse of man, which is towards God, light, bliss, and immortality. So there is something where we are trying to say that nature has worked out man. And it also says, with the man, she wills to work out the superman. So there is, when we look at this man, we're trying to say this man is not the perfect man. So there is some kind of, again, as I said, there is understanding the limitations of human life, but also a possibility that there is an awareness which can help a person to evolve. So when we look at evolution, this evolution is not just a theoretical concept, because each one of us, we all experience this evolution every minute with life experiences. Now, when we look at the role of divine life, immortal aspiration, the mind, as we have already discussed yesterday also, is only a form and veil, and the future is progressive self-enlargement. So the future has many important engagements where we are trying to say this evolution can take place in a very progressive way. Now, in this context, when we look at value-based education, this is not an automatic process. This is not a mystical process. This is not a magical process. We need that guidance, that focus, and the hope from experts in the area of value-based education is to awaken people on this path. And when we look at the gist of human aspiration, we look the entire A to D, whatever I stated, in the gist, it is towards perfection, the normal human experience and the richer experience we are able to focus on, the transformation from egoistic to supramental illumination, manifestation of God in matter and terrestrial evolution. He states, as we all very well know, the problem of existence and the problem of harmony, the essence of evolution and realization of God and higher state of consciousness. When we try to analyze value-based education in India today, a brief review. Is there a focus on human aspiration? Please don't accept whatever I'm trying to say. You can throw questions. According to me, when I try to see government documents or when I look at different training programs, I do not see the focus on human aspiration. It is not explicit. The foundation is missing. The connect with material and spiritual, there is a weak connect. It is more on the material. It is more on what we can gain out of it. And we are not entering the intangible realm of human life. When we look at, so that's why I have said the solution here, when it is not explicit, the need is integration of Sri Aurobindo's approach on human aspiration. There are thinkers who have spoken on human aspiration, but I feel when I look at Sri Aurobindo's thought, there is a very systematic and a very deeper dimension of human aspiration, which I feel should be a part of value-based education. When we look at the connect with material and spiritual aspect, we see this description, this focus of spiritualizing matter. And when we look at a simple question, teacher training on self-awareness, it is not emphasized. And the program based on Sri Aurobindo's thoughts, I have myself tried to conduct some programs and teachers are happy with receiving the thought. I mean to say very, very experienced teachers who were in tears when they understood that whatever they were trying to do in classrooms with children was not the right thing. So I'm just trying to say that we have a reservoir of thought, but we aren't using it. And it's not that we're not using it, we are doing harm to the next generations by not using it. So when we look at life experience and human aspiration from the value-based education, there is a lot of erosion of human values. The need is elimination of vices. And so the significance of self-illumination and the ideal, understanding what is this ideal. And so human aspiration and value-based education, the interconnection has to be established. In this context, I have tried to look at the new education policy 2020 and suggested a training model for teachers on human aspiration and human values. I have designed a 21 hours program. It has a theoretical and practical dimension because I have been reading about NEP 2020 and lot of models on value-based education. The teacher should do this. Teacher training is also there. But I do not see this aspect of human aspiration, and I think it should be a part of it. So in what way I'm planning to suggest? When we look at the theoretical dimension, it's a 14 hours, that is 2-hour session. And these are the important dimensions which teachers from non-philosophy background can be trained. That is the core philosophy of Sri Aurobindo in a very simple way. Human aspiration, Sri Aurobindo's approach, like the A to D, the blocks, a connect of human aspiration with human values. It has to be established. An expert can focus on relooking of value-based education in India. That is, when we look at Sri Aurobindo's thoughts, why this relooking is essential? Why should we transform? And this being the 150th year, I think at least now this kind of a transformation, we have to, positively state about it. So human aspiration, teachers as facilitators, how these will play an important role. Dynamics of divine life, Sri Aurobindo's approach. So when we look at teacher's life, why the divine life dimension is essential for a teacher. Why that connect, why that looking within is important for a teacher. If we just have a word with teachers, the most common thing which I hear, especially school teachers, that they are burdened with lot of work. They don't have time with themselves also. So in what way, when we think they have to reach out to the children, in what capacity they can reach when they themselves are disturbed? And that's why there is a need to understand the psyche of our teachers, to help them to be better human persons, because this concern is required, because as some great thinker has said, the mother is the first teacher and the teacher is the second mother of the child. And if the mother is disturbed, the entire family gets disturbed. And that's why this concern for divine life, I think in some way, I do not know why we have not been able to help. These are, according to us, very important, but maybe according to some, they are unimportant. So understanding oneself and understanding others in context to teachers, if teachers start understanding themselves, they wouldn't shout in the class, because only sometimes, unfortunately, some teachers manage with silence in the class by banging the duster on the table. This is controlling. Is freedom in our classrooms there? Are teachers aware about this dimension of freedom? Is there silence with the experience, and can we blame teachers for it? These are all fundamental questions. So I have also looked at the practical dimension, 7 hours for that, every day 1 hour, group discussion on the topic which I have tried to focus, read and reflect, live divine. Because thank you, Professor Mishra, when I wrote this paper and when I again looked at live divine, I am trying to see connect with every chapter for value-based education dimension. So read and reflect. This reading and reflection with group of teachers, this experiment can start. Writers board. I have suggested in my paper that a newsletter can be started in every school on topics which generally teachers don't speak about, they are not acquainted. So that expression on the self, on happiness, on talking and the conversation within, all these things can be in those, the intangible realm of life. Best practices, when we look at value-based education, every teacher has unlimited potentialities. So every teacher is contributing to value-based education. It is not that we tell them and they do. No, we are trying to document and formulate, but every teacher has something interesting. So when we look at Sri Aurobindo's thoughts, there is a connect. That is, if the best practices in a particular school are documented, shared with other colleagues, with other educational institutions, and we will have so many best practices, because the fundamental question which teachers are disturbed with, that we know value-based education, we have to do something, but how to go about it? First, there are teachers who don't think it is important. And second, there are teachers who don't know how to go about it. So they try to do something as a trial and error. Third important thing is, should we always tell teachers what they should do or give them freedom to do what they like? And that's why we see that there are teachers, even in small villages, who have best practices, who are able to, simple thing like loving children. And when you do it with love, there is a lot of focus in the activities. I myself developed some value games for children. I mean to say, if I can do, anybody can do. And this inspiration comes from works of great masters. That if you have to do something for the society, you have to just start doing it and you will get ideas. And that's why when we look at the nature walk, taking teachers, having discussion, how is that kind of experience, especially in urban cities, nature walks are, more of concrete jungles. So people are going away from nature. Selfless service, again, it is becoming rare. What will I benefit? What will I get? So this exposure to teachers is required, and guided meditation. If there is a training which is given, there will definitely be some kind of a transformation. So gratitude to the Lord. May Sri Aurobindo and the mother's teaching ever guide us. I like to close my presentation with a small story which perhaps you are aware of. After India has received independence 1947 to 2022, we are at 2022 May. I'm sure there are skeptics who are going to ask this question, what is the use of everything? What difference will this make? And I'm reminded of that story where there's a child who's looking at the sea waves. And with the sea waves, there are fishes which are thrown on the shore. What does the child do? The child takes those fishes and again he puts in the waves. There's a very elderly person who's looking at the child and he starts laughing at the child and he asks, what are you up to? Because you're again putting, the fishes are coming. And what does the child reply? When the elderly person says, what difference will it make to you? Why are you getting involved in it? And the child looks at that elderly person and says, uncle, I know it will not make any difference to me, but it will make some difference to at least one fish. So I'm doing it for that one fish. So my dear brothers and sisters, there are going to be people who will say value-based education is meaningless. It is really just a theoretical, but still let us continue this journey because at least that one person we have to benefit. And maybe that one person is ourselves. Thank you very much.
So if you have any question on this discussion, it's open now.
I would like to, as somebody who has a modest role in the implementation of the new education policy, with regard especially a focus group, which is tasked, mandated to come out with a position paper, which we have just submitted, about the linkages between school education and higher education. The reality is, there are a number of things which will be music to your ears. But before that, one or two statements I would like to make. One is that the word value education has been regarded in rather negative terms by academicians and teachers and professors of late because of the whole question, who is going to give values? And who are we to give values to anybody else? Because the entire educational theory has really gone in the direction of liberalism, non-judgmental liberalism. That has been carried at the international level to its own farthest extreme, almost in the manner of an aberration. And we in India, we have lapped it up uncritically, forgetting the fact that there is a role for the teacher to play. We can decide about what kind of values we are not going to impart. But to say that the teacher will have no role in it, in the manner of a laissez-faire, will result in a kind of a gun culture which is there in America right now, advanced West. That has been the repository, claims to be repository of all wisdom, including the items to be given at the school level. So if by value education, we generally understand moral learning, moral lessons, and certainly the nomenclature is to be changed. But teacher has a role. And socialization of the young, which is a part of education, has not been invalidated in any society. The question is the content. Coming to this level itself, and I educated myself with regard to what is being envisaged. It is not a foolproof document, certainly not, but there are many aspects which are very radical in nature. When I interacted with the students of the demonstration multipurpose school of the Regional College of Education, there are 4 to 5 colleges of this kind, which are directly under the umbrella of the NCI. And there is a captive school itself, where there can be practice of the teachers. One reference which I got is very common to what you have said. And that is, the reference is, we are overburdened with books. Now, at one go, for example, the teachers are going to be liberated from that sense of burden, classroom content. Why? Because you're not going to give emphasis on the content, on the number of pages to be studied. Quite the contrary. The emphasis will be on the acquisition of aptitudes. Teaching of aptitudes in the classroom, for example. Abolition of the distinction between extracurricular and the co-curricular will be done. Teachers are going to be, I have recommended, and we have our committee has accepted. Teachers in the school level are going to be given sabbatical, which is not even given to the college teachers and only less frequently to university teachers. That also according to the whims and fancies of the administrators, educational and administrators. So teachers are going to be given sabbatical. Every district is going to have a model school, and this model school will be attached to a model college also. It will be mandatory for all the school teachers in the school, this program that you have, teacher training program, will have important capsules about higher education. It will be equally important for the teachers of colleges to have an awareness about the school teaching. It will be very important to get weightage with regard to publications. College teachers will get weightage for publication in which pertains to school education and vice versa. So if burden is taken away from the teachers, and more important, supposing we change the nomenclature, supposing I agree with you, and I say instead of value education, we have a capsule called learning to be. How about that? Learning to be. Once you have value education, somebody is going to give value education. Maybe the students are going to teach the teachers about value education, about sensitivity to nature that Anantabai was talking about. Sensitive to nature, sensitivity to the cosmos, for example. So if we have learning to be as a goal, not value education, then it can be a reciprocal kind of an activity that you had talked about. So teachers have to learn also from the students. We say that, mine is, I am going to learn from the students. But how often do you learn? The moment an uncomfortable question is raised, you say, shut up. We never said that I'm sorry, I don't have an answer. Give me some time, I will look it up in the dictionary. Because we feel that admission of our own kind of a limitation and ignorance, we are going to become a laughing stock before the students. I think that's absolutely wrong psychology, which is really functioning out here. Socrates never gave an answer. You don't find an answer in Plato's Republicans. These, incorporation of Sri Aurobindo's ideas in the first decade of the 20th century, they still have retained their own relevance and still are considered to be avant-garde. The first teaching of first principle of all true teaching is that nothing can be done. 99% of the teachers will tell you we will become absolutely irrelevant if we don't have to give. And what is it that they're giving? They're giving actually information which is already there in the Wikipedia. You think that students are going to be inspired by the information which is there in the Wikipedia? So that's another thing. Yes, I'll come. I'm just telling you about my experience in the NEP, what I have suggested, and the fact that several of the things that he is talking about have been already incorporated. So A, there'll be no burden. B, no extracurricular curriculum. C, the students are going to decide the pace, and there'll be no streaming between arts and sciences. The crucial stage, which is a transitional stage for the school education and higher education, secondary education. In the secondary education, all choices of the disciplines will be made by the students. And why is it that we are going to compare students who want to join medicine, that they have to take all the C, B, Z, etc., etc.? No, not necessary. They can have elementary biology with music, with mathematics, with literature, for example. Questioning is whether they're going to qualify, that is the parental concern. If they, with this random combination, they qualify, why should we stop that? So in other words, a lot of the things that we are talking about are being taken into account, but Kirit Bhai, whom I know, when he had himself produced a set of books. A set of books has been beautifully produced by Kirit. They are available, and I will suggest, I will invite you to take a look at the book, and we should, at least at the national level, we should try to disseminate that set of books, because it's not the instructions, but through stories and legends and poetry that the students get inspired.
ICPR itself, they have brought out a big volume in which there are articles.
We are running short of time.
Yeah, let me complete them. I'll just complete what I.
Or another session, I stand correct.
So I just want to complete what I'm saying.
Yeah. The chair.
Yes.
ICPR itself, they have brought a volume years back. And in that, there is a full document on value-based education. There's an introduction to Professor Kiran Joshi, and there are stories, poetry. So a lot of study material is there. But as I have rightly stated, that the active understanding of it is not taking place. So let's hope that the NEP will take it forward. But my again submission is that we are going to have more problems in this because there's a big work there and we need to orient teachers, and it is complex.
That module is very much welcome.
No, the module is very good.
Module is very good.
With regard to nomenclature.
Nomenclature.
Things which are highlighted, if you look at Sri Aurobindo, Swami Vivekananda, education for character development, education for man making, education for nation. So these three has to be incorporated in this.
Okay.
Yes.
Time for the next.
I'm sorry, he had certain thing in mind.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
The problem of learning. Consider a typical class. Then teachers meet 2 times in a week. Maybe you will like to come this. Who can capture? So a student either skip the reading, skim them, or quickly forget them. Unless it's a part of grade, a student are absent from there. They have so much thing to read. Suppose I am teaching we have only 7 days. The next thing will come. So we have actually suffering from the problem of overlearning. A student do not have time to realize that knowledge. It takes time to realize, deep understanding comes with realization. So, and the kind of we have the criteria of measurement, we can see the math work. You have to every time you have to document each and every, and teachers do not have time.
It's all going to be passé now. It's all going to be passé.
Oh.
It's all going to be passé.
It's time for the next speaker.
Is there a next speaker?
Yes. That has to be finished by 5:15.
Thank you.
And that module, can you give me the module? I'll send it to the chairman.
Yeah, thank you.
Of that.
Thank
You are staying today?
NCR.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I'll give you.
You are here, no?
Yeah, yeah.
Just send it to me.
Yeah.
You have my mail ID?
No, I'll take it.
Share.
Thank you so much, Priyaji, for this wonderful presentation.
Give it to the NCR.
And for the last paper today, we have Dr. Joy Senji, and he is a professor at the Department of Architecture and Regional Planning in Iit Kharagpur. And his areas of research are community and regional planning and analysis, and programming and architecture and planning related to heritage studies and documentation. And the title of his paper is a temporal assessment of the concept of Chaitanya Purusha, or the inner sentient being, from the age of Shrutis to Sri Aurobindo and the contemporary times. And he will be jointly presenting his paper with Dr. Tanima Bhattacharya ji, and she is currently working on different aspects of urban regeneration, urban space design, community development, and beautification of urban space in Kolkata. So I welcome both Professor Joy Sen and Tanima Bhattacharya ji to present their paper.
Welcome, Dr. Joy Sen and Dr. Tanima. You have 40 minutes in total.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we'll do our justice. I hope I'm audible. Yeah.
Yes. We're running out of time.
I know, sir. Yeah.
We want to finish it by 5:10.
5:10. Okay. Can I just share a quick presentation if I am able?
Sure. Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear you.
So please carry on.
Because I'm disabled right now. I can't share the presentation.
জয়দা আপনার একটু মাথাটা কেটে যাচ্ছে উপর থেকে থ্যাংক ইউ
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So there is Dr. Anuradha Choudhary, my colleague. She's speaking from Switzerland. Yeah. 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 Hello, Anuradha. Good to see you. Yeah. I hope the presentation I'm just sharing and it's visible. It's visible to all of you. Is it visible to all of you?
yes yes
I can see.
Okay. Okay. So
would you like to do it full screen?
Yeah, I'll make it full screen. I'll make it full screen. I'll make it full screen. Okay, I'll make it very quick because I have to look at the watch a number of times. And this is a concept which comes from the very ancient time to the present time, the days of Sri Aurobindo, Swamiji, Swami Vivekananda, and especially it is something which underpins. I was very intrigued and I was very happy with the presentation just prior to me by Dr. Vaidya. And the quick example that she gave at the beginning of her talk. I mean, a great speaker comes and says, do you know what I'm going to talk about? And everybody says yes, and he does not speak. And after a few months, he comes again and says, do you know what I'm going to talk about? And everybody says no. And then he goes back again. And then after a year, he comes back for the third time and he asks, and there's silence. So it's neither yes nor no. So it's almost like quantum physics, neither the cat is dead nor the cat is alive. If you're familiar with Schrodinger's cat and Werner Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. So these are the latest of scientific principles which are already evident in Indian metaphysics. And Indian metaphysics is not intellectual, nor it is just intellectual discourse in a class. It is something to be lived. It is, as Swami Vivekananda has said, it is the science of being and becoming. And you become what you believe. It's not the concept of God above, but it's the realization of the Godhead that is already inside you. So this is called gnosis. Gnosis is a very important word. And today's paper, I've just reformed the title a bit. It's based on levels. So there is one group of answers, yes, there is one group of answers, no. And then there's absolutely a different group of answer where there's silence. So there are about two levels. So the speaker is talking about two levels. Now in the Upanishads, in the Vedanta or in the Tantra, or even in the later literature, it's compared to the concept of a tree. And they're like two birds in the two levels. So one is giving an answer which is yes and no, and the other is just silent. The little bird in the upper level of the tree is a silent observer. Sri Aurobindo calls this the double soul of man. Sri Aurobindo calls this the double soul of man. So there is a lower level, which is a reflected self, which is our Jivatman, the psychic being. And the upper bird, which is actually the inner bird, the innermost bird, is actually the silent being who is not trying to tell you do this or that, but it's waiting for a moment when the first self sort of attunes to the second self. And this is, in the words of Sri Aurobindo, is a Choitya Purusha, which is a direct portion of the divine in us. Swamiji gave a wonderful lecture in Chicago. I mean, after his first lecture, after which he became world famous. And his second lecture was just like for 5 minutes. And everybody in Chicago requested Vivekananda, Swamiji, everybody wants to hear you. You just tell once more. So Swamiji gave a wonderful talk on why we disagree. I mean, why we disagree. And he gave the example of two frogs, one frog inside the well, Kupa Mundukam, and one frog in the sea, which is Samudra Mundukam. That Kupa Mundukam is never agreeing to listen to the Samudra Mundukam, that there is actually a whole portion of water, which is about 1,000,000 times or 1,000,000,000 times or 1,000,000,000,000 times than the water that is inside the little well. Now, this is a concept, the disagreement between the frog in the well and the frog in the sea. This is the disagreement between the self that we have and the innermost self that we have. So this is the idea of the double soul in us. So this is the connection between the Jivatma Purusha and the Chaitya Purusha. Now, my colleague, I should say, and once my research scholar, Tanima, who is an assistant professor in Vishwabharati right now, we had worked on this concept for about 5-6 years, and we had made some publications and books and this and that, but we still are students of this thing, and we are yet to understand the full meaning of this. Now, this is the topic which world poet Gurudev Rabindranath Thakur has also taken up in his songs again and again. You know, in one song, he says, Shimar Maje Ashim to me. That means within the finite self, there is actually an infinite self. Now, what Tagore does, he bridges the two selves. You know, he does a beautiful job. You know, Hemor Devata Amar Maje Tomare Koriya Dan. And I'm saying in Bengali, what it means that the infinite self, which cannot be touched, which cannot be seen, is actually poured into us and has become the I in me, has become the Tanima in Tanima Bhattacharya, has become the Dr. Mishra in Sampananandaji, and so on and so on. It has become the Anuradha in Dr. Chaudhary. So that is a beautiful thing, but we don't understand that. We think I am giving a paper, I am doing a great thing, and Tanima is not able to speak right now, so I am doing a better job, Tanima is doing a lesser job. So we are always comparing, you know, we are always in competition. You know, we are always comparing and we are trying to compare. So we have a double soul conflict. So this is something which Sri Aurobindo picks up in his Life Divine, in his Savitri, and you see that in the Gita, because just a few days before the battle of Mahabharata starts, Arjuna said, I'm going to defeat all the enemies within 11 days. So this is like all the students says, I know what you're saying. And when the war starts, Arjuna says, I'm so worried about everything that I see in front of me, and so that I cannot pick up the arrow. So he's behaving like the students who says, we don't know what you're saying. So Sri Krishna opens up the Gita and takes Arjuna to that higher bird, to that upper bird, where Arjuna becomes centrally confident. I mean, he is neither left wing or right wing, but he gets a middle wing. I mean, a bird can only fly if both the wings are used simultaneously. If you're just using one of the wings, either the left or the right, you cannot fly. So what is actually left and right is also above and below. So it's like a geometrical model that we need to conceive in this concept. So I'll go through the slides very quickly. You will see one thing, that all the slides are talking about the same thing, and it's trying to explain it geometrically or giving some references. So there's a first portion which explains the symbolism by giving references. Then there's a second portion, we'll go through it very quickly, which is about the upper, which is the vast, and the lower, the Kupamundakam, the frog in the well, which is a small. And the third is the way out, which is both the science and the art. Both are important. You know, it's like, you know, there could be a science of living and there's also an art of living. The problem in our life is that we are not able to combine the science of living, which is taught in a home science class, and the art of living that we actually practice in our houses. So the solution of the universe today is to combine the science and the arts, you know, the left-hand side and the right-hand side of the brain together. And that is the whole foundation of yoga. So let us move, because we have a dearth of time. So Tanima, you can keep the video on, and it's nice. Yeah. So let's see. So this is a small work which is done by Tanima, and we had worked on the Chaitya Purusha, and this is actually a part of the exhibition of Iit Kharagpur right now. And this is a book which was published by some university at Dayalbagh, and where we have a paper. So I'll go through the concept very quickly. So this is the Upanishad, which talks about the two birds. And I think everyone here, everyone is so educated, so esteemed, and so prodigious Everybody has seen this sloka. There are two birds, and one is eating the fruits, crying, making mistakes, and the other bird above is just a silent observer. But finally, at the end of yoga, you don't see two birds, you just see one bird. In fact, you don't see anything because there is no bird, because the bird has merged with the infinite sky. The sky is the bird is the sky. There's a song in Bengali, Nir choto khoti nei akash to boro, which means the bird's cage could be small, but the biggest cage is the sky itself. It's a beautiful song in Bengali sung by Geeta Datta, long back. So this is what Sri Aurobindo says. There are two selves. One is a direct portion of the divine in the human being, which is the Chaitya Purusha, and the other thing, which is the being that is behind the Chitta, which is the Jivatman. And the problem of yoga is to connect the two. We may have all the sermons, we may have hundreds of workshops and lecture, but nothing happens until and unless we aspire, we have the aspiration to connect the lower self with the higher self and replace the lower self with the higher self and make the lower self the higher self. So there are three kinds of transformation. One is replacement, one is addition, the other is transformation. All the three things have to happen side by side. So this is a wonderful movie, which is the Avatar, where James Cameron has actually showed this concept of the two selves. So there is one body, which is the ordinary body, and there's another body, which is the avatar body. And the two has to come together. And this is what Werner Heisenberg says, great things can happen when the two things have come together. And this is what the Penguin Dictionary and Mercier Allied, one of the greatest art historians of the international arena, has talked about the two levels. And he says that the Upanishads are beautiful because it clearly depicts the network of the two levels in the form of a tree. That's why Buddha goes and meditates under the tree. The tree is there in the Panchavati, and the tree is a portion of statistics and dendrograms. The tree is described in graph theory, in computer science. The tree is everywhere. It's a concept that runs from the Vedas to the most modern of quantum sciences. So the tree actually connects the two sides. Individually, we think there is one line which is going from the left to the left wing thinking, and there's another line which is going from the right to the left. But actually, when we bring them together, it's neither a left wing or a right wing. It's actually the circle which is moving round and round. Chakrabat parivartante. So this is involution and evolution, what Sri Aurobindo explains while explaining the Isha Upanishad, Sambhuti and Asambhuti. A student may evolve to become great, but a teacher gets involved in the student. So involution and involution are reciprocal to each other. So these are the two birds where the upper bird becomes the lower bird and the lower bird becomes the upper bird. The student of today becomes the teacher of tomorrow. Now, Tanima was a student 3 years back. Today she is a teacher. And today I'm about to become a student because I thought I was a teacher. So I am about to become a student from tomorrow. So this is how the cycle goes on and on. So let's move on. I think we need to speed up. So this is what Swamiji says, that it's a connection between the bijam, which is the cedar, and the shakha prashakha, which is the briksham, and they're constantly iterating between the two. They're rolling on each other, which is the brahmand and the pind, the microcosm and the microcosm. These are all part of our research at Iit Kharagpur, and Professor Mishra, one of our best friends in India, is absolutely aware of what Iit Kharagpur is doing because he is the first person in India who gave a sermon to my IK's calendar, which was accepted and it became controversial at the same time. Nobody had the guts, but it was Professor Sachidananda Mishra who came forward and gave a sermon on our IK's calendar. So he's very brave. He's very brave, and he gave it to Doordarshan and it was telecasted all over. So if you want to be a spiritual person, you have to be a brave person. If you're not a brave person, you can never, ever be spiritual, because braveness is a combination of Purushokar and Sharanagati. It's a combination of surrender and aspiration. Both the things have to. So there are always two things which are working side by side. So the Gita says, Urdhva Moolam Adha Shakham, So it's like a human body where the brain is above and all the nerves are coming below. But the tree has the root below and all the branches are going up. So this is actually a semantic or a geometrical explanation of the Jivatman and the Chaitya Purusha. So the upper bird is calm, it's calm, and the lower bird is vacillating by saying, we know everything, or they say, we do not know everything, So they are constantly vacillating. They are absolutely restless. So there is one sea which is absolutely vibrating, Spandanattika, and there is one sea which is transcendent. Yoga is the connection between Mahakarana, which is transcendent, and the universe. The spirituality of India is not to escape the world and go beyond. The spirituality of India is to reach that spirituality and bring it down to the material plane and transform it. That's the complete definition of spirituality in the words of Swami Vivekananda, which is practical Vedanta, and in the words of Sri Aurobindo, which is life divine. Both of them are talking about, in fact, they're saying something which was already there in the Vedas thousands of years back, but we lost it. So Swami Vivekananda and Sri Aurobindo comes to re-say that once more in the contemporary light, and of course Tagore. Now this is there in Sufism, which is Islam, and Islam calls it Shish Mahalam. You find that in the poetries of Lalan Fakir. Lalan says, I see you. I see you. Moner Manush, the Manush inside me, inside my mind, is actually you, the Murshid, the Guru outside. So this is actually there in very deep esoteric Islam, and it gave birth to the rise of Shish Mahalam, the glass hall that you see in the white fort or in the red fort or also in the Agra fort. Not many of us know what is the meaning of Shish Mahalam, but it is actually the combination of the reflected Purusha and the original Purusha. And so it is just not in the scriptures, but it's also there in architecture. It's also there in architecture. And such traditions are also described in architectural models of the upper half and the lower half, like the Chaturvedi, the four Vedas of the Vedic civilization, or the Char Bagh of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. So knowingly or unknowingly, all the world religions have accepted the two, the double. If you go to Egypt, if you go to Egyptian iconography, you'll see that behind Horus, you'll find two falcons, Thunderbird. You ask any Egyptian iconographist, they won't be able to answer why is it. They'll say probably it's Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt. Maybe it's true, but what it means that Horus, the Thunderbird, has a double acquaintance. He is the pharaoh here in this world, and he is also the divine there in the upper world. And he's the connect between the two. And that's why he's lightning, Vajra. He connects between the two. And that's why he's falcon. He's called a thunderbird. He's called a thunderbird. So it is so important. And this is called reflection. And this is called reflection. It's like physics. It's like a spring which is going back and coming down. It's an iteration between potential energy and kinetic energy. So what is there in Vedanta or the Upanishads or in Indian metaphysics is also explained by modern physics. So we have books and publications on this, and this is where we have done a special kind of a work at Iit Kharagpur. Just don't talk about scriptures, but give scientific evidence to prove them. And this is what students are interested in a class. The students of today, they want to see the ancient India in the most modern light. This is the need of the hour. This is the need of the hour. So this is the part 2 where we get into networks, and on the left you can see another of Tanima's sketch on the Chaitya Purusha, which is a part of her exhibition, and she has depicted how the word Chaitya became the part of Buddhism, the Chaitya Gupa, the Chaitya hall of Buddhism. Even Buddhism, though it's called agnostic, actually accepted the Chaitya Purusha as a principle right from day one. Many Buddhists actually doesn't have a clue where that word comes from, but it comes from the pre-Buddhist Vedic Vedantic days. So that's a clue. That's a separate line of research we are not going to discuss here. So this is right from the Rig Veda, where the two Purushas are mentioned. So the Ashwatha tree of Buddhism or Kathopanishad or Gita is right there in the Veda, in the Mandala 1, Sir Dirghatama, and he talks about the two forces of day and night, the two forces of the sun and the moon, the two forces of going in and coming back, going out and coming back. And it's beautifully explained in this sloka that you get from the Rig Veda Mandala 164 by Rishi Dirghatama. I mean, I'm not getting into the details of it, but I think the explanations are all there. And this is absolutely explained by the journey between the iterations of this world and that world, between this side of the infinity to that side of the infinity. So this is absolutely very important. So this is what the Gita says, Urdha Moolam Adha Shakam. We normally know Adhar Moolam Urdha Shakam. So the whole purpose of spirituality is to invert the diagram which is there in the body. So the man's Ardha Moolam Urdha Shakam is inverted to Urdha Moolam and Adha Shakam. And the animal which became man today finally becomes the Superman of tomorrow. So that is the transformation. So all the doctrines of Sri Aurobindo can be explained line by line with geometrical scientific principles. It is absolutely a pure geometric, mathematical and semantic science. And that is the idea of the two worlds, the double soul of man. And this was explained by Norbert Wiener, 1936 in MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology. And I have a paper on this. And this is what he explains, the journey from the physical to the cosmological, and a return journey from the cosmological back to the physical, And you call that cybernetics. 1, 2, 3, and 4, and then 4, 3, 2, and 1. 1, 2, 3, and 4 is ascent, the upward triangle, and 4, 3, 2, and 1 is descent, the downward triangle. If you combine the two triangle, you get the Star of David, the Seal of Solomon, or the signature of Sri Aurobindo. This, or the inner geometry of Sri Chakra, where they're just not two triangles, they're about 9 triangles, and you take the last 2 triangles, you take the light, and you get the mystery of spirituality, and you crack the mystery of the universe, and you connect individual evolution of Pinda with the evolution of the universe, which is Brahmanda. So the two souls of man, the self here and the self there, are connected. So with this, we come to the last part. I think I'm doing fine with time, and we just a few more slides. So this is the last walk which has been done in our IK's gallery, which is in Iit Kharagpur, on Indian knowledge systems. So you see the temple, which is the external form, and then you see the an iconic form, which is the Shiva Lingam, and then you see the yogic form, which is the human body, and then you see the nerve form, the neural form, which is the 2 serpents, the yogic current, which is also the Hippocratic form, and incidentally the symbol of World Health Organization. So whether it's an external temple or the internal temple of man, the connections are the same. It's a connect between the lower self and the upper self. So on the middle of the slide, you can see a GIF file, which is constantly iterating between the distributed network and the cyclic network. In other words, the connection between linear programming and non-linear programming, which is cyclic. With our short myopic eye, we think they're linear. Aaj ye kare, kal ho jayega. Kal ye kare, parsu ye ho jayega. But we don't know that what we are thinking as small as a frog of the well is actually a dictum of the frog of the sea, which is non-linear. The two souls are speaking of the same thing. So in the words of Tagore, Shimar maje ashim to me, which means within the finite, the vibrations of the infinite is always rolling. If I understand, then I evolve. If I don't, however education I may have, maybe I have 9 PhDs and 2000 published Scopus index paper, but still I am the most foolish person in this universe. Education has not made a difference to my life. And this is exactly what Dr. Vaidya was beautifully and very simply talking about in the presentation just before me. And the whole of NEP, the National Education Policy 2020, is basically that. So this is called Rupam, Rupam, Pratirupam. So every little is a reflection of the Proto-Rupam, which is the Pratirupam. It comes from the Upanishads. So this is the parable of the seed. So we are now synthesizing the presentation together. And these are from the works of Swami Vivekananda, the macrocosm and the microcosm. So the seed of today is the tree of tomorrow. The tree of tomorrow is the seed of tomorrow, day after tomorrow. And the tree of day after tomorrow is again the seed of the day after tomorrow. So from seed to tree, from tree to seed, it's constantly rolling in evolution and involution. So that is a whole cycle of time and future. Time and future. This is what Tagore says in his poetry. Torongo milaye jaye, torongo with uthe. The waves are collapsing. So what? New waves are coming up. Old flowers are dying. So what? New flowers are blooming. So life is immortal. It's continuous. The whole of spirituality is to catch this line of immortality and become infinite within the finite. Sri Aurobindo calls that the supramental. Atimanash, Vigyan, Vigyan Ghana Purusha. So this in modern ecological, biological cycles are known as the life cycle, LCA, the life cycle analysis. And the oceans are putting back the clouds, which are going back to the mountains. And you find the perennial snow lines. The perennial snow lines are again melting and returning the rivers back to the ocean. The oceans are again returning back the clouds to the mountains. So there are old clouds and there are new clouds. Kalidas called that Purva Megham and Uttar Megham. That is his Meghdut. That is his Meghdut. And Rabindranath explains that in his beautiful work, Varsha Mangalam. You know, the beauty of monsoon, the beauty of monsoon. So the old clouds, Om Krita Smara, Kratu Smara, Krita Smara, Kratu Smara. This is Ita Usha Upanishad. Look at what was done. Look at what shall be done. Look at what was done. Look at what shall be done. The connect between past and future. The connect between the intercept of an equation and the slope of the equation. Intercept is the past and the slope is the future. That's linear programming. So you can prove the bridge between past and future to mathematics. So these are some concepts. I'm not getting into the detail. This is a part of my first book. The way we developed. So this is almost like 15 years back. And this is how we are only in the well, the frog of the well. So it's a red field development. But finally, we understand that we need to connect the lower self with the upper self. So this is Swamiji and Sri Aurobindo. And it has been taken up in the West by three great thinkers. That's Arnold Toynbee, Alan Watts, and Abraham Maslow. So Maslow converted this concept into his hierarchy of needs. So he explains each and every level by seeing how the lower self slowly becomes the self-esteem, the highest self. So Maslow's hierarchy of needs is actually an extension of Sri Aurobindo's ideas of the life divine. So this is a beautiful book. There are books which compares Aurobindo to Maslow and Ken Wilber. If somebody has not read those books, it is a must read. It shows how Haryana Choudhary took the life divine to the United States and how President Woodrow Wilson converted that to the American Institute of Integral Studies, which finally became the Californian Institute of Integral Studies. And finally, the Israeli Institute was started in 1970. And Sri Aurobindo's principles, who said Sri Aurobindo's principles are not being followed? They are followed in all other parts of the world except India. It has been followed by many institutes around the world. India does not, the current Indians, we na ghatka, we don't have that courage to accept our own people. Only when it gets attested, when Swami Vivekananda gets attested at Chicago, we accept him. When Sri Aurobindo, Life Divine, gets a Nobel Prize, we accept him. So that is the problem with average Indians today. So that is the change that has to come to our educational mindset. So when you bring all the things together, you connect mathematically, statistically, logically, the upper bird and the lower bird. So who is involved? The teacher is involved. Who is evolving? The student is evolving. Who is the teacher? The student of yesterday. Who is the student? The teacher of tomorrow. So everything is past and present. That is involution and evolution. So this is the upper bird and the lower bird. So this is constantly happening. This is constantly happening. And this is how we overlay the two evolutions, which we call co-evolution, and we bring them together. And we convert the tree of life into the tree of wisdom. So that is the Rahasya, the mystery of the Panchabhati. The tree of life is the Ficus bengalicea, which is called the bot gach. and the tree of wisdom is the ficus religiosa, which is the Ashwatha tree. So right in the Indian scripture, Sri Ramakrishna is to use that. There's a conversion from of the tree of life to the tree of wisdom. So the Bata Brikha gets converted to the Ashwatha Brikha. And this concept is shown by James Cameron in his mind-blowing movie Avatar, where he shows two trees in that movie. He shows two trees in that movie. Mind it, mind it. So he's very clear about what he's doing. And he is a master of Indology and Tibetan Buddhism, and also the works of Swamiji and Sri Aurobindo, because one of his friends is Robert Thurman, who is the father of Uma Thurman and Jack Copperfield and others. So this is the final, almost the final slide. So this is the two birds. These are the two birds. So the self, which is actually, so this goes one step ahead. So the lower self is the poor self who does not understand, who says yes and no. Either he's overconfident and underconfident. But the upper bird is silent. And then the lower bird goes to the upper level and becomes the upper bird. That is Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Sri Aurobindo goes beyond that. He brings back the upper bird again to the lower bird. Shimar maje ashim tuli, amar moddhe tomare koiratan. So the upper bird again comes back into our body and remains as an enlightened bird. That is Purushottama. That is Uttam Purusha. It is not Akshar Purusha, it is Purushottama, and remains as a psychic self behind our little self. Behind our little self, he remains or she remains as a psychic self. This is the concept of Chaitya Purusha. This is a two-way mirror. The lower level is reflected to the upper level, and the upper level is again re-reflected to the lower level. So one is the ascending ladder, the other is the descending ladder. When the two things come together, the entire mystery of yoga, the message of the seven sages, the Saptarishi, is unfolded to all of us. That is the whole crown of our Indian system of yoga, in the words of Sri Aurobindo. But he says, it has been always impossible for me to bring down that unless there comes the God, the support, the protection of what I call the supramental and its divine power. That is Adya Shakti, mother, the mother. It is the mother who bridges the upper and the lower. No one else, even the greatest of gurus, cannot help you if the mother does not give the sanction. So all the gurus in the world, from Rabindranath to Vivekananda, are under the mother. It is Adya Shakti who gives the sanction to connect the upper self and the lower self. And only through her grace, we'll be able to bring down life divine into this world. That is the concept of the two Purushas. So to do that, charity begins at home. You have to respect the mother in your house, your sister, your wife, and your daughter. You have to respect the mother in the next house, the sister and the wife and the daughter in the next house. And of course, your student, like Tanima. If you don't do that, all spiritual exercise will just become intellectual and nothing happens. It is only the worship of Shakti. It is only the worship of the mother, the actual clue. What is happening in our society, we are talking big, but we have lost respect in the society. So that's why we have everything, yet we have nothing. We are losing everything. So it is only by respect, Shakti, we can bring back the supreme yoga back to this world. And that completes the movement, the complete movement of the two Purushas. And that is the whole crown of yoga. And for that yoga, you don't have to go to a temple. The highest temple is your own body. It is inside your temple. The Purna Sambhavana, the Purna Yoga, it's possible. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Roy and Dr. Joyce and Dr. Tanima. Nice to meet you. Maybe I'll be seeing you in 2 or 3 days on my return. And I will have the book by Dr. Sen because I'm interested in the book. A quick questions from the audience. 2 questions from the audience. We have time, 10 minutes time.
Oh, that's nice.
Any question from the audience? Yeah, Dr. Anantagiri.
Thank you so much, Joyda. I remember our meeting
I think in 2018 in Santiniketan. So in this journey and your journey with the tree, and also how do you bring it into architecture and the whole idea of ecology that you are referring to. So my request is for a little elaboration of it in architecture, and how do we really create a space where both the witnessing and the engaging.
What is there?
And so the witnessing and the engaging, they meet.
Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, thank you, Anantagiriji. It's so nice to meet you and see you, at least online. And thank you so much for that wonderful question. Trees are actually a particular threshold of consciousness. The first evolution happens from material consciousness up to the tree. So up to the tree, the root is below and the branches are above. The next level of evolution happens from the tree to the human form. And then the whole tree gets inverted. Sri Aurobindo talks about the third level of evolution, the final level, where the human being becomes a superhuman being, the superman. That is the evolution which is expected, where the Vigyan Ghana Purushas are born one after another. So what is important out here is to answer your question in a very simple term. Tree is the foundation of ecosystem. And you will see that in our Upanishads and in our civilization, Aranyak, the word Aranya is a foundation. Aranyak, Brihad Aranyak Upanishads, the Aranya Savyata and everything. The Panchabati, the 5 trees, each stands for everything. Even in architecture, in the built environment, the tree is classified as a signature between the material universe and the spiritual universe. Because Buddha goes and meditates under the tree. Swamiji goes to Kakri Ghat, Kumaun Himalayas, and meditates under the tree. So everybody needs a tree. The tree is actually, it's like a framework under which the second framework is accommodated. So if you're meditating under the tree, it's a very interesting form. So the human form is meditating under the tree. The tree is Nimna Moolam Udhashakam, and the person who is meditating under the tree is Urdha Moolam Adhashakam. So it's an inverted combination. I mean, we are doing that knowingly or unknowingly, but it's so well designed. So the tree represents the art's first art, in the words of Sri Aurobindo in Savitri. It represents the art's first art, arj, to become the divine. In the Mundak Upanishad, there's a slok. I'm not good in Sanskrit. It says, Tapasa chiyate Brahman, which means Brahman, the absolute, the infinite, exudes by virtue of its tapasya, like a ear of the corn, like a ear of the chanak, the dicotyledonous seed. So you put water on the seed and then the corn sprouts. There is a ear of the corn. So in the same way, Brahman, by virtue of its tapasya, becomes the universe. So it leads to Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, which says Brahma Shakta Shakta Jagat Tatha Shakta, which means since Brahman is truth of truths, the universe is also truth. It says something more than normally what we hear from the Shankara's philosophy. So this is what Tagore and Swamiji and Aurobindo harps. So the tree is actually the symbol of green consciousness. The tree is a symbol of green politics. The tree is a symbol of the green-filled movement that we are practicing in the world today. But for the Western civilization, this is only an invention. But for India, if you are realizing it more and more, it will be a discovery. Why it will be a discovery? Because in Indian spirituality, we don't have a disconnect. It's not a reductionist philosophy. Man and nature, humanity and nature are not divided as two parts. So Indian philosophy is not based on the principle of exploitation, whereas the Western constructs, I'm not naming any religion, I don't want to be controversial here. The Western religions and the other things are mostly competitive religions. They are based on exploitation. So you're based on Freudian's work, you're based on Marxian perspective, you're based on Darwinian survival of the fittest, you're based on Aryan invasion. So you invade a country and you civilize. So the only way to civilize others is to invade and kill them and kill the aborigines. That is the starting point of civilization. So, but the Aryans, the Arya Rishis of the Vedas is just the opposite. It is Shanti, it is meditation, it is assimilation, it is adaptation. So the Aryans, the definition of the Aryans as it is practiced in the red-filled philosophy of the West, and the definition of who is an Aryan or an Arjo as it is evident in the Indian philosophy of the sages, they're absolutely two different philosophies. So which means no one had come from outside to India to compose these Vedas. They are all done in the green-filled, Aranyak, tree-cladded environments of India, in the architectural, ashramic, environmental premises. It was here in India. I mean, just imagine thousands of students had gone to Harvard to become great scholars or even become a Nobel laureate. Now, someone comes from Japan, someone comes from India, someone comes from Africa. So after 10 years, when all these people become great laureates and great entrepreneurs, will someone say that wherever they came from India, they came from Japan, that's why they all become great? No, that's a foolish answer. The answer is because it is in Harvard, it is in Harvard's ecosystem, they have become what they have become. So it is in India, it is in the Indian ecosystem, it is in the Indian forest system, they have become what they have become. So this entire Aryan civilization, which is a civilization of green policy and greenfield development, is actually a green civilization and a green philosophy, to which the entire Aryan invasion myth scientifically collapses. It collapses scientifically. Thank you. Thank you for that question.
Dr. Joysen, many congratulations to you for this nice research, and we are really interested, curious about it. I will contact Tanima on my return to Shantiniketan and I will collect the book.
Please do, sir. She'll be very happy. Please contact her. Yeah.
I'm very sorry that I had to hasten because there is another session after this.
Sure,
in
sir.
fact, I apologize to you for this.
No, sir. I think we got a lot of time.
So please forgive us. And
so one last thing, our pranam to all of you.
Hope meet you again.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, bye. There is another people.
Thank you, Professor Joysen, and thank you, Dr. Tanima Bhattacharya ji, for this paper presentation. And with this, we have come to the end of the second day of this national seminar on the Herald of the Night Divine. And I would like to thank Dr. Gautam Ghosal ji for chairing this session. I would also like to thank Professor Sachidananda Mishra ji, Professor Ramesh Lal Bijlani ji, Professor Iit Kharagpur ji, Professor Anuradha Mishra ji, Professor Vivacity ji, Ramaswamy Subramony ji, Bindu Puriji ji, Anuradha Choudhry ji, Bindu Puriji, and all our participants, including and our staff, Harsh, Saurabh, and everyone who has helped us, Santosh ji, and everyone who has helped to facilitate and conduct this seminar in such a wonderful way. So thank you everyone for joining us, and we will meet for the third session tomorrow. So we will close with observing a minute of silence, and then we can call it. Who's it? So thank you everyone for joining us. We will meet for the third session tomorrow.
Thank you.